Are you tired after a day of work? Let's put down our minds and give all the readers a massage. Damn, where is this? Li Ming slowly opened his eyes, feeling dizzy. A large number of memories suddenly flooded into his mind. Am I traveling through time? Li Ming was originally a laborer on Blue Star. He finally finished overtime and lay in his rental house that day. He planned to go to the Canyon of Kings to relax, but he kept losing in the ranking. The more he lost, the more he was dissatisfied, and he played until midnight. In the last game, the opponent had a Kong Konger, a Shao Yuan, and a Yuanga. Stealing money, equipment, and people, Li Ming, who was beaten to a broken defense, went downstairs in a daze, intending to eat something at the barbecue stall opposite. As a result, when crossing the road, a heavy truck roared out and a dazzling light shot over. The young Naruto died directly because of drinking expired milk, which allowed the current Li Ming to successfully occupy his body. Alas, he is also a miserable child. Li Ming couldn't help sighing in his heart. This world is not easy to live in. Black Zetsu, who is determined to save his mother. Uchiha Madara, who must dance. Nagato, who wants to make the world nuclear flat. Uchiha Obito, who wants Rin. Danzo, who wants to be Hokage. Hypocritical third Hokage Yuan, Fei Hiruzen. The toad who is doing things behind the scenes. And the alien Otsutsuki. Li Ming was sorting out the various memories in his mind, and suddenly someone knocked on the door. Naruto, Grandpa is here to see you. The voice of the third Hokage came from outside the door. Damn, why is this old Biden here? Yuan Fei Hiruzen would not come to see him out of kindness. It should be that this old peeping Tom saw Naruto suddenly fall to the ground and came to check because he was worried that something happened to the Nine Tails. Grandpa Hokage, why are you here? Li Ming opened the door and replied in Naruto's style of speaking. It's better to hide for now. If he finds out that there's a problem with Yuan Fei Hiruzen's style of doing things, he will definitely not have an easy time. It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? The third Hokage asked kindly with narrowed eyes. Hokage, Grandpa Hokage, I'm just too hungry. Li Ming said, pretending to be very aggrieved, and quickly squeezed out a trace of loneliness on his face. What the hell is wrong with me? Don't you know? I'm still pretending here. If the original body, the third Hokage, came to see him, he would have burst into tears. The third Hokage is really good at calculating, making the villagers hate him and exclude him. And then he came to instill the will of fire, abbreviated as brainwashing, into the original body and brainwash Naruto to the point of being an empty shell. Li Ming mocked himself secretly. Ha, come, look at what I bought for you. Yuan Fei Hiruzen took out a box of milk from behind and said with a smile, still with that hypocritical smile on his face. Li Ming pretended to be happy to take the milk and quickly opened it and drank it. After all, the original body was really starved to death. Grandpa Hokage, why do you all hate me and won't sell me food? Take the funnel. The prejudice between people is a gap, but as long as you work hard and cross this gap, everyone will agree with you. Yuan Fei Hiruzen started the old trick again. Yeah, I must get everyone's approval. I must become Hokage. Li Ming still has to cooperate with the third generation Hokage to act. Otherwise, he will not have a good time. He was very happy immediately, and his whole person revealed cheerfulness. Ha, take the funnel. You can do it. You have to protect the whole village when you become Hokage. Yuan Fei Hiruzen said with a smile while touching Li Ming's head. Naruto's will of fire is very firm, and it is worth my years of teaching. The third generation Hokage was very satisfied. Yeah, I will definitely do it. Li Ming nodded firmly with his eyes shining. Definitely. Li Ming gritted his teeth in his heart. When the time comes, I will kill the Yuan Fei clan first. It's getting late. Grandpa is leaving first. Little Naruto must work hard. Yuan Fei Hiruzen kept his amiable smile before leaving. What a hypocrite. He too back in the Hokage building. Yuan Fei Hiruzen sat at his desk and smoked a cigarette, watching Naruto fall asleep in the crystal ball in front of him before turning off the probe. He exhaled a puff of smoke lightly. It seems that Naruto's eating problem needs to be solved, otherwise he will really die. At this time, the Dark of Konoha, the 5.5th generation, walked into the Hokage's office, and it was obvious that he had received news from Naruto. Hiruzen, I said that the Nine Tails should be handed over to me. As long as you join Naruto, you can fully master the Tongue Disaster Seal. What are you still hesitating about? As long as you hand it over to me, you can get a perfect weapon. As soon as he entered the Hokage's office, the Dark of Konoha Danzo said unceremoniously, Danzo, he is Minato's child after all. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his voice and said coldly, "Don't think I don't know what you want to do." Haha, Hiruzen, don't forget, it was you who ordered the news to be blocked from civilians. Don't pretend here. They are both descendants of Hokage. Look at Kinomaru, and then look at the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Danzo sneered disdainfully. If the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was in his hands, at least no civilians would dare to provoke him. Otherwise, he would be directly taken for experiments. And forget, I am the Hokage of Konoha. You are just an assistant Hokage. I could suspend you at any time. Yuan Hiruzen was annoyed by what he said. Hiruzen, you regret. Danzo left the sentence and slammed the door and left angrily. After Danzo left, Yuan and Hiruzen still sat quietly smoking. Naruto should go to ninja school. I'll tell him in 2 days so that he will be more grateful to me. Minato, it's not that I want to do this. I really have no choice. Li Ming, who was lying on the bed, didn't really fall asleep at this time. I don't have a golden finger or anything. How can I get by? The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't sleep. Considering his current age, Li Ming thought that he should go to ninja school in a while, right? The plot is also starting to get on track. Should he develop slowly according to the original work or be a high-profile light bulb? Since I'm here, I feel a little itchy if I don't do something. Forget it. I don't want to think about it. At present, there is still more than half a year before the plot of the sealed book. Let's get the multiple shadow clone technique first. This magical skill is like a cheat. It's really a waste for these old-fashioned people in the ninja world. The multiple shadow clone technique is listed as a forbidden technique because after the clone is released, a large number of clones' feelings and information are transmitted back, and even the results of the clone's cultivation will be fed back. However, it will make the brain unable to process a large amount of information, and the body will not be able to bear the fatigue from the removal of the clones. The longer the excessive clones exist, the greater the risk after removal, and severe cases will lead to direct brain death. Anyway, considering my chakra amount, it is still possible to divide it into 1,000. Half of the clones will sleep, and the main body will be tired and sleepy, and the sleeping clone will be removed. Hang. This is definitely a hang. The second generation Hokage is really a genius, but it's a pity that such a good hang only knows how to fight. Thinking about it, Li Ming fell asleep. In the early morning, the sun shone into the house. Li Ming got up, washed his face, took out a glass of milk, and drank it. He had thrown away the expired one. Ding. Chapter 2. The Thief of the Ninja Realm. Ding. Just as Li Ming was about to venture out in search of sustenance, a voice echoed in his mind. Ha ha ha, I knew there had to be benefits for a time traveler. Li Ming suppressed his inner delight, cautioning himself not to be overly elated. Who could say whether that old man was spying on him or merely peeking into the bathhouse? Congratulations, Traveler 9527. Your cheat has been credited. The thief system has been activated. A system? Ha ha ha, the tomato does not deceive me. Li Ming chuckled inwardly. Thief system. 1. Comes with an infinite storage space for items. 2. Skill. Sleight of hand. Usable once per day can be accumulated. When applied to a target, it can replicate any item they possess, with a chance to directly deprive the target of their belongings. Chakra, ninjutsu, bloodline, etc. Anything the target possesses can be yours. 3. Passive skill. A thief with principles. A 10 chance to steal gold upon attacking a target. 4. Skill. Fragment collector. During combat with a target, a chance to drop character fragments upon hitting them. Every 20 fragments can transform you into the target character, identical to the target. Quite formidable. Li Ming was astonished by the skill descriptions. If he could just survive the early stages, he would undoubtedly become invincible. With some time before the third Hokage sent Naruto to the Ninja Academy, and before the Uchiha massacre night began, he could take advantage of the Uchiha clan now. If he could acquire a Sharingan, that would be splendid, he mused. Uchiha Shursui should still be alive, right? If he could obtain a certain divine eye, it would be quite amusing. However, the immediate priority was to find something to eat. That old fox of the third Hokage, at this age, was akin to a teenager draining his pockets dry. The monthly allowance barely sufficed to fill the gaps. No wonder Naruto was starving. Li Ming silently lamented. Alas, money is of no use. Those uninformed commoners refuse to sell to me. Even Ichiraka ramen isn't affordable every day, Li Ming thought with a wry smile. As he strolled through the streets of Konoha, he overheard the surrounding curses. That damn monster, why doesn't he just die? The third Hokage still keeps it around. What bad luck. Exactly, that monster should perish. If it weren't for the third, I would have long since eliminated it. This monster caused my parents' demise. It deserves to die. A child angrily hurled a stone at Li Ming. Li Ming did not evade but merely quickened his pace. Yes, just as I thought, the more the villagers despise me, the more I can embed myself into Naruto's heart. Yuan Fei, who was secretly observing from the Hokage's office, felt an inner satisfaction. As long as I pave the way for Asuma, I too shall relish retirement. After years of scheming, seeing the present situation improve brought great contentment to the third Hokage. Upon arriving at a small grove on the village's outskirts, the very spot where Naruto used to fish, Li Ming surveyed the river. It wasn't deep and teeming with fish. Such a bountiful resource made him suspect that Naruto's inability to catch any might be due to some unseen interference. Fishing was too slow. Li Ming resolved to redirect the river instead. After a busy afternoon, Li Ming gazed at the dozens of large fish in the small puddle with great satisfaction. He immediately built a fire to begin grilling the fish. "Little one, what are you doing here all alone?" A voice came from the trees behind him. "Who?" Li Ming turned around cautiously, only to see Uchiha Shisui. Could the surrounding shadows allow him to approach? Li Ming's heart raced, hoping it wouldn't be some celestial being. In an instant, Shisui appeared before the fire. "Big brother, would you like some?" Li Ming offered a grilled fish to Uchiha Shisui. "Aren't you afraid I might kill you?" Shisui remarked coldly, releasing a chilling aura. "Big brother, you are a leaf ninja. You wouldn't do that." Li Ming pointed to the leaf ninja headband on Shisui's head. The oppressive aura dissipated in an instant, and Li Ming realized his back was damp. The inherently malevolent Uchiha truly had some issues. Haha. Shisui awkwardly scratched the back of his head and took the grilled fish from Li Ming. "Why are you here grilling fish all alone?" "Why am I here?" "Heh. Would I rather starve than prepare my own food?" What a ridiculous question. Li Ming silently scoffed. Why do these people love to put on a show so much? Fine. Let them continue their act. But they better not blame me when I flip the table. As Shisui savored the grilled fish, Li Ming suddenly asked, "Aren't you afraid I might poison it?" Shisui abruptly halted. Considering the little one's mischievous reputation in the village, it was indeed possible. "Just kidding," Li Ming said, secretly activating his skill, Master of Stealing. Ding. The skill was activated, targeting Uchiha Shisui. A transparent hand, visible only to Li Ming, reached out from the void to grasp Shisui. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully copied Uchiha Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan. The system announced. What the heck? Li Ming suddenly sprang to his feet. Little one, what are you doing? Shisui was startled by Li Ming's sudden movement. Nothing. Nothing at all. After recovering from his shock, Li Ming suppressed his excitement and sat back down. Little one, Lord Third sent me to teach you about chakra refinement, Uchiha Shisui said casually. The third Hokage, that voyeur, must be watching. Such matters would surely be monitored by Yuan Fei Risen through the crystal ball. He would look for an opportunity to directly strip him of that technique. The feeling of being watched was quite unpleasant. Wow, that's wonderful. Grandpa Hokage is truly amazing. Teaching me this before I've even entered school means I can become a powerful ninja and gain recognition from everyone in the village. I will definitely become Hokage. Li Ming feigned great joy, knowing now was not the time to flip the table. Indeed, it seems the will of fire has deeply rooted itself in Naruto's heart. In the Hokage's office, Yuan Fei Risen nodded as he observed the scene through the crystal ball. Have you absorbed it? Uchiha Shisui taught Li Ming the method of chakra refinement. By the way, I still don't know your name. Big brother, I've learned it. You can call me Funnel. Funnel, I am Uchiha Shisui. Having spoken, he vanished in an instant before Li Ming's eyes. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shisui. Would you like to fuse it now? The system's prompt echoed in Li Ming's mind, uncertain of the changes that fusion might bring. He decided to wait until nightfall to proceed, lest the third Hokage catch a glimpse of it. After pondering, he chose to delay the fusion. System, let us postpone the fusion for now. After consuming 2.5 grilled fish, Li Ming felt sufficiently satiated. Gazing at the dozen or so large fish in the puddle, he found himself troubled. Taking them home was impractical, yet leaving them felt wasteful. Perhaps he could offer them to Uncle Shao for a few bowls of ramen in return. Finding a vine, Li Ming strung the fish together and, using a wooden stick, made his way to the Ichiraka ramen shop. Chapter 3, The Kaleidoscope Sharingan and the Ninetales. Upon arriving at Ichiraka ramen, Li Ming waved towards the chef, Shao. Is that you, Naruto? Shao's eyes, typically narrowed to a mere slit, sparkled with curiosity. Rumors circulated online that Shao was a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, though the truth of such claims remained uncertain. Uncle Shao, may I trade these fish for some ramen? Li Ming inquired, presenting a dozen sizable fish he had caught. "Did you manage to catch all these?" Shao exclaimed, visibly astonished. He recalled that Naruto had once fished when he was broke but had never succeeded in such abundance. Hee. Indeed. Li Ming grinned broadly, revealing his teeth. "Impressive," Shao responded, flashing a bright smile and giving a thumbs up to Li Ming. "Wow, Uncle, you're amazing." Shao's daughter emerged from the kitchen, equally impressed by the haul. "How about one bowl of ramen for each fish?" Shao proposed, looking at Li Ming for confirmation. Li Ming found the offer agreeable. After all, in their village, Shao was among the few who bore no ill will towards Naruto. He thought to himself that once he gained control over Konoha, he could provide Shao with a larger shop. However, he mused that eating fish every day would not suffice. With his immediate hunger addressed, Li Ming returned to his residence. System merged with the Sharingan. Lying on his bed, he initiated the fusion with the Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui that he had replicated earlier that day. A warm current flowed towards his eyes, and he could feel the transformation occurring. After a moment, the warmth subsided. Ding! Fusion complete, the system announced. Feeling unprecedented vitality, Li Ming opened his eyes to find the pupils transitioning from the single Tomo to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He ensured the lights were off, fearful that a certain voyeur might witness his awakening and disrupt his development. As he savored the newfound power, Li Ming discerned his ocular techniques. One was the Kodo Amatsukami, one of the most formidable genjutsu in the ninja world, capable of altering an opponent's will without their awareness. The other was a space-time technique, allowing him to tear through dimensions and position himself elsewhere. Quite formidable, Li Ming thought as he briefly activated the abilities, only to feel utterly drained. Without substantial chakra and ocular power reserves, he could not fully harness the strength of the kaleidoscope. With this realization, Li Ming rose to commence chakra refinement. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Yuan Fei risen observed a blurred image of Naruto within a crystal ball. He is putting in quite the effort. With a bit more strength, you will be a significant asset in securing Asuma's position as Hokage. A smirk graced his lips. However, just as Li Ming began to refine his chakra, the nine tails within him stirred, causing the refinement process to yield minimal results. I wonder if the skill Mysterious Hands can be applied to myself? Li Ming pondered, allowing his imagination to wander. System, can skills be used on oneself? He inquired, reaching out to the system for clarification. Host, skills cannot be utilized on oneself. The system promptly replied, exhaling deeply. Why do all these traversers enjoy stirring up trouble? Li Ming pondered for a moment, realizing the implications of his thoughts. If he could indeed wield this power for himself, he could effortlessly replicate countless nine tails and possess an infinite supply of the divine power, rendering the entire ninja world his subordinates. With the Sharingan at his disposal, what was there to fear from the nine tails defying his commands? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Li Ming gradually descended into his consciousness space. Much like in the anime, he found himself in a dimly lit sewer, where an orange fox lay within the confines of an iron cage. "Little brat, come a bit closer," came the low rumble of the nine tails. Li Ming remained motionless. With a roar, the nine tails, observing Li Ming's inaction, lunged toward the massive iron door, its enormous claws stretching through the gaps of the bars, yet unable to fully break free. "Kurama, do not be so impatient," Li Ming calmly uttered the nine tails' name. "Impossible." The nine tails' eyes widened in shock. "Who are you, little brat?" it questioned, perplexed, as this boy should not have known its name. "Who I am is of no concern to you, and how I came to know your name is irrelevant. I am here for but a single purpose," Li Ming proclaimed with an air of invincibility, empowered by the Sharingan. "From this day forth, should you allow your chakra to interfere with me again, do not question why the flowers bloom red." Humph. The nine tails, taken aback, bristled with indignation. What is the meaning of those eyes? It gazed at Li Ming, whose eyes had transformed into Sharingan, astonished. Unpleasant memories surged forth, the visage of a certain man gradually materializing in the fox's mind. "Now, can we converse properly?" Li Ming demonstrated the Sharingan, causing the nine tails to become agitated, though he did not wish to unduly pressure the poor creature. "Little brat, as long as you do not use those eyes to control me, I shall heed your words." The nine tails lowered its proud head. One must bow their head when under a roof, it thought, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Once liberated from the ten tails by the Sage of Six Paths, it had enjoyed a life of freedom, only to be ensnared by a towering man controlling a wooden giant, ultimately sealing it within a host, though it retained some consciousness within the Jinchuriki. Being subsequently sealed by that Madara in the form of a golem had been a grave misfortune. "Kurama, as long as you cooperate, I have no intention of controlling you. However, After all these years residing here, isn't it time we discuss the rent? Understood, understood. The Nine Tails responded sagely. Do not disrupt my chakra refinement and ninjutsu training. Should you dare, Li Ming warned, you know the consequences. With that, he departed from the space. Kushina, your son is just as fearsome. The Nine Tails harbored little malice toward Naruto, for it had once shared delightful moments with his mother. Humph. Those Leaf Village inhabitants deserve their fate. Over the years sealed within Naruto, the Nine Tails had sensed the malice of the villagers toward him. Ah, at last, I have succeeded. Upon emerging from the Nine Tails space, Li Ming found the refinement of his chakra remarkably smooth. System, activate the panel. Host, Li Ming Chakra, 0. 1 card strength, Jin and Bloodline limit, Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui's Manjiki, identity, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He chuckled inwardly at the modest amount of chakra displayed on his panel. After all, within Li Ming's body resided the chakra of Ashura, alongside the Nine Tails, complemented by the physique of the Uzumaki clan. Without the interference of the Nine Tails chakra, ascending to the rank of a shadow-level warrior was merely a matter of time. The current measurement of his Jin and strength felt somewhat inflated. Li Ming contemplated the fact that he still lacked fundamental knowledge about ninjas. While his chakra was sufficient, he feared he might not yet be prepared for true combat. It was time to begin his strategic planning. Chapter 4. Hinata Hazashi, why did you not consult with me regarding the training of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and chakra refinement? Shimura Danzo furiously pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Yuan Fei risen slowly set down the documents in his hands. Enough, Danzo. Remember, I am the Hokage. While you are merely my assistant, I am not obliged to inform you of my actions. Each time, Risen asserted his authority over him. Were it not for his assistance in dealing with unsavory tasks, it is likely that he would have been replaced long ago. Risen, you will come to regret this. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki should be entrusted to me. By bringing him into root, I can mold him into Konoha's most formidable weapon. Danzo seethed, his cane creaking ominously under the pressure of his grip. Do not forget, Naruto is also the son of the 4th Hokage. Some matters require restraint. Risen took a puff from his pipe. Now, depart. Attend to your own responsibilities. You will regret this, Risen. Danzo stormed out, barking orders to the members of Root. Ensure constant surveillance on the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and create opportunities for me. I must meet with him privately. Once outside, Danzo commanded his subordinates, Risen? Humph. The position of Hokage rightfully belongs to me. For all these years, what have I sacrificed for Konoha? I do the labor while you reap the rewards. Keep a close watch on Danzo's men. Report immediately if anything arises. Risen instructed as a shadowy figure from the Umbu materialized before the 3rd Hokage. Both of these cunning old foxes were wary of each other. Danzo was not to be underestimated. With the interference of the Nine Tails chakra absent after a night of rigorous trainings, Li Ming felt himself growing even stronger. Although the vast chakra of the Nine Tails was bountiful, it was, after all, not his own. It merely served as an auxiliary power source. True strength must come from within. With sufficient strength, even the tailed beasts could merely become playthings. Reflecting on the events of the Hokage storyline, Li Ming recalled that the 3rd Hokage, upon assuming office, was relatively competent, yet over time, he succumbed to the corrupting influence of power. The 4th Hokage also clung to authority, subsequently suppressing other clans in Konoha to bolster his own. The Senju clan was ultimately decimated by his machinations. Truly, the Will of Fire deserves its reputation as the greatest illusion in the ninja world. Li Ming found himself exasperated by the situation surrounding Kushina. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki insisted that his son take on the mantle, claiming it was all for the sake of Konoha. Perhaps if faced with a choice between his son and the village, he would choose the village. Kushina would undoubtedly choose Naruto. Li Ming resolved to summon the 4th Hokage through Edo Tensei, first gauging his attitude. If he remained indifferent upon learning of his son's manipulation by Yuan Fei Risen, then, with a refreshed resolve, he decided to visit the Hyuga clan first, as Hazashi would undoubtedly find it intriguing. As for the Uchiha clan, the attention of the 3rd Hokage and Danzo was fixated there. It was unwise to approach given his identity as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Arriving at the Hyuga clan's estate, the butler at the entrance hesitated to grant him entry upon recognizing the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto. Naruto? Within the confines of the door, a charming porcelain doll gazed at Li Ming outside, her eyes sparkling with wonder, her cheeks flushing crimson as if a kettle were boiling over. Upon seeing the little girl, Li Ming instantly recognized her as Hinata. It baffled him how the original host could have overlooked someone so enamored with him, choosing instead to offer her affections to a sycophant. Moreover, considering the current circumstances, Securing a father-in-law from a prominent family seemed far more advantageous than associating with a mere commoner. What good is a mere airport? Since I have arrived, I shall ensure that your regrets are no more. All shall be mine. Apologies, Sasuke, but let us allow you to lead a life of ordinariness. Head of the household, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki seeks an audience with you. The butler announced to Hisashi. To see or not to see? Hisashi hesitated, fearful that Yuan Fei might exploit this opportunity to undermine the Hyuga clan. Chuckling to himself, he thought, at this point, the clan had already been suppressed to such an extent that a little more would not make much difference, with the Hokage lineage having matured. The Hyuga clan's influence in Konoha had diminished, relegating them to little more than a tool family. Yuan Fei, are you aware that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has gone to the Hyuga household? Danzo angrily thrust open the door to the Hokage's office. If you cannot keep watch, allow me to take over. Danzo, get out. Yuan Fei retorted, irked by Danzo's increasing disregard for his authority. You are weary. I shall take charge of the route. You should rest at home. What did you say? Yuan Fei, are you serious? Danzo could hardly believe that Yuan Fei had dismissed him. Do you still regard me as Hokage? Go home. Sarutobi, you shall regret this. With that, Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Uncle Hisashi, do you wish to become Hokage? Coughing, Hisashi nearly choked on his tea at Li Ming's unexpected question. What did you say? He stammered, glancing around nervously. Such words cannot be spoken lightly. Thankfully, the Umbu had yet to dare surveil the Hyuga household, for they could not hide under the Byakugan's gaze. Though one could never be certain of the absence of traitors. Rest assured, Uncle Hisashi, Li Ming said, sipping his tea nonchalantly. The Nine-Tails has sensed no malice in the vicinity. Surely, you are aware that I am the son of the fourth Hokage? Li Ming slowly revealed. Upon hearing this, Hisashi was taken aback. This information had been tightly sealed by Sarutobi. Naruto could not possibly be privy to this truth. How do you know you are the son of the fourth? Hisashi inquired, his curiosity piqued. That is not the crux of the matter. The third has grown old yet remains unwilling to abdicate. For years, he has led Konoha into decay. When something is rotted, it must be severed. Uncle Hisashi's capabilities would undoubtedly qualify him for the position of Hokage. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan serves as a formidable asset among ninja teams. Other prominent clans in Konoha may come and go, but the Hyuga clan is irreplaceable. Is that so? Is the Hyuga clan truly that significant? Though aware of the exaggerations, who does not relish flattering words? Moreover, having toiled for years to penetrate the core of the village's power, one finds oneself continually suppressed by Sarutobi Hisashi. Fortunately, the Hyuga clan's plight pales in comparison to that of the Uchiha clan. Why not seek out the Uchiha? Hisashi would never easily place his trust in Li Ming's assertions. In terms of strength, the Uchiha clan stands as the most formidable shinobi family in Konoha. A band of lunatics cannot accomplish anything, despite the Uchiha's might. The third Hokage would never allow them to draw near. Furthermore, with Itachi and Shursui present, any discussions would swiftly reach the third's office within moments. Once again, Li Ming's incessant chatter made Hisashi feel as though he had already ascended to the position of Hokage. Lacking strength, one cannot hope to achieve such aspirations. Hisashi sighed. Uncle Hisashi, look at this. Li Ming activated his Manjiki Sharingan. No way. I was just like that person. Chapter 5, The Death of Water Control. With a funnel in hand. You have reached the age to enter the Ninja Academy, and once there, be sure to make many friends. Early in the morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at Naruto's home, wearing a warm smile. Is that true? Grandpa Hokage, can I really attend the Ninja Academy? Li Ming feigned surprise. Of course, little Naruto must study diligently. I will definitely become a formidable ninja and earn everyone's recognition. My goal is to become Hokage. Li Ming continued to pretend he was deeply influenced by the will of fire. System, activate the 2 skill opportunities directly on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Li Ming unleashed his accumulated 2 instances of empty hand directly on the third Hokage. Ding plunder target, 0, 2 chakra. Ding plunder technique, telescope technique. 2 notification sounds resonated. Leaving Li Ming astonished, he had triggered a plunder directly. He wondered what would happen to the third Hokage after being plundered. At that moment, Li Ming suddenly embraced the third Hokage, exclaiming, Grandpa Hokage, you were truly wonderful. As he spoke, he forced out tears and snot to smear on Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage robe. Li Ming quietly pounded the third Hokage with his little fists. Suddenly, the system's notification sounds continued to ring. Ding, skill thief with honor successfully activated. Ding earned 10 Ryo. Ding earned 100 Ryo. Ding ding, the sound of money echoed. Li Ming, filled with excitement, quickened his pounding rhythm, the force gentle, merely a loving tap. Ding Fragment Collector successfully activated. Acquired Sarutobi Hiruzen Character Fragment 1. Alright, Naruto has grown up. Remember to report to the Ninja Academy tomorrow. The third Hokage said as he freed himself from Li Ming's little fists. Was it just my imagination? Walking through the streets of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his legs weaken. Perhaps due to age. Asuma, you must hurry. The path has been paved for you. Upon returning to the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the crystal ball on the desk, puzzled about its purpose. Was it merely for decoration? Clearly, after the plunder of ninjutsu, any related memories would be directly erased. I am getting old. My memory has indeed deteriorated. The new generation of Konoha is thriving under my guidance. System. Open the panel. Host. Li Ming Chakra. 0. 3 unit strength. Genin bloodline limit. Sharingan. Uchiha Shirsui's Manjiki. Ninjutsu. Telescope technique I technique. Kodo Amatsukami. Void Sovereign Character Fragments. Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3 money. 3,000 Ryo. The third Hokage is a source of great resources. The drop rate is astonishingly high. Li Ming decided to exploit the third Hokage first. For now, his strength was not to be underestimated. Tomorrow, he would head to the Ninja Academy. Wondering how long it would take to acquire the Indra Chakra that Sasuke had provided, Li Ming began to scout for his next target. Fellow young ninjas, with me around. Your achievements shall be harvested by my hands. Every day, I will reap, and I wonder how many will ultimately succeed in graduating. As dusk descended, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his drawer, intending to retrieve his private funds for a soothing soak in a hot spring. To his dismay, he discovered nothing but emptiness where his silver notes should have been hidden. Come in, he called out, his voice laced with frustration. In a swift rustle, 2 members of the Umbu materialized before him. Has anyone visited this place after I left? Sarutobi's anger was palpable, causing the air in the office to thicken with tension. The 2 Umbu exchanged nervous glances, uncertain how to report the situation. Lord Third, after your departure, Danzo barged in claiming he had an urgent matter to discuss with you. We were unable to stop him. One of the Umbu, donning a pig-headed mask, stammered, fearing the blame of his Hokage for failing in his duty. Did you 2 lose your wits? Remember, I am the Hokage. No one, not even Danzo, is permitted to enter this place without my consent, Sarutobi said in a low, grim tone, while the Umbu knelt, silent and submissive. Inwardly, the masked Umbu scoffed. Who doesn't know that you and Danzo are in cahoots? Who would dare to obstruct him? Yet, as direct subordinates of the Hokage, they refrained from voicing any complaints. Danzo, you have truly overstepped your bounds. The third Hokage harbored a growing resentment toward Danzo. Contemplating his declining health and the troubling experiments Danzo had likely conducted on himself, Sarutobi pondered the impending visit to the Ninja Academy. By now, Uchiha Shirsui's Manjiki Sharingan must have fallen into Danzo's hands. Itachi, guard your Manjiki well, he thought, reflecting on how Shirsui's remarkable eyes were being squandered in such a nefarious manner. Danzo had secretly summoned Shirsui to a base within the roots, intending to seize the extraordinary ocular technique known as Kodo Amatsukami. Lord Danzo, the Hokage will find a way to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave, Shirsui remarked, eager to depart from such a precarious situation. Now you wish to leave? It is too late. With a swift motion, dozens of root ninjas surrounded Shirsui. Cease your futile resistance, Shirsui. Would it not be easier to comply? Danzo advanced slowly toward him. What do you intend to do, Lord Danzo? Shirsui posed in a defensive stance. In an instant, Danzo lunged forward, seizing Shirsui by the throat, his right hand reaching for Shirsui's eyes. I have no desire to be your enemy. Why must this come to pass? Shirsui activated his Sharingan, glaring fiercely at Danzo. You will awaken shortly, Danzo replied, turning to leave. Suddenly, caught in a genjutsu, Danzo fell into a stupor. In a decisive move, he grasped Shirsui, ruthlessly extracting one of his eyes. Shirsui struggled free and leaped aside. I've succeeded, Danzo exclaimed, wrapping a bandage around the eye he had just removed and inserting Shirsui's eye in its place. Impossible! Shirsui gasped in shock, his remaining eye wide with disbelief. Bring me his other eye. Danzo commanded his subordinates to encircle Shirsui. My ninja way shall not end in this manner. Shirsui exerted all his strength to break through the encirclement. In a moment of breathtaking intensity, the scene unfolds with the single eye of the Susanoo. In the face of 7 adversaries, I can only place my hopes upon you, my dear friend. Uchiha Shirsui spoke with a calm demeanor as he extended his hand towards his remaining eye. The duty of safeguarding our village and upholding the Uchiha name now rests in your hands." With these words, Shisui entrusted his Mangeki Sharingan to Itachi. "May my demise serve to delay the insurrection of our clan," Shisui mused. As a prodigious ninja who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, his sudden disappearance should momentarily dissuade his kin from pursuing a coup. He believed that in due time, the third Hokage and Itachi would undoubtedly resolve the discord between the Uchiha and the village. With that, Uchiha Shisui leaped off the cliff. Chapter 6. Enrollment at present. Naruto exhibits an overwhelming desire for recognition from others, embodying the will of fire. Coupled with the fact that he will spend the majority of his time at the Ninja Academy, Hiruzen Sarutobi has decided to temporarily lessen his surveillance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Should Naruto display any behavior that poses a threat to Konohagakure or becomes uncontrollable, Sarutobi might contemplate a complete reprogramming of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. A Hokage illuminated by the light of day cannot achieve greatness without certain means. Minato, if Naruto proves to be disobedient, sacrifices may need to be made for the sake of the village. A sinister expression crossed Sarutobi's face. For the strength of the village, anything can be sacrificed, except for one's own kin. If the Senju clan of the first Hokage could be sacrificed, surely a mere orphan of the fourth Hokage is expendable. Today marks the enrollment of a new generation at the Ninja Academy. Lee Naruto walks along the path to the school, where the streets are teeming with people. However, those around him cast glances filled with disdain, wishing for his demise. Kurama, can these images of scorn and rejection be preserved? Naruto mentally communicates with the Nine Tails, yearning for Minato to witness the life of a hero's son within the village. With the right funnel, I can transmit these feelings and experiences to others. I can see all that you have lived through. The Nine Tails, too, harbors no fondness for the villagers of Konoha. Shall I emerge and unleash a tailed beast bomb upon Konoha? The Nine Tails suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Naruto, however, was not inclined to grant these villagers such an easy release. He resolved to deal with their leaders first. After all, they branded him a demon and a monster if he were to transform into the fox spirit. They could not claim it was false. Ignoring the malice of passers-by, Naruto made his way directly to the Ninja Academy. Every other child was accompanied by their parents, and should Kushina witness this scene, her heart would surely ache. How could that fox spirit also be here? Murmured one parent. What if it goes berserk? What will happen to my child? Parents from common ninja families warned their children to steer clear of Naruto, their eyes brimming with hostility, fervently praying that their offspring would not be placed in the same class as him. Nah, Naruto. Hinata Hyuga's eyes sparkled, her face flushed, nearly breathless with admiration. Following Hinata's gaze, Hayashi Hyuga nodded toward Naruto. Witnessing his daughter's near-fainting spell at the sight of Naruto, Hayashi sighed in resignation. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with that golden-haired boy. You better not bring misfortune upon my daughter. Hayashi felt a twinge of unease. The enrollment ceremony featured the third Hokage delivering his well-rehearsed and cliché speech on the will of fire, inspiring fervor among the new students and their parents. While the members of prominent ninja clans remained largely indifferent. I am Hinata Hyuga. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The entrance ceremony concluded, and Hinata approached Naruto, nervously twirling her fingers. Li Ming observed this scene and gently patted Hinata's head, saying, "You can call me Naruto from now on. You shall be my friend." Hinata lowered her gaze, clutching her garment tightly. Her blue face flushed crimson as she softly acknowledged with a hum. Li Ming, wishing to tease the adorable girl, leaned closer to Hinata. What on earth does this blonde intend to do? Hyuga Hizashi, not far away, felt his heart shatter at the sight. Hinata, when you grow up, be sure to marry me, Li Ming whispered into her ear. In an instant, she transformed into a blushing steam engine, her entire being resembling a boiled lobster as she toppled towards Tintin beside her. At that moment, Hizashi had arrived behind Li Ming, placing a hand on his shoulder, exuding an aura of palpable malice. Kid, I advise you to reconsider. Uncle, would you like to experience a divine intervention? Li Ming remarked with a smile, his words chilling. Haha, why would I? Hizashi replied, helping Li Ming adjust his attire before turning to leave. Woe is me, my dear, fragile and helpless daughter. Hizashi silently wept within. In the ninja school's teacher's office, Irika Umino stared blankly at the roster, fixated on the name Uzumaki Naruto. Learning that he was to mentor this demon fox, Irika had lost sleep for 3 consecutive nights, haunted by dreams of his parents perishing in the Nine-Tails rampage. Irika appeared somewhat anxious. Naturally, if I were in Irika's position, knowing I had to handle the creature known as the demon fox, I too would find it hard to remain composed. At this moment, Mizuki placed an arm around Irika's shoulder, understanding his turmoil regarding the demon fox. Mizuki offered Irika a reassuring smile. Rest assured, I am fine. Irika managed a strained smile and patted Mizuki's shoulder as he made his way outside. Observing Irika leave the office, Mizuki's kind demeanor subtly shifted into a smirk. Standing at the classroom door, Irika cleared his throat, adjusted his clothing, and entered slowly. The previously lively chatter abruptly ceasing. Hello everyone, I am your instructor from now on, Umino Irika. After introducing himself, Irika invited the students to introduce themselves, including Uchiha Sasuke. The talented brother of the illustrious Uchiha Itachi, the Ino Shikacho trio of Akimichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino, and the esteemed Hinata Hyuga. These were all descendants of prominent clans in Konoha, leaving Irika puzzled as to why the third Hokage had placed this demon fox in such a class. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to gain the village's recognition and become a great Hokage, Li Ming proclaimed, mimicking the original story. Raising his fist triumphantly above his head, his declaration left many in shock. A demon fox, a monster, wishing to become Hokage? Dream on. The uninformed civilian ninjas uttered scornful remarks. Among them, some had learned from their parents that Naruto was a monster, responsible for the deaths of their loved ones. Only the students from prominent clans remained silent, for they were more or less aware of Naruto's true identity. Yet they refrained from speaking out due to the third Hokage's decree against spreading rumors. Very well, Naruto, please take a seat, Irika said nonchalantly. In contrast to his previous commendations of his classmates' ambitions, Irika now displayed an air of indifference towards Naruto. Grab the funnel. This person intends to harm you, echoed the voice of the Nine Tails in his mind. Li Ming offered a faint smile, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. Oh, how intriguing. Chapter 7. The art of ninjutsu. Learning. Li Ming was acutely aware of Irika's malice, stemming from the third Hokage's deliberate concealment of Naruto's true identity, which had ensnared the entire village's citizens and common ninjas in a web of deception spun by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Li Ming remained unfazed by this, when the truth eventually surfaced. How would those ignorant of the circumstances treat Naruto, the orphaned hero? On stage, Irika composed himself and commenced his lesson, initially focusing on the refinement of chakra and the fundamentals of ninjutsu. Although these concepts might be foreign to the common ninjas, children from the prominent clans in Konoha had already begun to refine their chakra, with some even capable of utilizing basic ninjutsu. Li Ming felt as though he had been transported back to the lecture halls of Blue Star University, struggling to keep his eyes open. Throughout the entire class, he drifted in and out of drowsiness, finding the monotonous lecture nearly hypnotic. All right, that concludes our morning session. Now, it's time for lunch, Irika announced. As he departed, the classroom erupted in chatter, with the other students eagerly retrieving their lunches prepared by family members. Oh no, I completely forgot about that. Li Ming suddenly realized his oversight, as his stomach audibly protested. Feeling a pang of disappointment, he noted the indifference of those around him. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, barely managing to graduate with the help of a welfare institution, and now, without any connections in society, he toiled like a beast, enduring long hours while his boss unjustly withheld wages. Sigh. Naruto, would you like to eat? At that moment, Hinata shyly pushed her bento box towards Li Ming. Perhaps you should keep it for yourself. It's hardly enough for me. I have a very small appetite, Hinata murmured, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Had Li Ming not been familiar with the original story, he might have believed her. He even pondered if Hinata's slow reflexes were a result of hunger, and he found himself lamenting how overly strict her family was, preventing her from eating her fill. Such a hassle, Shikamaru remarked, as he offered Li Ming one of his rice balls. In unison, Tamari also handed Li Ming a rice ball, insisting, here, just eat. Well, I shan't refuse. Li Ming, feeling famished, graciously accepted and began to eat. Given Shikamaru's intellect and the insights from his family, he harbored a flicker of sympathy for Naruto, yet felt powerless to effect any change. As the afternoon classes resumed, Irika elaborated on the concept of chakra, explaining its essence as the synergy between mental energy and physical strength, thus implying that a ninja's nutritional needs surpass those of an ordinary individual. Li Ming listened with little enthusiasm, his gaze drifting to the figure of Sasuke, seated in front of him. Contemplating the potential of using his skill, Empty Hands, he decided to target Sasuke. Ding! Skill Empty Hands activated. Target, Uchiha Sasuke. Ding! Copy target's shuriken proficiency. Would you like to assimilate? He had hoped to acquire Sasuke's Indra Chakra as well. Li Ming contemplated whether to remain empty-handed or to save up for later, as there was little of necessity at the Ninja Academy. For now, he aimed to acquire the Book of Seals as per the story's progression. He pondered with a sense of dark amusement how Itachi, witnessing Sasuke in such a predicament after the Uchiha bloodline had been stripped away, would react, unable to even activate his Sharingan. All right. I have already taught you the transformation technique within the body flicker technique. Next, you may attempt it, Arika announced, inviting a few less prominent students to demonstrate. Very well. It is commendable that you can utilize it. However, you still exhibit numerous flaws. Return and practice more diligently. Naruto, it's your turn to give it a try. Arika called Li Ming to the front, his expression one of disdain. You're here sleeping in class. Clearly, he intended to reprimand him. Li Ming understood Arika's subtle motives for calling him to perform. Without the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra, executing the transformation technique posed no challenge for him. Yet he resolved to conceal his abilities for the sake of the forbidden techniques within the Book of Seals. As Li Ming stepped forward to form the necessary hand seals, a faint blue chakra enveloped his body. With a puff of smoke, he stood unchanged in his original form. Teacher, why haven't I transformed? He queried. Arika's lips twitched slightly. Why haven't you transformed? You dare to ask me? Go down and practice properly. With your current state, do you even aspire to graduate? Sleeping in class, and you wish to gain everyone's recognition? Do you still dream of becoming Hokage? Tomorrow, I shall request your expulsion from Lord Third Hokage. Seizing the opportunity, Arika began to criticize him. Huh, you're going to see the third? Go ahead, go ahead. When he descends with the will of fire, you will be left weeping, obediently becoming the tool he created to control me, Li Ming silently scoffed. That's enough for today. Everyone, upon returning home, practice diligently. The body flicker technique is an essential skill, Arika concluded, his demeanor softening as he addressed the class. Afterward, he hurriedly left, likely to seek out the third Hokage. The new students in the classroom began to gather their belongings, while a few familiar faces accompanied each other home. Naruto, could you walk me home? Hinata approached Li Ming, her cheeks flushed, whispering shyly. Why was this girl even more forward than in the original story? Was it because he hadn't fawned over Sakura like in the original? Li Ming was somewhat perplexed. Of course, he agreed, leaning closer to Hinata and whispering, just right. I also wish to meet my future father-in-law. Upon hearing this, Hinata's face turned a deep crimson, her eyes rolling back as if she might faint. Li Ming now thought that the original Naruto was quite remarkable, having planted the seeds of affection in a young girl's heart at such a tender age, rivaling even the likes of Shao Huahua. Hokage-sama, Naruto truly is too foolish. He is unfit to be a ninja, Arika exclaimed with frustration. Arika, remember that Naruto is just a child. He has been alone since his youth, and he knows not of the past. He is now an integral part of Konoha. And as an educator, it is your duty to guide him onto the righteous path. You must embody the will of fire and help Naruto discover the correct direction, steering him wisely. As adults, it is our responsibility to ignite our own passions in order to foster a better future for the next generation. Ah, how overwhelming. Lord Hokage. I understand now. I will certainly devote myself to nurturing Naruto. Arika, with tears streaming down his face, exited the Hokage's office after a heartfelt conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Truly, Arika is a commendable ninja. Observing Arika's transformation, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his old pipe, taking a moment to indulge in a contemplative puff. Hinata, how could you allow him to escort you back? Chapter 8. Is it time to begin? A year has swiftly passed, and Li Ming has accumulated over 200 instances of his remarkable skills. During this period, he has utilized his encounter with Sarutobi Hiruzen each time it arose. System. Open personal panel. Host. Li Ming Chakra. 1. 3-card strength. Jonin Kekkei Genkai. Sharingan. Uchiha Shirsui's Manjiki. Ninjutsu. Telescope technique. Multiple shadow clone technique. Clone technique. Transformation technique Dojutsu. Kodo Amitsukami. Lord of the Void character fragments. Sarutobi Hiruzen 15 wealth. 100,000 Rio. Throughout the year, Li Ming has directly siphoned 0.8 cards of chakra from Sarutobi Hiruzen, while also replicating the coveted multiple shadow clone technique. Without the oversight of the telescope technique, Li Ming's actions have become considerably simpler. Perhaps due to his commendable performances, he now finds himself under the watchful gaze of merely one Umbu ninja. Damn it, why must I be the one to attend school? A disgruntled shadow clone of Naruto exclaimed. Since mastering the multiple shadow clone technique, Li Ming has utilized the Nine-Tails as a power source to create 10 clones. establishing a secret training chamber underground. 4 of the clones tirelessly cultivate chakra day and night, while the remaining 6 rest, allowing the main body to continue attending the Ninja Academy each day. Whenever the training clones grow fatigued, they dissipate, with all their experiences feeding back to the original, resulting in a gradual enhancement of his strength. Over the course of the year, tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha have escalated. The Uchiha, inherently malevolent? The third Hokage is certainly executing the will of Senju Tobirama to eradicate the Uchiha. One cannot help but admire his effectiveness in this endeavor. The Uchiha clan's reputation within Konoha is overwhelmingly negative. The police force has become a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Uchiha Fugaku contemplates leveraging a coup to pressure the higher-ups in Konoha, while simultaneously striving to infiltrate their ranks through this very coup. Itachi. The Uchiha assembly is about to commence. Where do you intend to go? Uchiha Fugaku implored as he noticed Itachi preparing to leave. I have a mission with the Umbu. I must take my leave, Itachi replied, his expression chillingly devoid of emotion. Ultimately, has he chosen the village? Uchiha Fugaku understands. Having always been aware of Itachi's close ties with Konoha's elite, he reflects on the decision to allow his son to engage in battle at such a young age. A choice he now regrets. Itachi, what are your true sentiments regarding the Uchiha? Upon hearing Fugaku's inquiry, Itachi paused for a fleeting moment before departing the Uchiha compound, leaving Fugaku with nothing but his retreating silhouette. Is this truly your choice? The Uchiha cannot contend with Konoha. I can only safeguard my foolish little brother. Beneath a weary facade, a resolute determination seems to have taken root. In the Hokage building, within the Konoha high-level conference room, Uchiha Itachi reports to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, regarding the impending coup of the Uchiha clan. Have we truly reached this juncture? Sarutobi Hiruzen expresses his profound regret. The third Hokage has performed admirably. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has become irreparably strained. I can only hope that the third will fulfill his promise to me. The Umbu, who were supposed to be monitoring, have vanished. As Li Ming lay at home, he heard the QB's warning. Is it time to commence? Then I shall go take a look. Li Ming intended to observe Uchiha Itachi and witness the dramatic moment when the entire clan awakens their Sharingan in fury. Within the depths of Konoha's base, Uchiha Itachi now stood before Danzo. This night, the Umbu who were originally monitoring the Uchiha compound had been reassigned to the periphery, with plans orchestrated by Root, Uchiha Itachi, and the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Itachi, are you prepared? Danzo inquired, leaning on his cane, his gaze fixed on the setting sun as he awaited Itachi's response. After this night, the Uchiha clan will cease to exist, Itachi stated coldly. This night, for the sake of Konoha, he would slaughter his own clan alongside the masked man, bearing the burden of guilt and the hatred of Sasuke, ultimately defecting from Konoha. This was all part of the plan, to infiltrate the mysterious organization known as Akatsuki, which posed a potential threat to the peace of the ninja world. Danzo perused the intelligence dossier in his hand, which contained the details of every Uchiha clan member. The more he read, the more exhilarated he became after this night. He would acquire numerous Sharingan. If not for that masked man, he would have obtained even more. I hope you do not break our agreement. I shall be watching you closely, he warned. Rest assured, from this point forward, he shall be the last Uchiha of Konoha. Danzo thought to himself, regarding Sasuke Uchiha as nothing more than a failure compared to his brother Itachi. May you all adhere to the agreement. Otherwise, in the Hokage's office, 2 Umbu knelt before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Umbu need not engage, merely secure the perimeter and prevent any rats from escaping. Hiruzen declared, this unpleasant task is not fit for the Hokage. It is a matter for Konoha's shadows and does not concern me. He need only ensure that the situation remains confidential, waiting for the plan to unfold, at which point he would make a timely appearance to stage a performance with Itachi, subsequently announcing the massacre of the Uchiha clan and Itachi's defection, followed by issuing a bounty. Is everything ready, Uncle Hizashi? At this moment, Li Ming and Hyuga Hizashi stood atop Hokage Rock, gazing at the gradually rising moon. The Uchiha clan's coup d'etat had concluded, and everyone had departed from the shrine. Fugaku cast a glance at the entrance to the secret chamber before slowly leaving. Within the Uchiha compound, the fabric of time and space began to warp, as a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds gradually materialized. Uchiha Itachi, are you ready? That fool has arrived. On Hokage Rock, Li Ming and Hizashi observed the figure emerging within the crystal ball. Is this the mastermind behind the Kyuubi incident? Hisashi inquired. Indeed. Li Ming's heart was filled with complexity. Although he had never encountered Minato and Kushina, he yearned for familial connections. He planned to resurrect Minato first to see what would transpire. If it were indeed him, he would let him remain in the Pure Land for eternity. As for Kushina, she would likely cause quite a commotion, wouldn't she? One could only wonder how the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, would react upon witnessing the current state of Konoha, manipulated by his brother's disciple. If it were Tobirama Senju, he would probably commend the situation, proclaiming that the inherently malevolent Uchiha had finally been vanquished. Li Ming adjusted his focus. Within the crystal ball, a shadowy figure, armed with a shinobi blade, crouched atop a utility pole, its crimson Sharingan fixated on the Uchiha clan's residences. Forgive me, my foolish little being. At that moment, a small figure was sprinting towards the Uchiha territory. Chapter 9, The Fall of the Uchiha. The grand performance is about to commence. Uchiha Itachi leaped away from the telephone pole, a shadow swiftly darting between the residences of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara appeared atop the very pole where Itachi had recently crouched, observing the aftermath of Itachi's actions. A heavy burden indeed. As the slaughter progressed, Itachi was drenched in the blood of his kin, crimson droplets splattering across his visage, rendering his scarlet Sharingan all the more eerie. Arriving at a particular house, Itachi pushed open the door. Itachi, is that you? Exclaimed a middle-aged woman, momentarily startled at the sight of the bloodied Uchiha. What happened? Did you get hurt on a mission? Come in quickly, Annie will fetch some bandages. She turned and hurried with her husband to find medical supplies. With an expression devoid of emotion, Itachi thrust his ninja blade into the couple from behind, their bodies collapsing in a gruesome display of power. The husband, feeling the cold steel pierce through his chest and sensing the softness of his wife behind him, struggled to turn his head. Gazing into Itachi's impassive eyes, disbelief washed over his face. In an instant, his heart was pierced, and he fell powerless, his throat constricted, unable to utter a sound. Having dealt with the couple, Itachi glanced at his list and proceeded to his next target. Uncle Hayashi, are the people in the tunnel ready? Li Ming inquired of Hyuga Hayashi. All is prepared. Once the time is right, they will act swiftly, Hayashi replied, his gaze fixed on the scene within the crystal ball. What a treacherous wretch. I wonder if there exists such a person in the Hyuga clan. It appears I must conduct a thorough investigation, starting with those who associate with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Hayashi's heart was tumultuous. Should his clan harbor such a traitor, it would be catastrophic. The third Hokage's will of fire is truly twisted. Hayashi silently cursed. After eliminating other clan members, Itachi arrived at the door of his father, Uchiha Fugaku. Come in, came the voice from within. As he entered, he found Fugaku and his mother, Mikoto, seated with their backs to him in meditation. Father, mother, is this truly your choice? Uchiha Fugaku did not turn around. Although he had long anticipated this moment, experiencing it firsthand filled him with profound sorrow. What a pair of traitors. Fugaku had long abandoned hope. One was Shursui, the other was Itachi. The clan's prodigious ninjas, yet they possessed no affection for their family. Had these two collaborated? The fate of Konoha would have surely been dictated by the Uchiha. In terms of overall combat strength, which clan in Konoha could rival the battle-hardened Uchiha? Once the Uchiha resolved to instigate a coup, their demise was inevitable. Father, the Uchiha may perish, but I hope you do not sacrifice the village as well. Uchiha Fugaku found himself at a loss for words. For many years, he had endeavored to mend the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, caught in the middle. Yet this ungrateful son remained utterly oblivious. The will of fire? Had he not deliberately allowed it? Could Uchiha Itachi have ever conveyed information to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uchiha Fugaku cast a glance toward the shrine. Let the confrontation begin. He had grown disillusioned with this wayward son, praying only that the spark within the hidden chamber might escape the clutches of his progeny's slaughter. As if reading Fugaku's thoughts, Uchiha Itachi spoke slowly. Someone is already handling matters at the shrine. The secrets of the Uchiha clan's hidden chamber held no mystery in the presence of Uchiha Obito. You beast. Originally resigned to his fate, Uchiha Fugaku, alongside Mikoto, prepared to act. Uchiha Itachi gradually opened his eyes, drawing them into the realm of Tsukuyami. Rest easy. It is only in this manner that the village shall remain undisturbed, and peace may endure in the ninja world. Silently affirming this, he wielded his blade, sending the last two names on the list to the afterlife. At that moment, Sasuke returned from the training grounds to the Uchiha compound, the air thick with the scent of blood, causing him to feel nauseated. He pushed open a door, only to be met with the sight of his clan's lifeless bodies, his eyes widening in horror as a wave of fear washed over him. Uchiha Sasuke staggered backward, then sprinted homeward, every house cast in darkness, blood seeping from doorways. The stench invading his nostrils, driving him to run faster. He needed to inform his father. Father, mother, there is so much blood outside. Uncle, aunt, they're all dead. Sasuke cried out in a panic as he burst through the door. A wave of fresh blood assaulted him, and he stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the gruesome scene before him. The once pristine walls were marred by splattered blood, and there lay his mother and father, lifeless, blood pooling beneath them. And there stood his beloved brother, the one who had cherished him most, before their bodies, wielding a kunai, his form and face drenched in crimson. Onizen, where are the enemies? The sight before Sasuke was unimaginable. Every indication pointed to his brother being the one who had slain their parents, yet he instinctively rejected this reality. Oh, foolish little brother, open your eyes and see clearly. Uchiha Itachi's cold voice cut through the air as he noticed Sasuke shut his eyes, unable to confront him. No, it cannot be, Onizen. Witnessing the confusion, doubt, and terror in Sasuke's eyes, Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly, transforming into the Manjiki Sharingan. Blood tears streaming from its corners, a sight both chilling and formidable. Then let me show you the truth. Amaterasu, what have I done? Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Itachi pulled Sasuke into the realm of Tsukuyomi, forcing him to witness the massacre of their clan within the illusion. In the realm of Tsukuyomi, Sasuke repeatedly witnessed the harrowing scene of his brothers slaughtering their kin, the tragic demise of their parents. Though mere moments had passed in reality, within the illusion, Sasuke experienced this torment countless times. Suddenly, his eyes widened, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. No, this cannot be true. Sasuke slumped helplessly to the ground. Why? To attain greater power. To measure his own worth. Itachi's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. You wretched beast. Sasuke drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, gripping it tightly as he lunged at Itachi. Thud. Itachi kicked Sasuke against the wall. The force of the impact left Sasuke dizzy. He pressed his hands against the ground, attempting to rise, yet every bone in his body trembled, rendering him powerless to stand. Oh, foolish little brother, at this moment, I have no desire to strike you. Hate me, despise me, and continue to survive in this greenhouse. Itachi spoke with an unfeeling tone. Having said that, he turned to depart. Live here in this wretched existence, continuously clinging to life. And seek me again when you possess eyes like mine. Then, stop. Sasuke, leaning against the wall, slowly rose, an unusual aura beginning to emanate from him. Chapter 10. The end is also a beginning. Uncle Hisashi, it's almost time. When the Ninetales appears, let us commence the harvest. With that, Li Ming cleaved through the void and stepped inside. Is it about to begin? Hisashi gazed down upon Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your days of ease are drawing to a close. Recalling the incompetence and weakness of the third Hokage, along with the innocent death of his brother, Hyuga Hisashi had resolutely decided to send them all down to accompany his beloved sibling in the afterlife. Remembering the first time Li Ming arrived at the Hyuga clan and recounted tales of the past, his heart brimmed with disillusionment towards the decaying Konoha. In the name of so-called peace, they demanded the innocent Hyuga to bow down and sacrifice their Byakugan. It was his brother who died in his stead. All of this was a consequence of the third's feebleness. Had he been more assertive back then, even the hidden cloud would not have dared to incite war. Third Hokage, you have grown old. Li Ming activated the Void Master and returned home, his consciousness sinking into the Ninetale ceiling space. Kurama. It's time to get to work. Li Ming called out to the Ninetales, who lay languidly against the iron bars. You little brat. It's been ages since I've had a breath of fresh air. Kurama exclaimed, his excitement palpable after being confined in the endless darkness of the seal. Later, throw a couple of stones at the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Remember, don't kill them all at once. Savoring the game is what makes it enjoyable. With that, Li Ming raised his hand and began to tear apart the sealing symbols on the iron bars. Do not. A spirit, the soul of his younger sister, appeared, attempting to halt Li Ming from breaking the seal. My child, I am your father. I am the fourth Hokage. Minato squinted, revealing a radiant smile. You are my father? Li Ming's lips curled upward slightly. Then tell me, what is my full name? He asked nonchalantly. Of course I know. You are my child. And your name is Uzumaki Naruto. Minato responded with misplaced confidence. Haha. My name is Uzumaki Li Ming. Li Ming laughed heartily, slowly replying. What? Grasping Li Ming's hand, Minato trembled slightly. Li Ming raised his other hand and brushed Minato's spirit aside, still in a state of bewilderment. Minato watched as Li Ming tore off the sealing symbol. Roar! The colossal form of the Nine Tails surged forth from the ground. An overwhelming chakra reverberated through the once quiet Konoha. The demon fox. It's the demon fox. Flee. The villagers nearby began to panic and scatter. This monster, damn it. Wasn't it sealed by the fourth Hokage? How has it escaped again? This beast deserves to perish. The third Hokage still protects it. Standing before the window of the Hokage's office, awaiting news of the Uchiha clan's demise, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly sensed the immense chakra of the Nine Tails. Why has the Nine Tails gone berserk at this time? Quickly summon all the Umbu, hurry and stop the Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the two Umbu behind him to gather all those stationed around the Uchiha territory. All ninja on leave must return to battle. After issuing these commands, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastened towards the direction of the Nine Tails. Standing before the Nine Tails, Sarutobi Hiruzen perched on the rooftop, his expression grave. He could not fathom how the Uchiha clan's plan for annihilation could coincide with such a critical moment, resulting in the Nine Tails running amok. Previously, every time he visited Naruto, he had checked the seal, finding no anomalies. How could the seal have been broken? Could this be the frenzied vengeance of the malevolent Uchiha, doomed to extinction? Gazing into the Nine Tails' eyes, revealing the Sharingan, Hiruzen felt vindicated in his decision to eradicate the Uchiha, born of innate malevolence. They deserved their fate. When Li Ming unleashed the Nine Tails, he manipulated its gaze with the Mangeki Sharingan, ensuring that the blame for this chaos fell upon the fallen Uchiha. Li Ming did not seek to control the Nine Tails, allowing it to act freely. SEAL Team. Has the SEAL Team arrived yet? Hiruzen called out, directing the assembled shinobi. He could only buy time. He lacked the strength of the first Hokage. Let us hope it does not unleash a tailed beast bomb, he fervently prayed, knowing he could not withstand such a devastating attack. See, I told you would regret it, Hiruzen. You should have entrusted the Nine Tails to me from the beginning. This chaos would never have ensued. Shimura Danzo approached the third Hokage, dripping with derision. Silence, Danzo. I am the Hokage, and my decisions are beyond your reproach. What is the status of the Uchiha? Hiruzen inquired, anxious to avoid any missteps in this unfolding crisis. Humph. It is over. The Uchiha clan has but one surviving heir. Uchiha Sasuke, Danzo coldly remarked. You know my methods well. Kurama, it is about time. Li Ming called out, observing the devastation wrought upon the streets beneath the Nine Tails. Understood. How disheartening. I had not yet finished my fun. Though he protested, the Nine Tails dug a massive stone from the earth and hurled it toward the Sarutobi's domain. Hiruzen, engaged in conversation with Danzo, noticed the boulder hurtling towards his clan and quickly bit his finger, slamming it onto the ground. Come forth, King of the Monkeys. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, a white-haired monkey clad in leopard print materialized before him. King of the Monkeys, sir, Hiruzen implored, his expression taut with concern. Understood, the King of the Monkeys declared, channeling his strength as he dashed toward the Sarutobi clan. Upon reaching the massive stone, the King of the Monkeys clenched his fists and soared upward, shattering the boulder with great force. The resounding crash echoed. Fortunately, Li Ming had instructed the Nine Tails to temper its strength, rendering the boulder less formidable. Although the stone was obliterated, numerous sizable fragments still rained down upon the Sarutobi, injuring many and claiming the lives of several ordinary citizens and weaker members of the clan. Humph! The Nine Tails scoffed at the sight of the shattered stone. Had it not been for Li Ming's orders, it would have unleashed a tailed beast bomb without hesitation. Undeterred, the Nine Tails excavated another stone and aimed it toward the Shimura clan, deliberately selecting a larger one this time, as Li Ming had not specified how to treat them. Damn it! Danzo cursed under his breath as he swiftly moved to intervene against the incoming threat. Wind release, vacuum wave. Tuanzo, after all, is a formidable ninja. Under the relentless onslaught of vacuum waves, the boulder was swiftly shattered, yet it still inflicted some damage upon the territory of the Shimura clan. Ha, ha. Tuanzo gasped for breath, feeling the considerable drain on his chakra. Humph. If it weren't for the necessity of concealing my Sharingan, how could such a trivial stone provoke me to exert myself in this manner? Tuanzo secretly grumbled. Enough of this, Nine Tails. Uncle Azashi should be finishing up soon. Li Ming cautioned the Nine Tails not to disrupt the plan. Understood. The Nine Tails feigned a struggle before allowing the sealing ninja to subdue it once more. The Nine Tails returned to the sealing space within Li Ming. You rascal! How did I perform? Was that an act? It was merely your true nature. Li Ming pretended to be unconscious, lying on the ground, as Saratobi Hiruzen leaped to his side. What happened? Saratobi Hiruzen inquired, lifting Li Ming and shaking him gently. Grandfather Hokage. What? What has happened to me? Li Ming feigned ignorance. What occurred before you lost consciousness? Saratobi Hiruzen's demeanor shifted from his usual kindness. Well, it seems a masked stranger suddenly barged in. His eyes were red, as if he were ill, and he glared at me, after which I lost all awareness. Obito. You'll have to take the blame. After some contemplation, Saratobi Hiruzen set Li Ming down. Humph. That guy again. Towanzo felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing Li Ming's words. Chapter 11. The Awakening of the Sharingan. Stop. Uchiha Sasuke struggled to rise, gripping the kunai tightly in his hand. He knew that, with his current strength, he might not even graze Itachi's clothing. Was it all for that laughable ambition? Don't make me chuckle. With that thought, he tightened his grip on the kunai and charged forward. Clang. With a swift motion, Itachi deflected Sasuke's kunai, leaving Sasuke gasping for breath, his eyes fixed intently on Itachi. At this moment, you lack even the qualification to be killed by me. Itachi sheathed his sword and turned away. Come find me when you possess eyes like mine. Then you may hold some value in being slain by me. Don't jest with me. Sasuke clenched his fists and lunged again. Bam! Itachi pivoted and delivered a precise kick, sending Sasuke sprawling. Humph! Such arrogance. Naruto, you should return to rest. Saratobi Hiruzen and Danzo were eager to reach the Uchiha compound. Lord Hokage, Naruto's seal has been reinforced. There should be no further issues. A ninja from the sealing team reported to Saratobi. Fortuitously, thanks to Li Ming's instructions to the Ninetales, his home was spared from disaster. Upon returning home, Li Ming sensed that the number of umbu around him had returned to normal, prompting him to create a shadow clone. Just lie down and sleep. After giving his orders, he opened a space to appear before Hayashi Hyuga. Uncle Hayashi, has it begun? Li Ming emerged from behind Hayashi. Kid, could you not appear so suddenly? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Hayashi, already on edge, was startled by Li Ming's abrupt entrance. At first, the outer umbu and that formidable masked man were drawn away by you. Li Ming expressed with a hint of envy, pondering if the Byakugan could adjust its levels. What if I unleashed 100 techniques on Hayashi? Li Ming stared intently into Hayashi's eyes, lost in thought. What is this feeling? Hayashi suddenly felt a chill down his spine, turning to see Li Ming gazing intently at him. Anyone would feel a shiver when someone capable of stealing the Sharingan fixated on their eyes. Kid, what are you staring at? Was I discovered? With Hayashi's thunderous shout, Li Ming shifted his gaze to the crystal ball. Quickly, move out according to the list. Pairs of 2. If you spot anyone, retreat immediately. No fighting. Suddenly, over 20 ninjas clad in black emerged from the depths of the Uchiha clan's underground. Their faces were masked, rendering their identities unrecognizable, yet beneath the masks lay lifeless, pale eyes. With precise coordination, one collected Sharingan while another stood guard, swiftly completing 2/3 of the list. Stop, the lead ninja commanded, his Byakugan detecting a peculiar chakra moving underground. Retreat. Uncertain of what it was, the leader ordered everyone to hastily exit through the tunnel, sealing the passage with earth release techniques as they withdrew. The head of the clan, only 40 pairs of Sharingan have been collected. The leading ninja emerged from the forest behind, kneeling on one knee behind Hinata Hizashi. 40 pairs? Not bad. Li Ming silently calculated in his mind. There exists a chakra moving underground. Due to the master's orders, we must retreat. Hinata Dekan explained. Chakra moving underground. It must be that large aloe vera. Upon hearing his report, Li Ming thought of that aloe vera head. Quickly placed the Sharingan into the cultivation tank, and then store them all in the clan's underground chamber. After giving his orders, Hizashi leaped away into the night. Unbeknownst to him, Li Ming had also become a collector. The world of ninjas is truly fascinating. The cells of Hashirama are like a universal charger. If the eyes are blinded, remove them. Replace them. If the hands are useless, sever them. Truly, it embodies the concept of plug and play. I wonder if it's possible to reattach the lost ones? Who would they belong to if reattached? Li Ming pondered with curiosity. He had once encountered a similar tale, where Nagato, who was paralyzed, managed to stand again. With a funnel in hand, what do you need so many Sharingan for? Hizashi had not asked before, but that did not mean he was not curious. Uncle Hizashi, you will find out soon enough. I wonder if Danzo and Uchiha Obito will end up fighting? Li Ming felt a sense of anticipation, though it seemed unlikely, considering Obito's full evasion and his remarkable speed. Not dwelling on it further, Li Ming focused intently on the crystal ball. A memorable scene is about to unfold. He anticipated Sasuke awakening his eyes. Foolish little Dodo. Flee. Survive by any means, and then, with eyes like mine, let me measure your worth. Uchiha Itachi coldly mocked, provoking Sasuke. Hehehe, the second pillar swayed precariously. His right hand covering his face as he laughed maniacally. With a sudden glare, the crimson tomo emerged. Single tomo Sharingan. Hehehe, Uchiha Itachi sighed with a bitter smile. Reluctantly leaping onto the wall, swiftly disappearing from the Uchiha clan. Stop right there. Due to the immense strain brought about by awakening his eyes, Uchiha Sasuke, intent on pursuing, was suddenly engulfed in darkness and collapsed. What a spectacle! The entire clan perished, and he only awakened a single tomo. Li Ming understood why it was merely a single tomo. It turned out he was also a traitor. This burden falls on the third Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke was indeed led astray by Itachi, this traitor. Li Ming grasped the essence of the matter, deceived by the third's will of fire. Itachi shared the closest bond with Sasuke. This resulted in his lack of emotional ties to his clan, including his parents. If Uchiha Itachi were to perish before Sasuke, perhaps he would have directly awakened the Manjiki. The emotions in this world are truly peculiar. In the original story, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Sasuke and Naruto, Zabuza and Haku, all of them exist in a world akin to a mountainous back-to-back. Where are the Sharingan? Who has dug them all away? She gazed at the corpse before him, bereft of its Sharingan, and cursed vehemently. How should I explain this to Lord Danzo? Hurry, you've ruined Lord Danzo's plans. You shall pay for this. The Root Ninja, having received word of the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, has arrived here. Is it over? After Itachi Uchiha departed, he found Obito, who had been lured away by the rampaging Ninetales. Itachi nodded calmly. Let us proceed. With that, Obito activated his Kamui, and their figures began to swirl and distort around Obito's eye. Uncle Hizashi, can you see where Itachi and that masked man have gone? Hizashi, utilizing his Byakugan, scanned the surroundings. I've spotted them. 1 kilometer outside of Konoha, in the direction of the land of water. Uncle Hizashi, the matter is settled. I shall return to you tomorrow. With that, Li Ming tore through the fabric of space and vanished. Itachi, Obito, I shall enjoy playing with you next. Chapter 12. Li Ming vs. Uchiha Itachi. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, members of Danzo's root organization were diligently gathering Sharingan. What transpired? 2/3 of the Sharingan on the list have been excavated? A root member gazed at the corpse with its Sharingan removed, perplexed. First, we must locate the remaining Sharingan on the list and report to Lord Danzo upon his arrival. Reluctantly, the root ninja began to manage the scene, sealing the corpses within scrolls to transport them to a clandestine base of root. Water-style ninjas, hurry and extinguish the flames. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was commanding the cleanup efforts at the site of the Ninetales' destruction. Do not worry, everyone. The fox demon has been sealed by me. His expression remained calm and serious as he arranged for the villagers to temporarily take shelter in Konoha. Rest assured, I alone shall bear the cost of rebuilding the damaged houses. Hiruzen Sarutobi, undeterred, declared, knowing well that the legacy left by Minato and Kushina was substantial. Lord Third is truly benevolent. Oh, I could weep. The villagers expressed their gratitude profusely. Indeed, Lord Third is magnificent. It's all that cursed fox demon's fault, exclaimed an indignant civilian. Exactly. Lord Third should have slain the fox demon outright. Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon hearing the ignorant words of the villagers, felt a wave of exasperation. Were it not for maintaining his image among the populace, he might have wished to silence them with a single strike. Could he single-handedly deal with the Ninetales? He was neither Uchiha Madara nor the first Hokage. Sarutobi mentally scoffed. Besides, the Ninetales was a vital asset for the village. Should other ninja villages learn that he had dealt with the Ninetales, they would surely awaken from their dreams and laughter. Daylight, I shall attend to matters with the Uchiha. Danzo spoke to Hiruzen before departing, simultaneously assigning a root ninja to manage affairs within his own clan. In his mind, the collection of Sharingan was of utmost importance at present. Genma, take a few people and assist at my residence. Hiruzen ordered Narashikaka to address the aftermath, for he needed to continue enhancing his reputation here. In the land of water, 2 figures swiftly navigated through the towering trees. 1 against 7, are you all right? Uchiha Madara inquired, noticing blood flowing from Itachi's eyes. I'm fine. It's just excessive use of the Sharingan, Itachi replied nonchalantly, pressing his hand against his head as blood trickled through his fingers. Sasuke, you must hurry. Itachi felt his vision deteriorating after using the Manjiki Sharingan and silently prayed that he could endure until Sasuke matured. Suddenly, Obito came to an abrupt halt. "What's the matter?" Itachi asked, quickly stopping to inquire. Obito had sensed a spatial disturbance ahead. Who is it? Since Minato's demise, he had not encountered any ninja capable of utilizing space-time ninjutsu. Ahead, the fabric of space suddenly tore open, and a figure leaped forth from the rift. "I found you." Li Ming leapt onto a grand tree, obstructing the path of the two individuals. Prior to his arrival, he had employed a transformation technique, taking on the appearance of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, before he ascended to the position, yet donning a mask that concealed his true identity. Impossible! Obito's heart was filled with astonishment. He had witnessed firsthand the Nine-Tails claw piercing through Minato and Kushina, reducing them to mere caricatures. However, he could not fathom who else possessed such profound mastery of space-time ninjutsu. "I am Uchiha Madara. Who dares to impede my path?" Obito rasped defiantly. Understood, understood." Li Ming waved his hand dismissively. "I have no interest in you." He paid Obito no mind, his gaze fixated entirely on Itachi Uchiha. Underestimated, huh? Obito thought, bemused. Was Madara's reputation truly so ineffective? Is the target me? Observing the opponent's figure and that distinctive golden hair, along with the capability to wield space-time ninjutsu, Itachi recalled the infamous Golden Flash. Among the various ninja villages existed an unwritten rule. When encountering the Golden Flash or the instantaneous water stop, one should flee without hesitation. Failure of the mission would not be pursued. Recognizing the formidable strength of his adversary, Itachi activated his Sharingan, the crimson eyes swirling with 3 tomo, swiftly evolving into the Manjiki Sharingan. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A common opening move for Itachi, intended to gauge his opponent's abilities. Let me ponder. Were there any casualties from fire release in the original narrative? Li Ming mused as he observed the approaching fireball, oblivious to the imminent threat. Just as it seemed he would be struck, he activated his Sharingan. After the 3 tomos spun, he initiated the Manjiki. He sliced through the space ahead, absorbing the fire release into nothingness. No way. Upon witnessing Li Ming activate the Manjiki, both Itachi and Obito were taken aback. The Uchiha clan had been decimated by Itachi, leaving only Sasuke alive, and there were no scattered remnants of the clan. The only surviving Sharingan resided with Kakashi, and it was but a single eye. Seeing that the great fireball technique had proved ineffective, Itachi swiftly threw shuriken, closing the distance to engage in close combat. Li Ming, too, intended to initiate a melee, curious if he might glean some advantage. With the formidable regenerative power of the Nine-Tails chakra, he felt no trepidation. Although his own chakra was merely at the level of AJ Nin, the activation of the Manjiki, coupled with the Nine-Tails acting as his power bank, assured him that his strength was steadfastly at the level of a Hokage. A flurry of strikes ensued, their bodies colliding in a relentless exchange of blows, each hit resonating with palpable intensity. Ding! Skill Thief's honor activated successfully, earning currency, 0. Li Ming mused. This doting brother wouldn't he hoard all the money for Sasuke, would he? Regardless, Sasuke cannot escape. In due time, those funds shall be mine after I deliver a daily thrashing. Ding! Skill Fragment Collector activated successfully. Acquired Uchiha Itachi Fragment 1. As the battle raged on, the system notifications echoed repeatedly. Realizing that physical techniques bore little fruit and unable to extract any further information, Itachi nimbly leapt to the top of a tall tree, assuming a vigilant stance. System, open personal panel. Host, Li Ming Chakra, 1. 3-card strength, Jonin Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui's Manjiki, Ninjutsu, Telescope Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Transformation Technique I Techniques, Kodo Amitsukami, Lord of Void Character Fragments, Sarutobi Hiruzen 15. Uchiha Itachi 22 Wealth, 100,000 Ri. Gazing at the fragments, Li Ming noted that he possessed 22 pieces of Uchiha Itachi. Could it be that the true battle yielded such a high drop rate? Although the two had clashed for merely 10 minutes, they had engaged in combat over 100 times, the drop rate seemed quite favorable indeed. Beside them, Obito's eyes whirled with fervor, intensely observing the duel, seeking any flaw in Li Ming's defenses, yet yielding little success. No matter how powerful you are, you'll have to strike me first. With thoughts of his Kamui, Obito felt invincible. Now, it's time for me to get serious. Amaterasu. Chapter 13. Uchiha Itachi vs. Uchiha Itachi. As Uchiha Itachi unleashed Amaterasu, Li Ming deftly tore open a rift in space and slipped through, evading the target as the black flames ignited the tree behind him. Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved him. Emerging from the void, Li Ming contemplated the Sharingan's ocular techniques, which, in essence, were a form of ninjutsu combining mental prowess with chakra, akin to a manifestation of yin release. If one could evade swiftly, calamity would always lag behind. Amaterasu is said to burn eternally until its target is reduced to ashes. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to seal it away. That was a close call. Li Ming remarked with a teasing grin at the sight of Uchiha Itachi, who was gasping and shielding his eyes. Well then, I shall take this seriously. System. Utilize the Uchiha Itachi character shards. Communicating with the system, Li Ming promptly activated the shards he had just acquired. With a puff of white smoke, he transformed into the likeness of Uchiha Itachi. So, this is the power of your Manjiki Sharingan, observed Obito, who was spectating, analyzing Li Ming's Manjiki abilities. After all, an unknown adversary is the most perilous. Lacking sufficient intelligence makes defeating them a daunting task. Is this truly the strength of your Manjiki? After a moment of contemplation, Itachi reached a conclusion. Humph. Even if you assume my form, can you wield my techniques? Itachi scoffed dismissively. Tsukuyami. Tsukuyami. Both Itachi and Li Ming invoked the Tsukuyami skill simultaneously, their intangible mental energies clashing between them, resulting in a mutual nullification of effects. No way. He can use my skill too? Itachi was taken aback, shocked that Li Ming could also employ Tsukuyami, assuming they would at least be evenly matched in physical prowess. Impossible. I should be able to use all of my skills. To test Li Ming, Itachi retrieved a handful of shuriken from his ninja pouch. Fire release, Crimson Flower Claw. Fire release, Crimson Flower Claw. The insight provided by the Sharingan allowed Li Ming to swiftly execute the same technique as Itachi upon witnessing his move. Swish, swish, swish. Itachi launched a flurry of over a dozen shuriken, expertly controlling their trajectory from various angles towards Li Ming, who reciprocated with his own shuriken, causing them to collide and fall to the ground. Identical speed and hand seals, equal power, and precise control. Itachi felt increasingly frustrated. This was impossible to counter. There seemed to be no other option. Illusionary technique. Mirage. Illusionary technique. Mirage. This time, Li Ming was slightly delayed in his release, yet he successfully executed the technique. Both standing firm in place. A prime opportunity. From the sidelines, Obito seized a shuriken and hurled it at Li Ming. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha district of Konoha village, Danzo arrived accompanied by 2 root ninjas. One of the ninjas knelt before Danzo, reporting, Lord Danzo, we have collected a total of 8 pairs of Sharingan. How is that possible? Danzo seethed with anger, pondering if that self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara had taken them. Just then, a half-black, half-white figure with a large aloe on its head emerged from the ground. Tobarama, the allocation of the Sharingan was predetermined. How could you hoard so many for yourself? The tone of black and white was frigid. Lord Madara will not let this slide. Humph. I intend to settle the score with him as well. I have not amassed the agreed-upon quantity either. Have you secretly collected more? Tobarama, unwilling to concede, protested, fully aware that he had failed to gather the anticipated number of Sharingan himself. Yet he was the one casting accusations. I shall report this to Lord Madara. Brace yourself for his wrath. With that, black and white form slowly melded into the earth. Humph. A coward lurking in the shadows. Tobarama paid no heed to black and white's words, although that individual possessed an extraordinary ability, fully immune to attacks. His analytical skills led him to deduce that if this truly was Uchiha Madara, such furtiveness was not in line with his character. His pride would not permit such behavior. He needed to find a way to ascertain the capabilities of that masked man. After a moment of contemplation, Tobarama instructed his subordinates to clear the scene, arranging for all the bodies to be discreetly transported to the base, as they still held considerable research value. Success. Obito, wielding a kunai, aimed to strike at Li Ming. Suddenly, Li Ming turned and smiled at the approaching Obito. The moment he was ensnared, he had already broken free from the illusion-esque grasp. Bolstered by the formidable mental strength brought forth by the time travel, significantly enhancing his resistance to Genjutsu. Upon witnessing Li Ming's escape, Obito hastily employed Kamui to render himself intangible. Yet again with this technique, others might truly believe him invincible. However, Li Ming's lips curled into a captivating smile. The Master of the Void. Li Ming tore through space, his hand reaching directly into Obito's Kamui dimension, seizing him with ease. Unbelievable. Dragged from the Kamui dimension, Obito's countenance was filled with terror beneath his mask. It was the first time since awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. Witnessing Rin pierced through the chest by Kakashi, that he had been seized directly while in an intangible state, he had relied on this ability to project an image of invincibility. Li Ming stood upon a branch, gripping Obito's wrist, which held the kunai, lifting him effortlessly, while his other hand swiftly advanced toward Obito's Sharingan. With a swift motion, the mask was pierced, and Li Ming extracted Obito's Kamui Sharingan. Having obtained what he desired, he carelessly tossed Obito to the ground and retrieved a cultivation device, placing the Sharingan within it. I wonder what Kakashi would become with dual Kamui. Would he be drained of chakra instantly? Li Ming pondered, realizing it was still premature to give it to him. The timing was not yet right. Kakashi was still aligned with the third Hokage, and he was uncertain whether revealing the truth about the death of Tsukumo Hatake would lead him to betray the third. Observing the ease with which Li Ming had defeated the man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, Itachi, who had merely harbored suspicions before, could now ascertain that he only possessed the time-space abilities of the Sharingan, his true strength being roughly on par with his own. Oh, Uchiha Madara, is this all? Although Li Ming was aware that beneath the mask lay Obito, he could not resist the urge to taunt him. The power of Kamui had inflated his confidence at an alarming rate. Since his awakening, only his eternal teacher had bestowed upon him a Rasengan. Humph, I am Uchiha Madara. Young one, do not presume that a fleeting victory grants you arrogance. Obito, bereft of his Sharingan, still pretended to be formidable. Li Ming was cognizant of his backup Sharingan. Yet he intended to bide his time, to further exploit the situation. He planned to gather the 6 paths Obito, the reanimated Madara, the 6 paths Madara, and the 8th gate Might Guy. It seemed he would have to resort to that ability. As the masked man faltered, Uchiha Itachi, releasing the Genjutsu, supported his face with his hand. The overuse of his Manjiki Sharingan had begun to draw blood from his eyes. Yet, to extricate himself swiftly, he had no choice but to persist. Susanoo. Chapter 14. O Celestial Being. At this moment, the chaos caused by the Nine-Tails rampage in Konoha had subsided. Sarutobi Hiruzen, weary, returned to the Hokage's office and quietly took a puff from his old pipe. It must have been the words of the villagers that provoked Naruto. Now, one could rest assured regarding the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, especially since he had sent Shursui to engage with Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated the reasons behind the Nine-Tails turmoil. Come in. Suddenly, 3 members of the Umbu appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, kneeling on one knee. Relay the order. No one is to mention the Nine-Tails in Naruto's presence. If anyone disobeys, you know what must be done. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded coldly. Currently, Konoha lacked top-tier combat power, and the new generation had yet to mature. None of his 3 disciples were worry-free. Orochimaru had defected, Jiraiya was wandering, and Tsunade had left in disappointment. He could only hope for the swift growth of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But the thought of Naruto's performance in the Ninja Academy made him grimace. With Naruto's current level of learning, graduation was a formidable challenge. Irika, do not let me down. Gazing at the now tranquil Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with melancholy. Konoha's achievements could only be realized through his efforts. Cough, I am old now. Asuma, I have paved the way for you. The rest lies in your hands. Susanoo. A surge of crimson chakra enveloped Uchiha Itachi, as a colossal red skeletal figure began to materialize. Is this all I can manage? Itachi lamented inwardly, having overexerted himself with the Manjiki Sharingan tonight. Further attempts to solidify the Susanoo form would lead to severe injury. Merely conjuring the skeletal frame, Itachi chose not to continue. He needed to survive. For only in living could he intimidate Danzo and ensure that his foolish little brother, Sasuke, could grow up safely in Konoha. Seeing Itachi summon only the skeletal frame of Susanoo, Li Ming did not wish to press too hard, eager to observe the unfolding drama. Thus, he manifested his own Susanoo, identical to Itachi's. Boom. The 2 indistinguishable Susanoo raised their massive bony fists and collided, the tremendous shockwave stirring a whirlwind of dust and sand. The strength and force were perfectly matched, akin to striking oneself. Boom, boom, boom. After exchanging dozens of blows, Itachi knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his hand. Gasping for breath. Continuing to use this power would only result in a stalemate. This eternal Manjiki ability is too peculiar, Itachi deduced, as the crimson Manjiki gradually transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan. The surrounding red skeletal frame began to dissipate. Are you unable to hold on? Li Ming scoffed. For the Itachi born from his character fragment bore no such restrictions as the original, provided he had ample chakra, with the Nine-Tails as his energy source. He could unleash the complete form of Susanoo. But it was unnecessary. Tonight was merely a test, a casual venture with the Sharingan. Upon observing this, Li Ming also withdrew his Susanoo. Sure sway. My apologies. Uchiha Itachi summoned a flock of crows that encircled him, with one crow bearing the Sharingan perched upon his shoulder. This individual was exceptionally formidable, resembling the fourth Hokage so closely that one could surmise that if he were to venture into the hidden leaf village, Sasuke might find himself in peril. For the sake of my foolish little brother, I have no choice but to act. In an instant, Itachi contemplated countless possibilities. And if Li Ming were to learn of this, he would likely dismiss it as mere paranoia, still intent on exploiting Sasuke for his own gain. Forgive me, Shursui. Blood tears streamed from the corner of Itachi's eye. Kodo Amatsukami. Itachi unleashed the powers of Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan. Kodo Amatsukami allows one to infiltrate the target's mind without their awareness, altering their will and implanting one's own desires to irrevocably change the course of their life. This effect is permanent. Ding. The system detected an intrusion of garbage information and is currently erasing it. The system notification echoed, long before Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Shursui to instruct him in chakra refinement. Shursui had already employed Kodo Amatsukami on Li Ming, yet the system effortlessly countered it. This serves as a self-protection mechanism of the system. While one might fall victim to illusions, they need not worry when it pertains to exposing the system. While he was lost in thought, Uchiha Obito had already donned his spare Sharingan and swiftly approached Itachi, preparing to use Kamui to escape. In truth, the awakened abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan do not vanish simply because the eyes have been removed. These abilities are inscribed directly onto the soul, with the eyes merely facilitating their release. So they intend to flee? Seeing Obito rush to Itachi's side, Li Ming realized their escape was imminent. System, 20 uses of Empty Hand, target Uchiha Obito. Li Ming connected with the system and utilized 20 instances of Empty Hand. He was now acutely aware of the terrifying potential of this skill. If deployed prior to battle, with thousands of uses, including replication and plunder, his opponents would be significantly weakened. In preparation for those Otsutsuki, Li Ming had refrained from using this skill frequently, opting to conserve it for emergencies. Ding. Target replicated. 0. 1 chakra. Ding. Target plundered. 0. 1 chakra. Ding. Target plundered. 1 full set of Akatsuki attire. Ding. Target replicated. 1 portion of Hashirama's cells. After a series of notifications, Li Ming opened the system panel to inspect his status. Host, Li Ming Chakra. 1. 8 chakra strength. Elite J Nin bloodline limit. Sharingan. Uchiha Shursui S Manjiki. Ninjutsu. Telescope technique. Shadow clone technique. Transformation technique. Multiple shadow clone technique D-jutsu. Kodo Amatsukami. Master of the Void character fragments. Sarutobi Hiruzen 15. Uchiha Itachi 2 money. 100. 000 Rio. Items. 1 portion of Hashirama's cells. 1 full set of Akatsuki attire. As Obito was casting Kamui, he suddenly felt a chill. His black robe adorned with red clouds had vanished. A portion of his chakra inexplicably dissipated. It's over. Obito's heart sank into despair, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. I will return for you. Obito uttered a resolute proclamation, his figure gradually vanishing alongside Uchiha Itachi as the fabric of space warped around them. Li Ming was utterly astonished. To his disbelief, his nose had come to rest in an awkward position. Li Ming found himself at a loss for words. Inadvertently glancing over, he noticed Obito was absent. How unreasonable of Madara. He had never utilized the opportunity himself, yet denied others the chance to do so. Perhaps it was intended to ensure Obito remained focused on his nefarious endeavors? Indeed, that seemed plausible. Li Ming was convinced his deductions were accurate. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I warned you that you would come to regret this. After dealing with the remains of the Uchiha clan, Danzo forcefully pushed open the door to the Hokage's office and declared with fury, Tonight's incident is your responsibility. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki shall be entrusted to me. Chapter 15, Watergate and Kai by Timura. Remember, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily spat at Timura. You need not concern yourself with the Nine-Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly stated, attempting to temper his fury. What do you mean I need not worry? Look at tonight. The Nine-Tails almost thwarted our plans and caused significant damage. Timura retorted angrily. Humph. You have no authority over my actions. Do not think I am unaware of your deeds. Were it not for my restraint, you would have perished countless times. Sarutobi unabashedly rebuffed Timura. The matter of the Nine-Tails was an unforeseen incident. You should know that I had sent Shursui to engage with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Did Timura recall the dreadful power of those eyes? The fruits of his own experimentation hidden beneath his bandages? Humph. Faced with Sarutobi's unyielding stance, Timura stormed out in frustration. What a cunning old fox. Timura thought bitterly. Timura, I hope you remain in line. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his old pipe, casting a glance out the window as he muttered softly. System, open the panel. Host, Li Ming Chakra, 1. 8 card strength, Elite Jonin Bloodline Limit. Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui's Manjiki, Ninjutsu. Telescope Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Transformation Technique, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique I Techniques, Kodo Amatsukami. Lord of the Void Character Fragments, Sarutobi Hiruzen 15, Uchiha Itachi 2 Money. 100, 000 Ryo items, 1 portion of Hashirama's cells, 1 set of Akatsuki's uniform. 1 portion of Hashirama's cells? Shall I fuse? Li Ming pondered, concerned about potential unforeseen consequences, knowing that Orochimaru and Timura had studied Hashirama's cells for years. With only Yamato achieving success, others had succumbed to transformation into trees. Ding. The host need not worry, products from the system are of premium quality. Then let us proceed with the fusion. Since there is no risk, why hesitate? Ding. Hashirama's cell fusion complete. A warm current flowed through his body, making him feel almost weightless. Oh, while I can now utilize Hashirama's wood release, I do not possess the requisite skill. Although I have fused with Hashirama's cells, I must possess the knowledge to wield them. Given my current chakra levels, without relying on the Nine Tails as a power source, I could merely engage in some greenery or minor renovations. Next, it is time to properly educate Minato. With a swift motion, Li Ming silently returned to his room. Unnoticed by the Umbu dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen to monitor and prevent another rampage by the Nine Tails. Dispelling the shadow clone lying on the bed, Li Ming reclined and focused his mind on the realm of the Nine Tails. Kid, did I not perform splendidly? The Nine Tails grinned proudly. Kai Bai, well done. Li Ming gave the Nine Tails a thumbs up, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Though Li Ming had previously used the Sharingan to threaten the Nine Tails into obedience, he had not truly exerted control over its consciousness. The Nine Tails gradually began to recognize Li Ming's authority. Since this is my conscious space, I should be able to manipulate and alter the environment, right? Li Ming gazed with discontent at the dimly lit environment of the Nine Tails sealed space, promptly channeling his consciousness to effectuate a transformation. Gradually, the surroundings began to brighten. The stagnant water on the ground receded, giving way to lush grass. And the iron bars before the Nine Tails vanished, having been stripped of their sealing charms. This was far more pleasing to the eye. After altering the environment, Li Ming turned his attention to the chakra soul of Minato, who was crouched in a corner, drawing circles. How could Naruto strike me? What have I done wrong? Why is he called Uzumaki Naruto instead of Namikaze Naruto? What would Kushina think if she knew? Minato murmured to himself while continuing to draw circles. Li Ming approached Minato and slowly crouched down. Curious, are we? Shall I summon my mother? Li Ming was aware that both Minato and Kushina had left traces of their chakra soul within this realm of consciousness. Minato was startled by Li Ming's sudden words. You came, holding a funnel. He stood up abruptly, scratching the back of his head, an awkward smile gracing his face. You wish to know why I struck you? Li Ming rose and inquired. Minato was indeed curious about how Naruto was faring. Undoubtedly, as the Hokage's son and a hero, his life should be quite good. After all, he had accumulated a considerable amount of money from missions over the years. Li Ming extended his fist, signaling Minato to reciprocate the gesture. How could this be? The third Hokage promised me, and Kushina. Faced with the injustices and insults that Naruto had endured over the years, Minato could no longer contain himself. He yearned to embrace Naruto but was abruptly pushed away by Li Ming. Want to defend yourself? You'll explain to Kushina later, Li Ming stated bluntly. Ha ha ha, Minato chuckled awkwardly. After assimilating the Manjiki Sharingan and Hashirama's cells, Li Ming had experienced a significant enhancement in his attributes and mental prowess. After a brief search within this space, he discovered the slumbering chakra essence of Kushina. Upon imparting a modicum of mental energy, she awakened. Kurama, have you been bullying my little Naruto? Don't be afraid. I'm here to help. Kushina had left this essence in Naruto's presence to assist him in mastering the Nine Tails chakra, and upon awakening, her fiery spirit yearned to confront Kurama. Upon seeing Minato and Naruto watching her, while Kurama lay quietly on the grass, Kushina was momentarily taken aback. This isn't how I envisioned it. Minato, you should have stopped me from charging in here with a funnel. Will Naruto be frightened by my fierce demeanor? What should I do? What to do? Naruto. It's me, Kushina. She began to explain nervously. Kushina, it has been a long time. Minato beamed a radiant smile and embraced Kushina warmly, relishing the moment. Kushina blushed in Minato's embrace, while Li Ming stood to the side, arms crossed, allowing them to enjoy their reunion for a moment longer. Eventually, Kushina broke away from Minato and rushed to envelop Li Ming. Don't be afraid. I am your mother. Jiao Xingnai tenderly embraced Li Ming, gently caressing his head. Have you been eating well? Have you found a girl who captures your heart? Jiao Xingnai began to chatter incessantly. Li Ming, resigned, could only accept her affectionate gestures. After all, Jiao Xingnai's love for Naruto ran deep. The more Watergate observed Jiao Xingnai's fondness for Naruto, the more a sense of dread enveloped his heart. Let the storm rage on. Watergate could only resign himself to fate. At worst, he would endure a beating. Mother, do you wish to know? Li Ming said ominously, casting a sidelong glance at Watergate. Of course. Let me see if there's a young lady who fancies our little Naruto. As she spoke, she playfully bumped fists with Li Ming. It's over. Watergate sighed ruefully. In a matter of moments, Jiao Xingnai had gathered all the details of Naruto's circumstances. And she rolled up her sleeves, striding toward Watergate. Minato Namikaze. Chapter 16. Obito and Itachi at this moment, in the hidden rain village of the Land of Water. A distorted space materialized out of thin air. The figures of Obito and Itachi Uchiha gradually emerged, both stark naked. Damn it. Obito gritted his teeth and hastily retrieved a set of clothing from Kamui's dimension, draping it over himself. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Come with me. What an extraordinary ability. Itachi mused internally, feeling far from tranquil. Having been a ninja for many years, he had always navigated his path with ease. However, the presence of the individual he had just encountered felt even more formidable than that of the current Obito. Once the plan is complete, I shall ensure that man meets a gruesome end. Lost in his thoughts, Obito guided Itachi before the members of the Akatsuki organization. A newcomer has arrived. Nagato, in his 6 paths of pain form, spoke slowly. 1 Uchiha against 7. Welcome aboard. Itachi stepped forward, though the recent battle had left him somewhat fatigued. He endeavored to project an aura of dominance, moving with measured steps as he gradually opened his eyes. His crimson Sharingan appeared to disdain the assembly before him. If I appear too weak, I may be looked down upon. 1 Uchiha against 7. What a remarkably powerful physique. Orochimaru observed Itachi with a flick of his tongue. His fascination piqued by the Uchiha prodigy. Such perfection. At that moment, Orochimaru fantasized about obtaining Itachi's body, unaware that a mere genjutsu could lead him to his demise before he even realized it. Though one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality had weakened his spiritual resilience due to the fragmentation of his soul, rendering him painfully susceptible to the illusions of the Sharingan. Disguised as Uchiha Madara, Obito stealthily returned to his secret lair instead of accompanying Itachi to meet the others. He harbored no concerns that Itachi would divulge his secrets. For Kamui's power allowed him to eliminate Sasuke at any moment. Surely, Itachi would not wish for any harm to befall his younger brother. Minato Namikaze. Kushina tightened her fists and struck Minato in the abdomen, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. She knelt down and embraced Naruto, whispering, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Her gaze brimmed with affection. Minato, nearly doubled over in pain, approached the two, utterly at a loss for what to do, only able to let out a resigned sigh. Reflecting on the actions of the 3rd Hokage and the circumstances at hand, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The Nine Tails had been manipulated by the masked man, and the 3rd was controlling the Umbu's power, sending loyal members to their deaths, while those faithful to the 3rd remained inactive. Danzo's root had not made an appearance at all. Gasping for breath, Naruto wriggled free from Kushina's embrace. Mother, if I decided to eliminate all the parasites within Konoha, would you support me? He said with a narrowed gaze and a smile. Minato. Kushina shot a fierce look at him, silencing his intent to intervene. If you do not support us, then step aside. From now on, we mother and son have no ties to you, she retorted with unyielding strength. Take the funnel. You have grown, and you possess your own resolve. I understand your resentment. Go ahead and act upon it. Kushina spoke softly, her voice laced with concern. Hinata is a wonderful girl. I truly wish to witness your union, she added, her tone filled with regret. Naruto gestured for both to take a seat. You want to say that Sarutobi's actions are justified by some hardship, right? Noticing the conflicted expression on Minato's face, Naruto decided to intensify the conversation. You are aware of Danzo's human experimentation, right? Sarutobi endorsed it. The tragedy of our clan's massacre was orchestrated by them. As for the masked man who appeared that night in Konoha, he was brought by Danzo, and the intelligence was leaked by him as well. Naruto disclosed these revelations in rapid succession. What? Minato, taken aback, struggled to find his words, slowly closing his eyes. It seemed he had reached a decisive conclusion. Take the funnel, act upon your convictions, he proclaimed resolutely as he opened his eyes. When I became the fourth Hokage, all authority was seized by Sarutobi and the elder council members like Koharu. I felt like a mere puppet. What of the will of fire? What of doing everything for Konoha? Those elders should have sacrificed themselves for the future of our village long ago. Oh, and that masked man is Obito Uchiha. Naruto dropped this bombshell. Impossible. Both Minato and Kushina were astonished. In the past, Kushina had shown great care for Minato's seemingly weak disciple, and Minato had also been very supportive of him. Neither had anticipated that this disciple would commit such acts. It was Obito who deprived them of the opportunity to witness Naruto's growth, subjecting him to unimaginable suffering. Naruto pondered how the original character managed to forgive Obito. Such actions seemed irredeemable. He felt as if an unseen force was manipulating Naruto's life within the original narrative. It seemed that ever since Jiraiya began mentoring Naruto, the sensation of being controlled had become increasingly pronounced. Regardless of who is behind this, if they dare to show themselves, they will leave without their undergarments. With the skill of empty hands, no matter how formidable they are, I will strip them of everything. And if worst comes to worst, I have the collector to back me up. Take the funnel. I am sorry. Forgive us for not being your support. I wish I could remain by your side forever. Kurama, do not bully Naruto. Kushina wept as she felt her consciousness gradually fading. Minato silently supported her shoulder. At least if he doesn't bully me, that is something, the Ninetales thought, glancing at Kushina with a hint of sarcasm. In that moment of dissolution, Minato cast a determined glance at Naruto. You still have the chance to return to the shinobi world. He recalled the skills of Edo Tensei and the rebirth of the Samsara, murmuring softly, exiting the ceiling space. Naruto gazed vacantly at the rooftop, pondering the extent to which Orochimaru had perfected Edo Tensei. Considering the scientific mind of the shinobi world, Naruto resolved to subdue him. In the land of Earth, beneath the tomb of mountains, Obito's figure gradually materialized in his secret base from his later years. Damn it! Obito struck the wall in frustration. Having lost his original Mangekyou Sharingan, although he could still wield the power of Shunwei with the newly transplanted eyes, the speed of release was adversely affected, posing a hindrance to his subsequent plans. Suddenly, a large aloe vera plant emerged from the wall. Lord Danzo, there are only 12 pairs of Sharingan, spoke Heibai with a chilling tone. Impossible. I am well aware of how many members of the Uchiha clan have awakened the Sharingan. The list was personally pinned by Uchiha Itachi. When I arrived at the scene, Danzo and his roots were also present. Danzo. Chapter 17. The Vanished Book of Seals. The chakra is still insufficient, Li Ming murmured to himself, pondering the progress of his shadow clones in their training. It was time for the multiple shadow clones technique to yield some results. He promptly dispelled an equal number of training clones and sleeping clones, and a surge of chakra began to flow back to his original self. A wave of fatigue mixed with the comforting sensation of the sleeping clones returned to him, akin to the exhilarating experience of a roller coaster. Once the sensations neutralized, his original self felt no discomfort. Instead, he reveled in the growth of his chakra, marveling at the genius of the one who invented the space-time technique. After dispelling the clones, Li Ming created another batch to continue their training. The space was still too confined. He needed to seek out a larger hidden base. The Land of Waves seemed promising. He planned to take control of the Land of Waves during the escort mission. System, open the panel. Host, Li Ming Chakra, 3. 0 card strength, initial shadow level bloodline limit. Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui's Mangekyou, Hashiramas would release cells ninjutsu. Telescope technique, shadow clone technique, transformation technique. Multiple shadow clone technique techniques. Kodo Amatsukami, Lord of the Void character fragments. Sarutobi Hiruzen X15, Uchiha Itachi X2 money. 100, 000 Ryo. Items, 1 set of Akatsuki organization attire. The amount of chakra he possessed was comparable to 3 evenly matched opponents. Without even activating the Sharingan, he already possessed initial shadow level strength, though his ninjutsu repertoire remained limited. Currently, he relied heavily on the Sharingan and the collected character fragments for offense. It was high time to experiment with some ninjutsu. Perhaps he could send a few clones to concoct some chakra balls? He recalled the versatile technique of chakra balls that could yield varying effects by infusing them, with different elemental chakras. He retrieved the Akatsuki attire he had seized from Uchiha Obito. Was this truly the fabled cursed garment? Would he perish the moment he removed it? After a moment's consideration, Li Ming decided to disintegrate the black robe adorned with red clouds using space manipulation. If he were to acquire it, it would need to be a pristine new one. Unless it was the one worn by Conan. The following morning, Li Ming set out towards the ninja academy. Noticing that the destruction from the previous night was already in the process of being rebuilt. That fox demon had ripped the roof off my house. You think that's bad? Old Wong next door, who sells pancakes, was completely flattened by the fox demon's foot while he slept, due to Saratobi Hiruzen's orders. The Umbu were forced to whisper among themselves from a distance, no longer daring to curse openly in front of Li Ming as they once had. That monster deserves to die? Li Ming paid no heed to the ignorant villagers who wavered like reeds in the wind. Have you heard? After slaughtering the Uchiha clan, Itachi has defected. It seems he is the last one left. How pitiful. In the classroom, discussions about the clan massacre began to arise early in the morning. Saratobi had already issued an announcement, declaring Uchiha Itachi a rogue ninja of Konoha. Is Sasuke all right? Sakura inquired of her classmate Ino, visibly concerned. He seems to be traumatized. It's uncertain whether he will return. He will undoubtedly regain his spirits. After all, a tempest has already begun to brew within the mind of Sakura. At that moment, the brooding Uchiha Sasuke sauntered into the classroom with his hands stuffed in his pockets. How could I possibly succumb to despair? Just wait for me. I shall personally ensure your demise. Sasuke was singularly focused on enhancing his strength. As everyone settled into their seats, Irika cast a glance at Sasuke and Naruto from the podium. Silence, please. The graduation examination is about to commence. Irika announced with a resounding voice. What is happening? Why has it suddenly begun? Some academically challenged students began to murmur their complaints. The examination entails the shadow clone technique. Students are to line up in the adjacent classroom for their assessment. In that classroom, Irika and Mizuki sat at the front, ready to conduct the graduation evaluation. Is it time to begin? This act is exhausting, Li Ming remarked impatiently. Just bear with it for the sake of the sealing technique. Grab the funnel. Let us get started. Irika and Mizuki gestured for Li Ming to commence. Honestly, as a formidable shadow-level ninja, why must I pretend to be inept? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Li Ming carelessly created a lackluster clone beside him. Unqualified. Irika stated sternly, while Mizuki intended to be lenient but was rebuffed by Irika. Li Ming feigned disappointment as he exited. Grabbing the funnel, seeing Li Ming without a ninja headband, fiddling with his fingers, the others had mostly received theirs. And she worried Naruto might become disheartened. Grab the funnel. Irika truly is something else. Mizuki approached Li Ming, feigning sympathy. In truth, there is another way for you to graduate. If you can obtain the sealing book and master the techniques within, you shall graduate and gain the recognition of everyone. Is that true? Li Ming inquired earnestly. Of course. It is the sealing book of the first Hokage, and it is kept at. Mizuki turned to leave, unaware that all his actions were under the surveillance of Saratobi Hiruzen's Umbu. Move swiftly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Ming made his way directly to the location of the sealing book. The third Hokage was indeed lenient. Li Ming seized the sealing book and began to flee through the woods, feeling rather bored. Hurry up. I'm still waiting to return home and sleep. Grab the funnel. Swiftly hand over the sealing book to me. Irika finally arrived. Grab the funnel. Do not heed his words. You may be unaware of the special rules established for you in the village. Mizuki also appeared on the scene, simultaneously hurling a flurry of shurikens toward Irika. Grab the funnel. Irika was overwhelmed with a barrage of words. Mizuki-sensei, do you desire this book? A smirk crept across Li Ming's lips. Grab the funnel. Do not listen to him. Irika was beginning to panic. Li Ming disregarded Irika's words and directly tossed the sealing book to Mizuki. Grab the funnel. Irika was left frozen in place. Impossible. Without the telescope technique, Saratobi Hiruzen, observing from a distance, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. System, target Mizuki. Unleash the deft hand. Ding, copying target 0. 1 chakra. Ding, copying target 0. 1 stamina. Ding, plundering target, the Book of Seals. After a series of 10 attempts, Li Ming finally succeeded in acquiring the Book of Seals. He had merely hoped to replicate it, but to his astonishment, he had plundered it outright. A turn of events that caught him off guard. Just as he reveled in his unexpected fortune, Shui Mu suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue, his chakra inexplicably vanishing, and the shuriken at his back mysteriously disappearing. To his utter shock, the Book of Seals, which he had only just obtained, also vanished without his notice. This is bad. From a distance, Saratobi Hizashi, who had been observing the scene, felt a surge of foreboding as he witnessed the disappearance of the Book of Seals from Shueimu's back. Everyone, surround the area, Saratobi hastily commanded, swiftly positioning himself among the trio. His expression was grave and his demeanor serious. Shueimu, hand over the Book of Seals. I don't even know what happened. Chapter 18, Class Assignment I truly do not know. Shueimu, with a bewildered expression, reached for the sealing book that had just been affixed to his waist. A funnel? Saratobi Hiruzen glanced at Li Ming. Grandfather Hokage. I handed the sealing book to teacher Shueimu. Li Ming feigned an innocent expression. See Shueimu. Upon Hiruzen's command, two ninjas swiftly subdued Shueimu. Faced with the overwhelming strength of a Nin, Shueimu could hardly resist and had no choice but to surrender meekly. Ensure the interrogation team extracts every piece of information from him. The third Hokage wore a grave expression. Should such a dangerous item as the sealing book fall into the hands of outsiders, it would become a ticking time bomb. My head aches. Saratobi rubbed his temples. Originally, the plan was to have Naruto learn a simple ninjutsu and then facilitate his graduation, but with the sealing book missing, explaining the situation to the Elder Council, and especially to Danzo, who aspired to be Hokage, would be quite the challenge. The thought of it made Saratobi's head throb anew. Hokage-sama, I truly didn't know. I beg you, just end my life. I cannot face the interrogation team. They are inhumane. Shueimu was being dragged away by two ninjas. A foul odor rising from his feet. The mere thought of the interrogation team's methods made him wish for death. For he had witnessed individuals tortured into a state of living death, souls extinguished while their bodies continued to walk. Frightened, he had soiled himself. Tonight's events must remain confidential. Saratobi intended to suppress the incident for now. Fortunately, those who accompanied him today were his most loyal, or else the situation could spiral out of control. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Saratobi first conversed with Irika for a while before sending him away. Grandfather Hokage, I have mastered the shadow clone technique. Can I now become a ninja? Li Ming inquired, mimicking the carefree attitude of the original story. Hearing Li Ming's words made Saratobi's head itch once more. As if he was about to grow a brain. The plan had been to facilitate Li Ming's graduation smoothly. So how could such a situation arise just as it was nearing completion? After much deliberation, Saratobi ultimately decided to allow Naruto to graduate. After all, he had once permitted Shursui to intervene, and there was no need to worry about the loyalty of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Becoming a ninja is arduous, and it carries the weight of protecting the village, he mused, launching into another round of the Will of Fire philosophy. Therefore, I hereby grant you special permission to graduate. After concluding his motivational speech, Saratobi solemnly addressed Li Ming. Here, this is your ninja headband. He opened a drawer and retrieved the prepared Konoha ninja headband. Handing it to Li Ming. Yay, I have finally become a ninja. Li Ming feigned exuberance, bouncing around joyfully. You may return now. Once Li Ming departed, Saratobi lifted his old pipe and took a puff, rubbing his slightly swollen head. He suddenly noticed the crystal ball on the desk. Why does my head feel so itchy? Dismissing the thought, he resolved to arrange the class assignments for the graduates. Taking the funnel, today marks the division of graduates. What brings you here? Haruno Sakura, who has always been critical of Naruto, began to mock Li Ming upon seeing him in the classroom. Do you not see the forehead protector on my head? Humph. Who knows where you stole that from? Just then, Irika's arrival commanded silence throughout the classroom. Teacher, Naruto stole something. Sakura pointed at Li Ming's forehead protector. It was given by Lord Hokage. Sakura, please take your seat. Irika himself was perplexed as to why Lord Hokage would allow Naruto to graduate. It is quite reasonable that he is confused, as a mishap occurred before the performance even began. Fortunately, in this ninja world, there is no overwhelming world will, otherwise. Should a situation arise akin to Sasuke biting his lip, it would be dire indeed. Li Ming silently felt relieved. Next, for Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. Wait a moment, your leading Jonin teacher will come to escort you. After announcing the team divisions, Irika exited the classroom. Humph, last place. Don't you dare hinder my progress. Sasuke thought, worried that Li Ming, who sleeps in class every day and cannot even perform a simple clone technique, would drag him down. After all, he was determined to defeat that man himself. Hey, don't interfere with my training with Sasuke. Sakura's mind was already in a frenzy. Could it be true? Li Ming pondered whether his transmigration would alter this class division. Saratobi Hiruzen had gone to great lengths to assemble a team for his descendants. Asuma brought along his own Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans. Asuma's girlfriend, Yuhi Kurenai, brought the Inuzuka, Hyuga, and Yamanaka families, maintaining a teacher-student relationship, ensuring that the major clans of Konoha were under his control. Whether for Asuma or Konohamaru, the chances of becoming Hokage seemed boundless. Kakashi, as a former Umbu member, was undoubtedly loyal, leading the remaining Uchiha and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, promising to be a tremendous asset in the future, while Haruno Sakura merely served as a backdrop. Soon, the other students were escorted away by their respective Jonin leaders, leaving only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura behind. Is it still like this? Li Ming couldn't help but scoff. Sasuke and Sakura grew impatient waiting for Kakashi, who finally entered the classroom to take them to a platform for self-introductions. Li Ming recalled the original story and put on an expression deeply influenced by the will of fire. My dream is to kill that man. Uchiha Sasuke was solely focused on enhancing his strength, determined to confront Itachi. Hey, Sasuke, won't you end up being deceived by your brother, my foolish little brother? Sakura remained her usual love-struck self. Therefore, we will gather tomorrow morning at the outskirts. Remember not to have breakfast, or you will regret it. Kakashi admonished the trio with a serious expression. Truly boring. Li Ming smirked slightly, knowing the reason behind it. Absolute. Are you saying Danzo's route is present on site? In a clandestine underground base at the border of the Land of Earth, Kuro and Shiro were engaged in conversation with Obito. Only the remnants of the root organization were discovered at the scene. Upon his arrival, Toby questioned whether I had taken anything, to which I responded with unwavering certainty. How infuriating. I knew that this old man would not adhere to the rules. Uchiha Obito, filled with rage, struck the wall with his fist. Currently, my reserve of Sharingan is dwindling. The use of Izanagi, this life-saving technique, consumes one Sharingan each time, and the original Manjiki has been confiscated. It appears that a visit to Konoha is inevitable. Uchiha Obito mused to himself. Kakashi, my dear friend, I am on my way. Chapter 19, Kakashi's Test. Where's Naruto with the funnel and Sasuke? Haruno Sakura arrived at the rendezvous point at 5 o'clock in the morning, filled with anticipation. Good morning, she exclaimed enthusiastically, waving at Sasuke. In the distance, with his hands tucked into his pockets, Sasuke approached with an indifferent expression, completely ignoring her. Sasuke, how cool. Sakura's heart raced with excitement. Where's Naruto? After 2 hours of waiting without any sign of him, concern began to creep in, fearing he would hinder their progress. Being the last one is just pathetic. Don't let it affect me, or else. Sasuke's irritation was beginning to show. At that moment, Naruto strolled over, munching on a bag of buns. He had intended to arrive a bit later, but feared Kakashi might spring a surprise attack, so he hastily purchased the buns instead. Do you want some? Naruto waved the bag in front of them. But Kakashi-sensei specifically said not to eat breakfast. Sakura shouted, her fist clenched, nearly drooling with anticipation. Who cares? I'm starving. Naruto replied nonchalantly. Want one? He asked again. From his hiding spot, Kakashi sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Naruto was indeed quite mischievous. He decided to keep a closer eye on him. Sasuke and Sakura dared not defy Kakashi's orders, leaving Naruto to indulge in all the buns alone. Another 2 hours passed before Kakashi finally appeared before the trio. Good morning, everyone, he greeted, his single visible eye narrowing slightly. Sasuke and Sakura began to voice their complaints, while Kakashi resorted to his usual tactics of teasing the two youngsters. No one had breakfast, right? He suddenly inquired. Well, Naruto. Sakura began to accuse. But Kakashi interrupted her. Come on, he's the son of my teacher. What else could he do? Kakashi then produced 2 bells from his pocket, announcing. Today's exercise involves seizing these bells from me. Failure means you will be tied to that pole over there, watching me enjoy lunch. Furthermore, those who do not meet the requirements will be sent back to the Ninja Academy. His smile belied the coldness of his words. Are you joking? Sasuke and Sakura panicked. They had eaten breakfast, and their stomachs were already protesting. Knowing the outcome, Naruto felt no anxiety. Instead, he was plotting how to give Kakashi a hard time. The time limit is before noon. Without the resolve to defeat me, you won't succeed. At least one of you, if not all 3, may be eliminated. Now, let the games begin. Defeat you? Naruto scoffed internally, thinking, I'll make you suffer a bit. Don't blame me. After all these years, you never dared to lend a hand. My parents were kind to you. Just because of the 3rd Hokage's orders, you wouldn't even dare to secretly support me. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, an exasperated Sasuke drew a kunai and charged at him, only to be swiftly subdued by Kakashi with a single move. One person cannot defeat me, Sasuke, he said, pushing Sasuke to the ground. Is this what it means to be a Jonin? I didn't even see it coming. Sasuke rose from the ground, his face etched with solemnity. Well then, let us proceed together. Kakashi, I hope these three little ones might inspire you to change. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indulging in his old tobacco pipe, for Kakashi had no desire to lead as a Jonin. Yet no one had ever passed his assessments. In the testing grounds, Sasuke contemplated how to acquire the bells, while Sakura gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration, completely disregarding Li Ming, whom they deemed the straggler. Sasuke, do you desire strength? Do you wish to eliminate that man? At that moment, Li Ming, struck by a playful thought, approached. You straggler, cease your boastful talk. Sakura, let us depart. Sasuke continued to look down upon Naruto. Alas, with such a formidable ally, why not embrace it? Li Ming then placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder, channeling a measure of chakra from the Nine Tails. What is this? Upon sensing the immense chakra bestowed upon him by Li Ming, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Teach me, he exclaimed, gripping Li Ming's hand fervently. Reclaiming his hand, Li Ming instructed, from now on, you will heed my commands. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. Sakura, you know what to do, right? Sasuke regarded Haruno Sakura with utmost seriousness. How remarkably handsome he looks when serious. Sakura thought, enamored. I will follow Sasuke's lead. Then let us ensure our teacher faces some challenges. The trio no longer concealed their intentions. Li Ming's prowess had surpassed that of Kakashi, allowing him to easily perceive Kakashi's true form. Observing the three boldly attempting to seize the bells, Kakashi resolved to teach them a lesson. Your audacity is truly laughable. As ninjas, one must learn to conceal oneself and strike unexpectedly, especially when confronting a superior Jonin. Kakashi swiftly manifested before them, ready to impart his teachings. Sasuke, commence. The plan had been set. Sasuke would continually utilize the Great Fireball technique to exhaust Kakashi's strength, while Li Ming would provide chakra and maintain positional awareness, leaving Sakura to cheer them on. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Sasuke wasted no words, unleashing the ninjutsu his beloved Itachi had taught him. Humph! Such arrogance! Kakashi, witnessing Sasuke's ninjutsu, intended to illustrate the might of a Jonin. He rapidly formed hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. The two fireballs collided in front of them, with Kakashi slightly tempering his output, considering it merely an assessment against a freshly graduated genin. After expelling a fireball, Sasuke continued to unleash the Great Fireball technique. Kakashi, observing a genin employing such a technique repeatedly, began to question whether he was truly faltering. Were it not for the Sharingan continuously consuming chakra, he might have underestimated this little brat. Kakashi sought to evade the situation, but Li Ming, noticing, discreetly threw several shurikens to restrict his movements, denying him the opportunity to employ a body substitution technique. There is no escaping now. Kakashi was somewhat surprised. Their coordination was quite commendable. Earth style, Earth wall. A sturdy earthen barrier rose to intercept Sasuke's Great Fireball. I truly underestimated you. Kakashi's eyes, which had been squinted, finally opened. Sasuke, continue. Li Ming urged, determined not to grant Kakashi a moment's respite. Kakashi's chakra should be able to endure a bit longer without employing the Sharingan, Li Ming mused. Sasuke, accelerate. If you dawdle. Do you still aspire to defeat that man? He can perform 7 seals in a second. At your current pace, when will you ever surpass him? Li Ming's provocation spurred Sasuke, who consequently increased the speed of his Great Fireball technique. As a Jonin, Kakashi could not afford to show weakness. What would others think if they learned he was struggling against a few Chunin? If word got out, would the name of the copy ninja, Kakashi of Konohagakure, still hold any weight? Damn it, how long is this going to last? Kakashi thought in panic as his chakra dwindled. After exchanging dozens of ninjutsu techniques, he found himself pushed back by Li Ming's shuriken, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated. Despite the intense ninjutsu clash, Kakashi was ultimately drained. With no other options, he resorted to taijutsu. Sasuke, that's enough. Li Ming called for a halt to the ninjutsu exchange. Grab the funnel, and let's have some more. It was evident that Sasuke had become enamored with the exhilarating sensation of boundless chakra and the unlimited release of ninjutsu. Little brat, now, experience the taijutsu of a Jonin. Chapter 20. Kakashi impaled on a stump. Kakashi's chakra was depleted, leaving him barely able to sustain the demands of his Sharingan, forcing him to rely solely on taijutsu for combat. It must be said, however, that once Kakashi became serious, he exhibited remarkable prowess. After employing a Doton technique to break through Naruto and Sasuke's blockade, he acknowledged their teamwork with a nod, although he deemed them still a tad inexperienced. Perched on a nearby tree, he remarked, "You still lack what it takes to defeat me and seize the bells." He adopted an air of complete confidence, chuckling. "You ought to consider how much chakra remains. Is it sufficient to maintain the constant drain of the Sharingan?" Inwardly, Naruto scoffed. While the Sharingan had earned Kakashi the epithet of the copy ninja of Konoha, it also rendered his chakra reserves perpetually insufficient, requiring him to end battles swiftly. Kakashi lamented that, were this not a mere test, he could have easily dispatched the two young ninjas from the start. His extensive combat experience as a seasoned Jonin far surpassed that of Sasuke and Sakura, leaving Naruto reliant on the vast disparity in chakra to hope for victory. "Sasuke, I can handle this alone from here," Naruto urged, restraining the eager Uchiha. Sasuke, ever the reckless one, seemed oblivious to the vast gulf in their abilities. Shaking his head, Naruto thought about how reckless the character Sasuke was in the original narrative. Had he not been the protagonist, he would have been dispatched long ago. "Take this funnel. It's yours." Sasuke now heeded Naruto's counsel, astonished by his newfound strength, having previously been so unassuming that he graduated with special approval from the third Hokage. It appeared he had been playing the role of the underdog all along. "Watch out, Kakashi," Naruto said with a mischievous grin, sensing Kakashi's unease. Suddenly, Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto summoned 100 shadow clones in an instant. Damn, how does he have so much chakra? Kakashi thought enviously. He could barely manage a fraction of that without exhausting his own reserves. It made sense, given their lineage. A greater chakra capacity was to be expected from the children of Minato and Kushina. "Go," Naruto commanded, directing his clones to engage Kakashi in a relentless assault. Even if one clone was dispelled, another would immediately take its place. Cursed brat. Kakashi could do little but defend himself. Employing the body replacement technique and shadow clone technique to create diversions, yet those clones consistently located his true form. With Naruto and the Ninetales' formidable sensory perception, Kakashi found himself with nowhere to evade. After dispelling over 40 clones, he retreated to the side, panting heavily, hands on his knees. "Enough. You all pass." Kakashi realized that continuing the fight would lead to his humiliation. He did not wish for the tale of being defeated by his own students to circulate. Just as he was about to announce their success, another of Naruto's clones surged forward. In a whirlwind of smoke, Kakashi found himself helplessly sprawled on the ground. His eyes vacant as he gazed up at the sky, feeling that he had lost the will to continue living, feeling the weakness in his body. He ultimately succumbed to humiliation and closed his eyes, fainting away. "Naruto is truly formidable," Sakura Haruno exclaimed, realizing that she was the one lagging behind. Having dared to mock him earlier, she now felt utterly ashamed. "You can do it, just use the funnel." Hinata, following Kurenai Yuhi, silently prayed with wide, vacant eyes. Her little face alternating between pale and flushed. Has little Hinata fallen in love? Kurenai gently patted Hinata's head, whispering her inquiry. "Hinata must be worried about his funnel." Inuzuka Kiba teased. "And no, I'm not." Hinata's face turned crimson as she hurriedly explained, prompting the three to share a subtle smile, refraining from further comment. They feared that if they continued, this bashful girl would faint on the spot. "What shall we do with the funnel next?" Sakura and Sasuke looked at the unconscious Kakashi and inquired. "Let us tie Kakashi-sensei to a stump. It's just about lunchtime," Li Ming declared. Instructing several shadow clones to carry Kakashi to the previously prepared tree stump and commence the binding operation. "Sasuke, go fetch some food from the village," Li Ming ordered. "Why don't you go?" Sakura questioned in confusion, noting that Li Ming was quite capable and could reach the village swiftly, yet he still sent Sasuke to run errands. "TCH, are you going instead?" Li Ming shot a glare at Sakura. "Could I purchase it so easily?" This morning's buns were forcibly acquired from the vendor by Li Ming under the banner of Saratobi Hiruzen. He didn't wish to complicate matters further. Half an hour later, the trio began their lunch at the stump, while Kakashi remained bound and unconscious. "Is it really all right for us to treat Kakashi-sensei this way?" Sakura expressed concern, fearing he might retaliate upon waking. "Why fret over it?" Li Ming pondered and decided to be cautious. Pulling out a camera to take several close-up shots of Kakashi, which he had specifically procured along with several sets of recording equipment. "Now we need not worry." Li Ming clapped his hands and resumed eating. Masaka. Kakashi slowly regained consciousness, his body aching, and upon seeing the trio playfully eating before him, he wore a motherly smile. "Let me down from here." Kakashi felt utterly humiliated. "So have we passed?" Sakura asked eagerly. Not at all. Back to ninja school for all of you. Kakashi intended to frighten the trio. Oh really? Li Ming approached Kakashi with a teasing grin, revealing the camera for him to see. TSK, what a unique binding method. Why you Kakashi nearly choked on his breath. Oh, by the way, would you like to see what Kakashi-sensei looks like beneath his mask? Li Ming, with a sinister smile, fixed his gaze on Kakashi's lone eye. Sasuke and Sakura nodded eagerly. No, that is forbidden. Kakashi's expression turned to one of sheer terror. You all have passed. You've all done splendidly. Under Li Ming's overwhelming presence, Kakashi yielded, realizing he couldn't fight back, and had already resolved to let the trio succeed. Hastily seeking mercy, after setting aside Kakashi, the three of them tacitly chose not to revisit the events that had just unfolded. At this moment, Uchiha Obito arrived at the Hidden Mist Village to further enhance the illusionary effects for Yagura. It seemed that Nagato and the others had yet to initiate their actions. It appeared necessary to apply some pressure. The prolonged delay in the tailed beast capture plan had begun to frustrate Obito. Rin, wait for me. Kakashi, wait for me. My Sharingan is utterly wasted on a fool like you. Once he had dealt with matters in the Hidden Mist Village, Obito employed Kamui to transport himself to the Hidden Rain Village. Nagato, why has the plan still not commenced? Chapter 21. Kakashi's Tragic Day. System, open the panel. Host, Li Ming Chakra. 3. 0 card strength, initial shadow level bloodline limit. Sharingan, Uchiha Shirsue's Manjiki, Hashiramas would release cells ninjutsu. Telescope technique, shadow clone technique, transformation technique. Multiple shadow clone technique dojitsu. Kodo Amitsukami, Lord of the Void character fragments. Hiruzen Sarutobi 15. Itachi Uchiha 2. Kakashi Hataki 10 money. 120,000 Rio. I wonder if Kakashi still has funds to purchase those little H books. The recent battle cost Kakashi a total of 10,000 Rio. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. I also wonder how much money Itachi left for Sasuke. In a couple of days, Sasuke will undoubtedly seek me out for special training, and Li Ming has already envisioned Sasuke's expression upon realizing he is short on funds. So, congratulations to you all. You have officially become ninjas. Kakashi announced that the three had passed the assessment and invited them to a barbecue that evening. What transpired today must not be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, Kakashi threatened the trio, hoping that a meal of barbecue would win their favor. I still have 10,000 Rio at home. That should suffice, right? Kakashi recalled that most of his earnings from previous missions had gone towards purchasing books, and the remainder was saved. They were to gather at the barbecue restaurant at 8 o'clock. First, I'll head home for a brief rest. Kakashi slowly made his way home. It wasn't that he wished to linger, but at this moment, he felt so weak that his legs trembled. Li Ming's unique binding technique rendered him incapable of exerting strength in his legs. Teach me the funnel technique. After Kakashi departed, Sasuke eagerly clung to Li Ming, demanding instruction. All right. Li Ming readily agreed, curious to see if Sasuke would transform into a formidable contender after gaining strength. Come on, let us have a spar. I want to assess your current level. Li Ming proposed, not motivated by monetary gain. With that, the two began their match. Ding the Thief's Code was successfully activated, earning 100 Rio. Ding the Thief's Code was successfully activated, earning 1,000 Rio. After accumulating 10,000 Rio, Li Ming halted the eager Sasuke, who wished to continue. Haha, the funnel technique. How was that? Sasuke, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The funnel technique is incredible. The top student of the school was defeated by Naruto. In Sakura's mind, the little figures began to clash, yet Sasuke appeared even more dashing. Sasuke, what level is your Sharingan at? Although Li Ming was aware, he still inquired. Just one tomo. What's it to you? The moment Sharingan was mentioned, Sasuke felt a surge of pride. If Li Ming knew he was reveling in his own self-satisfaction, he would surely retort with something like, "Is that all for a single tomo? Considering your entire family perished." The Uchiha clan Sharingan was awakened under immense mental strain. For a normal person, witnessing their family annihilated would typically trigger the Manjiki. It is no wonder that Itachi, the doting brother, has such an influence. From a young age, Sasuke received little attention from his parents, who were preoccupied with the coup and infiltrating the higher echelons of Konoha. Sasuke repeatedly sought his father's approval, only to be overlooked. If he had the chance to confront Itachi, perhaps he could awaken the Manjiki. It appears that I must acquire Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Li Ming contemplated. Drawing upon the melodramatic tropes from his previous life, was it not a simple task to unlock the kaleidoscope? Now, Venture into the village and see if there are two individuals clad in green spandex with bushy eyebrows and mushroom-like hair. If you spot them, follow closely and practice your skills. Li Ming intended for Sasuke to hone his physical techniques, while he himself would delve into the study of the 8 gates, subsequently imparting this knowledge to Sasuke as an explosive skill on his journey. In the later stages, he would allow Sasuke to confront Kaguya, confident that as long as he refrained from opening the Death Gate, he could revel in the experience. As for Sakura Haruno, the pursuits he had in mind were not suited for her. Initially, he considered winning her affection, but after interacting with her at school, he thought better of it. A personality-disordered individual required the expertise of an Uchiha madman to manage. Moreover, he had no inclination for the airplane type. If this continued, there would be no sustenance for future progeny. Upon returning home from the acting scene, Li Ming created a shadow clone and summoned the Lord of Void to tear through space. Uncle Hizashi, long time no see. He arrived at the underground chamber of the Hyuga clan. Hizashi, engrossed in admiring the wall adorned with Sharingan, was startled. "You little rascal. You appear and disappear like a ghost. You nearly scared me to death. The items you requested are on the table. Examine them yourself," Hizashi grumbled, returning to his appreciation of the Sharingan. Very well. Li Ming settled cross-legged at the table. Were it not for Hinata's sake, he would surely unleash a powerful jutsu. The Chronicles of Sarutobi Hiruzen's Betrayal. The untold stories of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. The scandalous tales of Narashikaku. The unspoken saga of Mito Gate and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing the meticulously organized documents and several videotapes laid out before him, Li Ming exclaimed, "Impressive work, Uncle Hizashi. Humph. It seems you have some mischief in mind." Hizashi remarked without turning his head. "Uncle Hizashi, imagine this. Have a few ninjas use transformation jutsu to create a set for those lacking film records. The visual impact would be remarkable," Li Ming proposed. "Too much effort. Others will realize these are ninjas in disguise," Hizashi retorted grumpily. "But Uncle Hizashi, think of it. Once you become Hokage, this minor expenditure will be trivial." Li Ming began to persuade Hizashi. Noticing Hizashi stroking his chin in contemplation, Li Ming felt assured he could entrust this matter to his dear father-in-law. "Shall we write a few scripts to enrich the life of Konoha?" Li Ming mused, recalling several internet anecdotes from his previous life, such as the epic clash between Uchiha Madara and Senja Hashirama, and the tumultuous love-hate relationship between them. As evening descended, Kakashi, having rested all afternoon, finally rejuvenated, retrieved a few volumes of Intimate Paradise from the bookshelf. "Where's my money?" Kakashi felt as though the sky had fallen. All the hard-earned savings he had accrued had vanished. Robbed? What thief would dare invade my home? Seeking death? Kakashi collapsed onto his bed, his hair in disarray. What should I do? I can't possibly fulfill my promise to treat them to barbecue, only to end up taking them for ramen. Kakashi rummaged through his belongings and discovered a meager 500 ryo. This paltry sum could barely afford a bowl of inexpensive ramen. "Guy, my dear friend, I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. Hey, Kakashi, shall we engage in a youthful contest?" Upon meeting, Might Guy excitedly pointed at Kakashi. "Kakashi, I have something of great importance to discuss." With that, he pulled Guy aside to whisper. "Ha. Kakashi, today is your day." Guy laughed heartily. "As long as you agree to this youthful competition, I shall lend you 5,000 ryo. This amount constituted a considerable portion of Guy's savings. Given that the rewards for missions suited to him were rather modest, the contest would consist of a lap around Konoha. Let the challenge begin. Chapter 22, Sasuke and Rock Lee. At long last, it has come to an end. Kakashi gazed at the trio of returning comrades, feeling a profound sense of relief wash over him. Already weakened, he had exerted himself to run around Konoha for the sake of a meal of grilled meat. Now relying solely on the indomitable will of A.J. Nin to persevere, Kakashi finally came to a realization. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly upon hearing the report from the Umbu. Ever since Kakashi had witnessed the tragic demise of his comrade, Uchiha Obito, and failed to uphold the promise of protecting Rin, culminating in the heart-wrenching act of taking her life himself, he had refrained from teaming up with anyone for missions. None of the graduates he had tested under his guidance had succeeded. Well, there is no longer a need for the Umbu to monitor the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Having Kakashi is sufficient. Dismissed. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that with Kakashi, this prodigious Nin, overseeing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it was more than adequate. Especially considering Naruto was the son of his own student. The bond between teacher and pupil is often the most unbreakable in the shinobi world. With the exception of Uchiha Obito, of course. Although Orochimaru had eliminated Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was all in pursuit of granting the third Hokage a dignified passing. There are no Hokage who perish of old age in Konoha. They only die on the battlefield. The following morning, Sasuke began his search in the village for the individual clad in watermelon pink spandex, inquiring passers-by, until he arrived at a clearing on the outskirts of Konoha. 556. 557. 600. He was indeed familiar with this person. During their time at the academy, he was somewhat of a celebrity. Lacking chakra yet still managing to become a ninja, Sasuke held him in contempt. How could I possibly be expected to learn from such a useless individual? Sasuke was displeased. But he had no choice but to heed Lee's words in his quest for strength. Hey, you there, green-clad kid, Sasuke called out. The diligent Lee, engaged in his training, paused to glance at Sasuke, oblivious to the rudeness of interrupting another's practice. Lee, with unwavering determination in his gaze, stared back intently. TCH. Just a ninja who can't perform ninjutsu. Could I take this as a provocation? Lee's expression turned solemn. Fully aware that these so-called geniuses looked down upon him and his teacher, Guy. Yet, Lee understood the immense power of Guy's teachings. Were it not for his teacher's prohibition, he would have relished the opportunity to bring these self-proclaimed geniuses to their knees. Among his peers, the only one he deemed worthy was Hyuga Neji. Humph. I truly cannot fathom why Guy would have me train with him. If I defeat him, I could have Guy instruct me personally. Sasuke contemplated Lee's immense chakra and keen insight, utterly perplexed by his purpose for being summoned. There exists a distinction between genius and the ordinary. With that, Sasuke resolved to teach Lee a lesson, dashing forward with a swift movement, hand raised to deliver a punch aimed squarely at Lee's face. Lee, with a casual flick of his hand, effortlessly blocked Sasuke's attack. Then, with a surge of strength, sent Sasuke flying aside. How is this possible? Sasuke couldn't comprehend it. He was hailed as a genius by his classmates. How could he be defeated by someone like this? With a failed strike, Sasuke drew a shuriken and hurled it towards Lee, using the weapon's trajectory to obstruct his movements as he launched himself forward. In a swift motion, Lee evaded the shuriken and appeared beside Sasuke, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his handsome visage. The impact sent Sasuke flying, but he gradually rose. Having realized the impending danger and attempted to block, yet he was still propelled away by the overwhelming force, the speed of the attack rendering it nearly invisible. I must take this seriously. Sasuke maintained his composure, his eyes widening as they transformed into the striking crimson of the Sharingan. With the formidable insight granted by his lineage, he believed that Lee's attack would be nothing short of a jest. Confidence surged within him, a sense of pride stemming from the Uchiha bloodline. However, before Sasuke could fully prepare himself, Lee had swiftly crouched in front of him. How is this possible? Sasuke gasped, activating his Sharingan to perceive Lee's movements. Yet his body was utterly unresponsive, leaving him helpless as he watched Lee's formidable foot approaching his chin. Move, damn it. Despair enveloped Sasuke. The agony of seeing yet being unable to defend himself was overwhelming. With a powerful upward kick, Lee launched Sasuke into the air, following him with a leap to position himself behind Sasuke, as the bandages on his hands began to unravel. With effort, one can surpass all obstacles. So-called geniuses are merely this. Lee thought of Might Guy, warm filling his heart, grateful for his teacher's guidance. Suspended in the air, Sasuke absorbed Lee's words and finally understood why Naruto had urged him to train with Lee. Resigned, he closed his eyes in acceptance of his fate. Suddenly, a shuriken pinned Lee's unwrapped bandages against a nearby tree, interrupting his technique. What followed was an emotional scene between Guy and Lee. As punishment, you shall run 300 laps around the training field today, Guy proclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Lying on the ground, Sasuke stared vacantly at the sky, questioning his very identity and location. Abruptly, a figure obscured his view. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here? It was indeed Kakashi. Are you seeking death? Kakashi replied tersely, noting that had he and Guy not arrived in time, Sasuke would have faced severe injury or worse. As for why he was with Guy, it was due to a debt of 5,000 ryo. Otherwise, he would not have risen so early. Kakashi sighed in exasperation, recalling how Guy had come to his home at dawn, insisting on another bout of youthful competition, threatening to demand repayment otherwise. I have a pact with Guy. But you? What are you doing here? Why are you fighting? Kakashi's serious gaze fixated on Sasuke. I came to find Lee and train, believing it would enhance my strength. Sasuke confessed. Initially skeptical, but now understanding the truth in Naruto's words after being bested. Is it Naruto? Kakashi pondered for a moment and soon realized that although Sasuke had awakened the Sharingan, endowing him with formidable insight, his physical prowess and combat instincts were woefully inadequate. Utilizing the Sharingan in his current state would be a sheer waste. All right, you are about to embark on your journey with the lower-ranked ninja tasks. Upon successfully completing the designated tasks each day, you may train alongside Guy and Lee. Kakashi granted Sasuke permission to join their training. Guy, I entrust this child to you. Kakashi remarked to Guy, who was still brimming with youthful enthusiasm. Oh, another soul wishes to join our vibrant youth. Guy exclaimed with palpable excitement. Overjoyed that their training was being recognized once more. Tears streamed down Guy's face like a waterfall. Now, go ahead and perform the reconciliation seal. Kakashi instructed Sasuke. After completing the seal, Guy presented Sasuke with a form-fitting green outfit, proclaiming, "This is the color of youth. Henceforth, wear it as we train together." Sasuke gazed at the embarrassingly tight garment, his face flushing a deep shade of crimson. Is it possible to forego wearing this? Sasuke thought to himself, believing that being seen in such attire would be far worse than death. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of the Hyuga clan, Li Ming was perusing the Book of Seals. The Eight Gates technique is indeed a remarkable ninjutsu. Chapter 23. The Eight Gates of Duinjia open the gate and liberate the mind, significantly enhancing physical control and accelerating reaction speed. The principle lies in the extraction of bodily energy to dramatically increase velocity. The Rest Gate releases physical limitations, allowing for a substantial consumption of energy to rapidly restore stamina. The Death Gate, meanwhile, not only squeezes bodily energy but also consumes life force to achieve a tremendous boost in strength. Consider the moment when Might Due opened the Death Gate to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen, or when Might Guy nearly delivered a decisive kick. It feels as though this technique grants one an unfair advantage. For ordinary ninjas devoid of lineage and talent, this resembles the malevolent practices found in the realm of immortal cultivators. In his early days, Rock Lee was bestowed a grand title simply for unlocking this potential. Ultimately, the 8 Gates of Duinjia serve to extract energy from cells to enhance strength, akin to atomic collisions. As long as one possesses ample energy, temporarily activating the 8 Gates does not necessitate the direct sacrifice of life force. Li Ming contemplated the merits and drawbacks of the 8 Gates. Indeed, its power is formidable. Yet reliance on one's innate foundation remains crucial. Should a 6 pads level ninja activate the 8 Gates, even Otsutsuki would find themselves on the receiving end of a kick. The extraordinary vitality of Hashirama's cells pairs perfectly with the 8 Gates. Li Ming mused. Fortuitously having integrated a portion of Hashirama's cells, alongside the formidable restorative properties of the Nine-Tails chakra, he resolved to conduct an experiment. Open the first gate, activate. Instantly, clarity surged within Li Ming's mind. Open the Rest Gate, activate. Open the Shock Gate, activate. A torrent of azure energy erupted skyward. This truly resembled the transformation of a Super Saiyan. Enveloped in this newfound power, Li Ming felt capable of vanquishing Uchiha Madara with a single kick. He believed his body could sustain the activation of the Death Gate for a quarter of an hour, but first, he needed to ascertain how to deactivate it. Otherwise, burning out completely would be rather unamusing. Indeed, the strength is palpable. Much like the Saiyan transformation, it can yield exponential increases in power. However, the side effects are significant. Only through the exceptional vitality of Hashirama's cells and the recovery capabilities of the Nine-Tails chakra could an ordinary individual dare to employ the 8 Gates without extensive training. This would be tantamount to courting death. Once he attains a sage body, he wondered if he could sustain this power indefinitely. Li Ming felt a surge of anticipation. Come on, let us do another 500 squats. Let us ignite our youth. In the training ground, Sasuke donned a green bodysuit and commenced rigorous physical training alongside Lee. Might Guy joined in, performing squats while vocally encouraging them, resembling a drill instructor in a weight loss boot camp. Sasuke, still adapting to the intensity, was already drenched in sweat. Clinging to his last vestiges of willpower. I will kill you. I will kill you. Sasuke muttered between squats, having just completed 100 laps, now plunging into squats. His determination to slay Uchiha Itachi propelled him forward. 451. 452. 500. As Might Guy counted to 500, Sasuke collapsed onto the ground. All right. Warm-up is complete. Lee, come on. Now let us strike the wooden post 500 times. Guy remained as energetic as ever. Wow. Lee Rock responded enthusiastically to Kai. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's vision darkened, and he fainted, contemplating whether Lee had always trained in such a manner. I, a member of the Uchiha clan, shall not concede defeat. Ultimately, Kakashi arrived to carry Sasuke back to his home. Though, let us depart. Orochimaru called Edo as they chose to defect from the Akatsuki organization. His ambition lay in the pursuit of immortality, unlike those foolish individuals who merely sought wealth. Although the Akatsuki contained members of the Uchiha clan that piqued his interest, the unattainable held little value in Orochimaru's eyes. In truth, the genjutsu of Uchiha Itachi was far too troublesome. That night, Orochimaru stealthily departed the Akatsuki with Do, intent on establishing his own research base. Nagato, to create a peaceful world, one requires formidable deterrence to make the entire ninja realm submit. Uchiha Obito, having concluded his affairs at his base, sought out Nagato in Amigakure. He was eager to initiate the Nine-Tails capture plan, longing to fabricate a world solely for Rin. Only with power akin to the first Hokage could the ninja realm achieve a fleeting peace. At that juncture, we could reshape the entire ninja world according to our desires. Obito activated his persuasive mode. Uchiha Madara, I am a god now. Do you see the eyes of a god? Nagato's feeble voice echoed, with Konan watching him with concern. What you require is a powerful weapon. The current outer path golem is incomplete. It needs the strength of the tailed beast to be perfected. Obito revealed the tailed beast capture plan. Nagato, do you wish to experience the powerlessness of watching your friends perish before you? After uttering this, Obito activated his Kamui and vanished, leaving Nagato and Konan in contemplation. Konan, he speaks the truth. I do not desire a recurrence of events like Yahiko's death. Nagato seemed to have resolved upon a certain determination. Nagato, use system, open the panel. Host, Li Ming Chakra. 3. 5 card strength, Kage level bloodline limit. Sharingan, Uchiha Shirisue's Manjiki, Hashiramas would release cells ninjutsu. Telescope technique, shadow clone technique, transformation technique. Multi-shadow clone technique. 8 gates released dojitsu. Kodo Amatsukami. Lord of the Void character fragments. Saratobi Hizashi 15. Uchiha Itachi 2. Hataki Kakashi 10 money. 130, 000 Rio. Lucky draw opportunities. 1036 gazing at the system panel, which displayed an accumulation of 1036 opportunities for the lucky draw, Li Ming still felt a sense of unease, as the probability of directly plundering from others remained rather disheartening. Contemplating the scenario of extraterrestrial beings rampant in the later stages, Li Ming resolved to abstain from using it unless he encountered something truly exceptional. He aimed to amass quantity, preferably to drain the Tsutsuki clan directly. He decided to reserve the 8 gates released as a trump card for now. After concluding his conversation with Nagato, Uchiha Obito returned to his secret base, sitting on a stone bench as he retrieved the former Konoha ninja headband. Rin, we shall meet again soon. Obito, filled with longing, spoke. Kakashi, this time, do not interfere. Obito, how is Lord Madara's plan progressing? The black Zetsu, attached to the white Zetsu, emerged from the ground. The plan has commenced. Obito, reminiscing about the past, was abruptly disturbed by black Zetsu, which left him feeling quite vexed. I hope you tend to your own affairs. With that, black Zetsu began to meld back into the earth. Wait, keep an eye out for Kakashi Itaki. If he leaves the Hidden Leaf Village, inform me immediately. Obito instructed the fading white Zetsu. Understood. Kakashi, make sure to clean up and await your fate. Chapter 24. Journey to the Land of Waves. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You shall come to regret this. In the Hokage office, Danzo slammed his hand on the table, shouting in anger. Danzo, I am the Hokage. This is a unanimous decision made by the Elder Council. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted without hesitation. The intelligence reports from Konoha indicated that the Jinchuriki from other ninja villages were now ready for battle, which made Hiruzen anxious. As a strategic weapon of the Hidden Village, Konoha could not afford to fall behind. He intended to send Kakashi, the elite J-Nin, to take the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki outside the village for some simple tasks, hoping to expedite the Jinchuriki's growth. Hiruzen, you should have entrusted the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to me from the start. We would not be lagging behind other hidden villages now. Just wait and see. With that, Danzo stormed out in fury, slamming the door behind him. Go, inform Team 7 to gather at the Hokage office. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, an Umbu appeared silently before the third Hokage, kneeling on one knee. Yes, the Umbu ninja vanished swiftly from the room. Kakashi-sensei, these have always been D-rank tasks involving finding lost pets or driving away wild boars. When will we ever be assigned a mission outside the village? For over a month. Sasuke had been training intensively with Might Guy and felt a significant enhancement in his strength. The rigorous training, combined with his resentment towards that man, had successfully awakened his two-tomo Sharingan. He felt that now, with his Sharingan activated, he could hold his own against Kakashi. Humph. That man was already undertaking solo missions at my age. How could I possibly fall behind? The mere thought of Itachi Uchiha filled Sasuke with determination. Kakashi, I demand to undertake more advanced missions. Do not continue to pester us with these trivial tasks. Sasuke shouted at Kakashi. Sasuke, as a genin, you must start with lower-ranked tasks. This is meant to train your teamwork and intelligence-gathering skills. Behave yourself. Kakashi regretted allowing Sasuke to train with Guy, as he had turned into a miniature version of Lee. Sakura, observing the overly exuberant Sasuke clad in green spandex, began to lament the loss of her previously cool and handsome teammate. The stark contrast left her utterly speechless. At that moment, the Umbu ninja who had received Hiruzen's orders approached Kakashi and quietly informed him that the third Hokage wanted him to gather his 3 students at the Hokage office. Team 7, gather. After the Umbu left, Kakashi urged the trio to come quickly. The Hokage has a mission for us. We must report to the Hokage office immediately. I will go ahead. With that, Kakashi's figure flickered and vanished from the training ground. There must be a high-level mission. Sasuke sensed that they would not be called to the Hokage office without a special task. A mission to the Land of Waves, perhaps? Lee speculated, having already guessed the reason for Hiruzen summoning Team 7. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi, who had arrived earlier, was already acquainted with the task at hand when the 3 young ones finally made their entrance. Hokage-sama, are we to receive a high-level mission? Li Ming feigned excitement, his face brimming with anticipation. What? Just these little brats? Dazuna, an old man clutching a bottle of sake, entered with a disdainful expression. This task is merely a C-rank escort mission. Your responsibility is to ensure this gentleman's safe arrival. Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced their mission objective to the 3 youths. At last, we can venture out of the village. I wonder if we will encounter any ninjas? Sasuke, clad in a snug green outfit, eagerly inquired of Kakashi. C-rank missions typically do not involve ninjas. Kakashi sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose at Sasuke's current demeanor. Whatever happened to the aloof, capable, and analytically minded Uchiha Sasuke? Had rigorous training with Guy reduced him to mere muscle? Had he lost his intellect? Team 7, prepare your mission supplies. Assemble at the village gates in half an hour. Kakashi, unable to bear Sasuke's current state, promptly directed the trio to their respective preparations. Half an hour later, at the gates of Konoha, Kakashi and Dazuna exchanged glances as the trio approached. Are these 3 kids reliable? They mused, observing Li Ming and Sakura walking normally while Sasuke, upside down, ambled along, muttering about youth and vigor. Kakashi sighed again, chuckling to himself. Well, at least I am still here as their jonin, despite Sasuke's significant changes. It is indeed the 2 of them, Sasuke and Naruto, who nearly exhausted me. Now, let us set off, Kakashi said with a faint smile, envious of the exuberance of youth. Here we go, Sasuke shouted, propelling himself forward with force, his hands firmly planted on the ground, a hefty bag slung over his back. Li Ming couldn't help but grimace at the sight of Sasuke. 1 against 7? I wonder what you think of Sasuke in this state. Itachi Uchiha mused him. Where has my adorable, aloof, and foolish little brother gone? This cannot be right. I must have ingested some poisonous mushrooms. Otherwise, this must all be a figment of my imagination. I shall shatter this illusion. Kaizen, return my Sasuke. Sakura felt her heart shatter into pieces. Her internal struggle torn between giving up and trying to change Sasuke, lost in thought as she walked. Suddenly, Sasuke launched an attack on 2 puddles, executing a powerful kick that dispatched 2 unsuspecting ninjas on the spot. This was the culmination of his recent training. Such minor adversaries were swiftly dispatched. Sasuke's kick was so cool. A voice in Sakura's head exclaimed. Cool? Look at that ridiculous green outfit and his erratic behavior. Where's the coolness in that? Another voice retorted. Not bad at all. At least his strength has significantly improved after training with Guy. Kakashi felt a glimmer of satisfaction. Sasuke should now be able to harness much more chakra from me. Li Ming also sensed that Sasuke's physical prowess had escalated by at least 2 tiers. Obito, Kakashi, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails embarked on a mission outside the village, destined for the Land of Waves. At the border of the Land of Earth, Obito was recuperating in a clandestine base when a half-black, half-white figure resembling an aloe plant emerged from the wall. I understand, Uchiha Obito replied coldly. The Sharingan of others never felt as intuitive as his own, prompting Obito to resolve to retrieve the Sharingan he had previously bestowed upon Kakashi. Jugen, remain vigilant and report any developments immediately, he instructed. After uttering this command, the aloe-like figure gradually melded back into the wall. Uchiha Obito slowly rose to his feet, retrieving a photograph from Kamui's dimension, one that featured Rin himself and Kakashi, and scrutinized it intently. Kakashi, you do not deserve my Sharingan. Chapter 25, The Arrival of Zabuza. Kakashi's calculated thoughts upon witnessing Sasuke's ruthless actions. Li Ming felt a pang of anguish. How could they resort to killing? I wanted to seize an opportunity to earn some money first. Mr. Dazuna. This has escalated beyond the scope of a C-rank mission. Kakashi's icy glare bore into Dazuna. This is a chunin from the Mist Village, by conventional standards. This task should be at least B rank. I expect an explanation from you, Mr. Dazuna. Should your response fail to satisfy me, we shall abandon this mission and return to Konoha at any moment. Intimidated by Kakashi, Dazuna hastily divulged the truth. Do you wish to continue the mission or withdraw? Kakashi inquired of the trio. I wish to press on, Sasuke declared, relishing the rare opportunity to undertake such a task. He was determined not to fall short of Itachi, who had already executed missions of this caliber solo. What nonsense! This is potentially life-threatening. Sakura began to waver in her resolve. I also want to continue the mission. It's a rare chance to leave the village. Li Ming was eager to seize every opportunity and would not consider abandoning it. And Sakura? Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he regarded Haruno Sakura. I. Sakura stammered, her mind racing in turmoil. Ultimately, she too chose to continue the mission. If she abandoned it now, she would only drift further away from Sasuke. However, in this state, she could not allow that. No, I must bring Sasuke back. Fear not. For with me, a Jonin, present, and with Naruto and Sasuke at your side, you are not at a disadvantage. Kakashi recalled the trials they had faced, reflecting on his own dismal day. Where did my money vanish to? Even now, Kakashi remained oblivious to the fact that his funds had already been pilfered by Li Ming. Once this mission concludes, I must have Tintin craft me a weapon. It would be a waste to leave all this money unspent. If I leave without spending it, I might as well rise from the grave. Li Ming resolved to commission a weapon from Tintin, the weapon master, upon their return to Konoha. As they resumed their journey, Kakashi remained preoccupied. The task assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen was ostensibly to draw the attention of foreign nations while covertly allowing Konoha's Umbu to control the economy of the Land of Waves. Konoha relied heavily on the financial support of the Land of Fire. As a military entity, without engaging in production, the cultivation and mobilization of ninjas necessitated economic backing. Should they suddenly lose the financial support from the Land of Fire, Konoha's strength would inevitably decline. The third Hokage intended to prepare for such an eventuality in secrecy. Suddenly, Kakashi sensed an eerie atmosphere within the forest, a palpable aura of hostility. A massive blade hurtled through the air, embedding itself into a large tree before them. A ninja, adorned with the forehead protector of the Mist Village, stood atop the hilt of the blade. You are the copy ninja of Konoha, Kakashi Hitaki with the Sharingan. Regrettably, you must leave that old man behind, Zabuza declared arrogantly, his eyes filled with disdain. The Sharingan. Sasuke wore an expression of astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan could only be awakened by a select few members of the family, making it utterly inconceivable for it to manifest in an outsider. Even if such a phenomenon were to occur, it would inevitably provoke the wrath of the entire Uchiha clan. The Uchiha were arguably the most formidable family in Konoha. How could they ever allow their cherished Sharingan to be seized by another? Oh, isn't that Zabuza Momochi, the rogue ninja from the mist? What is this? Tired of your life on the run? Kakashi displayed no fear whatsoever. With the combined strength of Lee and Sasuke, they could certainly overpower him. Sakura, bewildered by the unfolding events, stood there in a daze. Meanwhile, Sasuke began to elaborate on the bloodline limits of his clan. Faced with Zabuza, a J-Nin-level adversary, Kakashi glanced at Lee and Sasuke before slowly lifting the forehead protector that concealed his eye, revealing a crimson Sharingan. At that moment, Sasuke felt compelled to confront Kakashi, questioning how he possessed the Sharingan. Although he believed himself to be the last of the Uchiha, his family's legacy remained a source of immense pride. Lee, however, restrained him, shaking his head in disapproval. Kakashi, known as the copy ninja, possessed the ability to replicate thousands of jutsu. Upon Zabuza's utterance, he swiftly drew his executioner's blade, manifesting it upon the water's surface. Hidden mist technique. Instantly, a thick fog began to envelop the surroundings, obscuring Zabuza from view. Alas, Zabuza was merely posturing. Lee couldn't help but scoff at the display. If he were to create a few clones to distract us, he could simply seize that old man without the theatrics. After exchanging a few blows, Kakashi, much like in the original narrative, found himself ensnared in Zabuza's water prison technique. "You three, make haste and escape with that old man," Kakashi commanded with utmost seriousness. It appeared that Kakashi still harbored deep feelings regarding his father's demise. Lee mused. Hatake Tsukumo, known as the White Fang, had perished during a mission gone awry while attempting to rescue his comrades. Following this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had deliberately manipulated public opinion. And Danzo had schemed in secret, leading to Tsukumo's despair and tragic end. It seemed Kakashi had not achieved his intended goals during the last examination and was now testing the trio once more. Lee recognized that Kakashi was deliberately holding back. Given his prowess, coupled with the insight of the Sharingan and Konoha's intelligence on various hidden villages Jainin, it was improbable for him to be so easily captured by a ninja of equal rank. Unable to remain a mere observer, Lee beckoned Sasuke over. Placing a hand on his shoulder and channeling a substantial amount of Ninetales chakra into him. "Sasuke, unleash your full power," Lee encouraged, assuring Sasuke to exert himself without hesitation. The chakra was plentiful. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Haha, you think a mere genin can defeat me with such a basic jutsu? Zabuza retorted with disdain. Don't be distracted, Sasuke. What if it's a low-level technique? It all depends on who wields it. Let us see how a grand fireball fares against you. Courtesy of the reanimated Madara. Fire style, great fireball technique. With Lee's chakra surging through him, Sasuke unleashed a relentless barrage of fireballs, each one massive enough to pose a challenge even for Zabuza. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Zabuza formed hand seals with one hand, unleashing a torrent of water to counter Sasuke's fireballs. He was unable to move his body to evade, as he was preoccupied with controlling Kakashi. Otherwise, how could he withstand such formidable fireballs? Little ghost, after unleashing your ninjutsu twice, with your current strength, you should be unable to perform it again, right? Ha ha ha, Zabuza mocked. Water style, water clone. He executed the clone technique, intending to take down the three expendables and that old man. Humph, Zabuza, you may have underestimated your chances. Kakashi narrowed his eyes within the water sphere. Fire style. Sasuke continuously unleashed fire techniques, compensating for the lack of quality with sheer quantity. The relentless clash of ninjutsu left Zabuza increasingly astonished. What kind of monster was this? Realizing that if the battle continued, he would soon deplete his chakra and lose control of the water prison technique, Zabuza resolved to retreat. The money he had earned during his years on the run had yet to be spent. Dying here would be a waste. As the mist began to dissipate, Zabuza had no choice but to abandon his attempt to trap Kakashi and leapt away. Suddenly, Li Ming's figure appeared before Zabuza. You think you can leave without leaving something behind? Chapter 26. The money wasn't spent, yet it's gone. Without leaving anything behind, one cannot simply depart. Li Ming obstructed the fleeing Zabuza. Surely this runaway ninja possessed a considerable fortune. How infuriating. Zabuza felt a wave of nausea wash over him. As a dignified Jonin of the Mist, he found himself depleted of chakra by a mere Chunin and now confronted by another Chunin daring to provoke him. The Uchiha clan's Chunin was one thing, but who was this insignificant pest? Zabuza felt it was not entirely surprising to be bested by an Uchiha. Yet this little yellow-haired brat dared to impede his path. Did he fancy himself the Yellow Flash? With a slight smirk, Li Ming mused internally. The Yellow Flash? That would be his father. In terms of space ninjutsu, his proficiency certainly surpassed that of the eternal Tsukuyomi. He just had yet to master the Rasengan. Would that spiraling attack trigger the effects of Thief's Code and Fragment Collector? Li Ming recalled the divine technique he had utilized from the early stages to the latter part of his journey. If it could be activated, a single Rasengan would render Kakuza bankrupt. It seemed imperative to send a portion of his shadow clones to conduct further research. Zabuza was halted by an unknown Chunin. You're quite brave, little one. Who instilled such courage in you? Do you think you're my guy? Li Ming had no desire to endure more of Zabuza's incessant banter. Truly, why do villains revel in meaningless chatter? With a swift motion, Li Ming propelled himself forward, appearing directly before Zabuza. 80, he whispered, while his fist, as large as a sandbag, aimed squarely at Zabuza's face. Ding. Thief's Code activated successfully, acquiring 80 tails from the target. Ding. Fragment Collector activated successfully, obtaining one fragment of Zabuza Momochi's quest. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in Li Ming's ears. Host, Li Ming Chakra, 3. 8 cards strength, shadow level bloodline limit. Sharingan, Uchiha Shursue's Manjiki, Hashiramas would release cells ninjutsu. Telescope technique, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, multiple shadow clone technique. 8 Geitai Techniques. Kodo Amatsukami, Master of the Void Character Fragments. Sarutobi Hiruzen X15, Uchiha Itachi X2, Hataki Kakashi X10, Zabuza Momochi X7 Wealth, 330. 000 Tails. Empty Hands Usage, 1101 What the hell? 200,000 Tails. Li Ming had engaged in combat with Zabuza for only a brief moment. Yet he had already launched hundreds of attacks. Both were Jonin. Yet how did Kakashi possess so little wealth? With 200,000 tails in hand. Li Ming scoffed at Kakashi, "You need to take on more missions, otherwise, I will feel embarrassed to extort you." What a monstrous predicament. At this moment, Zabuza had shed his initial arrogance. Though his chakra was nearly depleted, his physical prowess still marked him as a Jonin. How could he be battered so thoroughly by a Chunin? Wait, when I struck him, I also inflicted damage upon him. How come he bears no injuries? Zabuza glanced at Li Ming, who appeared entirely unscathed, and a sense of trepidation began to creep into his heart. Zabuza's massage technique was surprisingly effective, providing a sensation akin to that of a Cadillac's luxurious embrace. With a modicum of Nine Tails chakra recovery, coupled with the power of Hashirama's cells, Li Ming's physical prowess had nearly reached the threshold of the Sage of Six Paths. His formidable regenerative abilities rendered him fearless in the face of taijutsu confrontations. Gazing at Zabuza, who resembled a mere cash machine, Li Ming promptly lifted his fist and charged once more at Zabuza. "Don't come any closer," Zabuza exclaimed, weary of the relentless skirmish. After a flurry of strikes, Zabuza's body became swollen from the onslaught. Although Li Ming's blows were not lethal, they were undeniably painful. Oh, how familiar. One side of Zabuza's face had swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a swollen pig, while his front teeth were compromised, rendering his speech unclear. "My hands are feeling quite sore," Li Ming remarked, stretching his shoulders. The anticipated sound of system notifications confirming his attacks had ceased, indicating that Zabuza was thoroughly drained. At least he's stronger than Kakashi, Li Ming mused, wondering if Zabuza's petite male companion would soon make an appearance. He had no intention of prematurely reaping rewards and would prefer to wait until Zabuza was fully rejuvenated before extracting further benefits. Suddenly, a flurry of shuriken struck Zabuza from the shadows, and a figure wearing a rabbit mask emerged before the crowd. This individual was a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist, requesting the courtesy of retrieving Zabuza's body for proper disposal. "Tobarama, ensure that this operation is coordinated effectively with the Umbu. The Land of Waves must remain under our control." In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo began conspiring over the wealth of the Land of Waves. "Humph. That old coot Sarutobi leaves all the dirty work to me while he reaps all the benefits." Danzo felt himself drifting further from the position of Hokage. Had he dispatched more personnel during the assassination attempt, perhaps the Hokage's seat would now belong to him. Though discontent brewed within him, Danzo acquiesced to Sarutobi, rationalizing that all would ultimately be his. "I've dispatched half of Route to the Land of Waves." With a disdainful snort, Danzo departed the Hokage's office without a backward glance. "Humph." Sarutobi exhaled a plume of smoke. "As long as I hold this position, your ambition shall remain unfulfilled." He had never let his guard down around his so-called ally. "Lord Zabuza, you have finally awakened." In a base provided by the Kato group, Zabuza, his body wrapped in bandages, slowly regained consciousness. "Where am I?" Zabuza remained in a state of confusion. "Lord Zabuza, you are now safe." Over the years, Zabuza and Haku had always collaborated seamlessly. Whenever Zabuza found himself ensnared in peril, Haku would impersonate a member of the Hidden Mist Umbu, feigning his own death to lead Zabuza to safety, a tactic that had proven effective time and again. Copy Ninja Kakashi? Hardly impressive. Zabuza felt a sense of pride in having deceived Kakashi with such a ruse, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Oh dear. My wound has opened up again." Zabuza lamented, realizing the severity of his condition. "I would rather face Might Guy and have him kick me to death. It would be far more gratifying." Even someone emerging from the blood mist found this ordeal unbearable. "Kato, regardless of the outcome of this mission, if I do not prepare a substantial sum of 100 to 800,000 taels, I shall have your head." Zaibujan had already resolved to assuage his aching body with wealth. "Bai, bring me my treasure chest." The fair-skinned Bai, who appeared almost delicate for a man, retrieved a chest of coins from a concealed compartment and presented it before Zaibujan's bed. As he caressed the chest, Zaibujan found that the pain in his wounds had lessened considerably. "My precious treasure." Gritting his teeth against the agony, Zaibujan slowly opened the chest. "Where's my money?" he bellowed, disregarding the injuries on his face. The torn wound bled freely, yet he felt nothing. In that moment, Zaibujan felt the world fade to darkness, and he collapsed, breathless, into unconsciousness. Master Zaibujan, with a look of deep concern, shook Zaibujan's shoulder. Master Zaibujan, who is it? Who could it be? Chapter 27, Capturing Zabuza, the arrival of Obito. Take the funnel, you can carry Kakashi-sensei, Haruno Sakura remarked, gazing at the weakened Kakashi. In the recent battle, Kakashi had neglected to shield his eyes, continuously employing his Sharingan to observe Lee's vigorous assault on Zabuza, resulting in his sudden exhaustion. Sasuke, youth demands we forge ahead with burdens, Lee exclaimed, directing his gaze at Sasuke, clad in his green spandex. With a boost of energy, Sasuke hoisted Kakashi and began their journey. In the office of the Kato group, a recuperated Zabuza lounged on the sofa. I've invested so much in hiring you, and yet you can't even handle a mere ordinary person. What use are you to me? Kato fumed at Zabuza. Mentioning money ignited Zabuza's memories of the vanished 200,000, his frustration boiling over as he raised his executioner's blade towards Kato. Speak another word, and I shall dispatch you too. Zabuza hissed through clenched teeth. His adversary was not some inconsequential nobody. To resolve this matter entirely, more funds were necessary. Kato, now terrified, felt a sense of relief wash over him upon hearing the mention of additional payment. If it could be resolved with money, then it was trivial in Kato's eyes. So, how much more do you require? He inquired of Zabuza, his anxiety subsiding. 80,000. To compensate for the stolen savings, Zabuza boldly demanded an exorbitant sum. 80,000. Kato winced at the thought, yet he understood that should they succeed, his profits would be ceaseless. 80,000 was merely a matter of 1 or 2 months. I hope you will not disappoint me again. Upon returning to the base deep within the woods, Zabuza intended to rest when suddenly, a rift tore through the space before him, and a figure that sent shivers down his spine emerged. The young boy beside him brandished a kunai, his expression tense and vigilant. What is this little monster doing here? Zabuza's earlier encounter with Lee had left him shaken. Zabuza Momochi? Are you interested in working under me? Lee proposed, aiming to recruit Zabuza to assist him and Haku with the construction of a base in the land of waves. Work for you? Don't be absurd. How could I ever submit to a mere child? Despite his reluctance to endure physical pain again, the pride of being one of the 7 ninja swordsmen prevented him from acquiescing. Are you certain? Lee's eyes narrowed slightly, glancing at the alert Haku. In an instant, Lee struck Zabuza down, pinning him to the ground with his right foot and drawing a kunai to press against Zabuza's palm. Even if you torture me, it is futile. I am a survivor of the blood mist. To Zabuza, this pain was insignificant. Is that so? Lee's lips curled into a faint smile. Kurama, it's time to work. Do I finally get to intervene? The Nine-Tails exclaimed with excitement. What are you thinking? Using a cannon to swat a mosquito? Lee remarked, aware that Kurama had been confined for too long and needed some chakra to pay rent. Withdrawing the kunai embedded in Zabuza's palm, Li Ming felt a surge of orange-red chakra from the Nine-Tails flow into Zabuza's wound, healing it in mere moments. Observing the closure of the injury, Li Ming struck again, channeling the Nine-Tails chakra to restore him once more. You devil, you are truly a demon. Zabuza realized he could not perish, yet he found the torment unbearable. He would rather meet his end in battle. Lord Zabuza, I brandished his 1,000 needles and charged at Li Ming's back. Without turning, Li Ming swatted him away with a deft motion. Undeterred, lunged again but was repelled once more. Lord Zabuza, it seems your little follower is rather concerned for you. Li Ming remarked with an amused expression, yet his actions remained relentless, stabbing and healing in a continuous cycle. He is merely a tool to me. Who cares if he lives or dies? Zabuza roared, realizing that he had initially brought Bai along for the potential value of his ice-release bloodline. Unaware of the bond that had developed over time, suddenly, an unusual chakra erupted from Bai, surrounding Li Ming with mirrors formed of ice, each reflecting Bai's image. As Li Ming passed each mirror, a flurry of 1,000 needles shot towards him. Ice release ninja. Humph. Li Ming paid no heed to the incoming needles, a layer of orange-red chakra manifesting on his skin to deflect them. He continued his relentless assault. You, Zabuza began to curse Li Ming, spewing profanities. It seems I need a different approach. Li Ming glanced at Bai, whose chakra was depleted yet could still not inflict harm upon him. After pinning Zabuza's hands to the ground, Li Ming swiftly seized Bai, employing the same methods upon him. Such a handsome boy. How did he end up entangled with Zabuza like this? Li Ming envied Bai's fair, girl-like complexion, wishing for the absence of Otsutsuki. You demon, if you have the ability, come for me. Zabuza shouted, recalling the image of Bai following closely behind him. I will obey your commands. Please, Lord Zabuza, keep me by your side as a tool. Unbeknownst to him, Zabuza had already begun to view Bai as a companion. I concede. I am willing to be your tool. Please, do not torment Bai any longer. Tears streamed down Zabuza's face as he implored Li Ming to cease. Had you expressed this sooner, I would not have been compelled to act. Li Ming halted his actions, using the Nine-Tails chakra to heal both individuals. Observing the two embrace, he contemplated. Perhaps in the future, he could have Ant Snake enhanced by. Kakashi resides in that building, said Obito, partially melded with a tree trunk. Enough, you may withdraw for now. Kakashi, the bonds of the past have faded. You are no longer worthy of my eyes. Reflecting upon the past, I once entrusted the Sharingan to Kakashi, urging him to safeguard Rin. Yet, I could only watch in despair as Kakashi poured his heart out to her, tears of blood streaming from the hollow eye socket of the temporary Sharingan. The surrounding space began to warp, and Obito's figure gradually faded away. At that moment, Kakashi lay in bed recuperating, while Sasuke had vanished into some distant grove, lost in the throes of youth. Sakura, too, was struck by the prowess displayed by Sasuke and Lee, and followed Sasuke to enhance her own strength. Rin. Once, Obito possessed such unwavering determination. Kakashi reminisced about that underachieving boy with his peculiar nose. Suddenly, in the corner of the room, the air distorted, and a figure clad in a mask and a robe of black adorned with red clouds materialized. Kakashi felt a surge of dread, for this apparition bore a striking resemblance to the one who had overshadowed the Knight of the Nine Tails. Kakashi. Chapter 28. One-eyed Kakashi. An eerie atmosphere began to pervade the room, as if an ominous entrance melody echoed in Kakashi's ears. The newcomer bore ill intent. Kakashi's expression turned grave as he drew his kunai in defense, simultaneously uncovering his concealed Sharingan. He realized that against such a formidable opponent, he would have to exert every ounce of his strength, though victory was uncertain. He was determined to make his adversary feel as uncomfortable as if they had ingested a rat's droppings. True warriors place considerable value on their pride. Except for Hashirama and Orochimaru, of course. I am Uchiha Madara. Kakashi heard the declaration. Kakashi, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, shall not be profaned by outsiders. The intent of the opponent was clear, as they unabashedly proclaimed their desire to seize the Sharingan. Kakashi's fury ignited instantly. This was a bond between me and Obito. A gift from my dear friend. It was bestowed upon me by Rin. You think I will just hand it over? The two stood in a tense standoff. Uchiha Obito appeared remarkably at ease, while Kakashi felt an overwhelming pressure. Confronted by the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails attack, a figure who had once escaped the full might of a village, Kakashi sensed his heart racing, adrenaline surging through him. Finally, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, Kakashi made the first move. He hurled several shurikens and then concentrated a bolt of lightning in his right hand. Lightning release, lightning cutter. In an instant, Kakashi appeared before Uchiha Madara, his electrified hand poised to pierce the opponent's chest, reminiscent of Rin's fateful charge. Steady. Seeing that the opponent showed no inclination to evade, Kakashi felt confident that even if the strike did not determine victory, it would at least injure him. However, the anticipated impact never materialized. No way. Kakashi realized he had passed directly through the opponent's body, feeling no resistance of flesh against his hand, his expression one of sheer astonishment. What? Could it be an illusion? Kakashi hastily formed hand seals, intending to dispel the genjutsu. Release. Why is there no response? Kakashi was flabbergasted. It was not a genjutsu. Just then, Uchiha Obito turned and seized Kakashi's hair. Kakashi, you are too naive. In a swift motion, Kakashi slashed at the hand that held his hair with his kunai. Feeling his hair loosen, he instantly distanced himself from Obito. Was it a mere afterimage? Kakashi began to analyze his opponent, realizing that his Sharingan had failed to detect the trajectory of his movement. He began to suspect that Obito's speed surpassed the dynamic observation of his Sharingan. Could it be a special ability of his Sharingan? Gazing at the crimson eye peering from behind the mask's hole, Kakashi pondered whether this truly was Uchiha Madara, the man renowned alongside the first Hokage. Humph. Even if he is Uchiha Madara, what of it? My shuriken are not to be underestimated. To safeguard the Sharingan bestowed upon me by Obito, which Rin had carefully implanted, they would have to step over my corpse first. Contemplating the possibility that this might be his final day, Kakashi conjured a water clone to confuse his opponent. He aimed to relay information about Uchiha Madara's continued existence. Swiftly scribbling a note, biting his fingertip and pressing it against the floor. A pug, adorned with a headband reminiscent of the spring cherry blossoms, made its appearance. Parker. You must disseminate the information. After handing the note to Parker, it was urged to flee swiftly. What a tedious little trick. Uchiha Obito mused inwardly, secretly relishing the thought of such information spreading. After all, this would lead others to believe he was indeed Uchiha Madara, the formidable figure who walked alongside the god of shinobi in times past. Obito maintained a state of intangibility, completely ignoring Kakashi's water clone as it bounced around. Beneath his black mask, a smirk creased his lips, betraying his unmasked derision. Just then, as Kakashi's clone passed through Obito's form, he abruptly ceased his intangibility without warning. Like a specter, he swiftly struck, shattering the water clone in an instant. Nonchalantly, he flicked his palm to dry the moisture left behind from the broken clone. Kakashi, you might as well accept your fate. Obito's voice was cold, tinged with mockery, as though he held Kakashi's destiny firmly in his grasp. I could never yield, Kakashi declared resolutely. After previously exhausting his chakra, he had only just regained a fraction. One Raikiri, coupled with the costs of utilizing clones and activating the Sharingan, left his chakra reserves perilously low. Obito, Rin, I am coming to see you. Kakashi seemed to have resolved himself to a definitive purpose. 8 gates, first gate, open. As a close friend of Might Guy, how could he not employ the 8 gates? Second gate, rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Kakashi's body began to flush crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. 8th gate, the final gate, open. He roared, a powerful gust emanating from his being, tearing through the very structures around him. A verdant aura surged skyward around him. Is this where my journey ends? Kakashi murmured, realizing he could only unlock up to the 6th gate. The 8 gates? An intriguing technique. Obito regarded Kakashi activating the 6th gate with disdain. Under his Kamui, all attacks were mere jest. This state will last no more than 3 minutes. Kakashi assessed his current condition, feeling confident that it would suffice. With the speed of the 6th gate activated, Kakashi soared to unprecedented heights, calculating his movements with precision between full and partial openings. The air erupted with thunderous roars as he accelerated towards Uchiha Obito, mounting relentless assaults. I refuse to believe you can maintain that intangibility forever. Kakashi aimed to force Obito into revealing a weakness through his continuous barrage. Humph, a commendable thought, but how long can you truly endure, Kakashi? Obito reveled in the amusement of toying with Kakashi, quietly observing as he threw punches. Once the strongest of their 3-man team, he now could barely graze the hem of his own clothing. Rin, can you see this? Behold the genius ninja Kakashi. Haha. In a relentless flurry, he unleashed a staggering 666 punches within a minute, yet still failed to land a blow on his adversary. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Kakashi retreated a step, leaping into the air. He continued to strike, the rapid motion of his fists creating a fiery gust that surged toward Obito. Alas, such an assault proved equally ineffective, and he found himself on the brink of collapse. Rin, I am coming. In a moment of reverie, Kakashi seemed to glimpse Rin reaching out to him. The vibrant green energy surrounding him began to dissipate, and his body started to descend towards the ground. Just before impact, Uchiha Obito materialized beneath him, seizing Kakashi's white hair and lifting him effortlessly with one hand. He should survive. Sensing that Kakashi was merely gravely injured, he believed that as long as no one else dealt a fatal blow, he would endure. You think you deserve to meet Rin? Obito scoffed. You are unworthy. At that moment, Obito reached toward Kakashi's Sharingan, declaring, my Sharingan was meant for you to protect Rin, Kakashi, and you have failed. With that, Obito extracted the very Sharingan he had once gifted to Kakashi. I'm sorry, Rin, I could not safeguard you, nor could I protect your Sharingan. In the final moment before his consciousness faded, Kakashi fervently sought the forgiveness of both Obito and Rin. Rin, Obito, I am coming. Chapter 29, Kakashi's collapse. Very well. I now have a task for you. Li Ming, observing the surrendered Zabuza and Haku, intended to assign them the responsibility of eliminating the covert umbu sent by Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Root organization led by Danzo. Do not even think of escaping. Li Ming narrowed his eyes at Zabuza and declared, of course. Zabuza nodded eagerly. Who could possibly outrun you? The space-time ninjutsu is utterly unfair. Zabuza silently lamented. With the prowess of an elite J-Nin, Zabuza alongside Haku, who wielded ice release, should find the task of assassination rather unproblematic. Henceforth, the Land of Waves shall serve as our base. By the way, dispose of Kato and his ragtag group by casting them into the sea to feed the fish. Li Ming instructed Zabuza to obliterate Kato's faction and seek more compliant individuals to govern this small nation. Woof, woof. A small dog, tracking a scent, found its way to Li Ming. Upon noticing the dog adorned with the Konoha ninja headband, Li Ming recognized it as Kakashi's summoning beast, Pakken. Quickly, Kakashi possesses vital intelligence. He urges you to return to Konoha at once. Pakken spoke directly, presenting a note written by Kakashi to Li Ming. Uchiha Obito. Upon opening the note, Li Ming instantly recognized it was Obito who was stirring up trouble. Understood, you may return. With a puff of smoke, Pakken vanished. Zabuza, commence your performance. Li Ming directed the duo to deal with the underlings dispatched by Hiruzen and Danzo. As one who dared to assassinate the fourth Mizukage and managed to escape failure, these pests should pose no challenge. Li Ming utilized the Void Master technique to tear through space, pinpointing the location where Dazuna had arranged for their respite. At that moment, in the village, the houses surrounding their resting place lay in ruins, with many villagers buried beneath the debris. The surviving villagers began rescue efforts. Yet none dared to approach the center where Kakashi lay unconscious, teetering on the brink of death without aid. Li Ming raised his hand, channeling a stream of Nine-Tails chakra towards Kakashi, preserving his life. The remainder was left for him to recover gradually. After ensuring Kakashi was settled, Sakura Haruno took on the responsibility of caring for him, while Sasuke sought a tranquil spot to train. Half a month later, the bridge construction was completed, and Kakashi, having recuperated, was finally able to move independently. Upon waking, Kakashi repeatedly murmured names like Obito and Rin, only coming to terms with the loss of the Sharingan gifted to him by Obito days later. It's merely an eye, after all. Didn't Kakashi manage with just one eye for so long? Sakura remarked with her usual sharp tongue. What do you know? That was entrusted to me by my dearest friend on the brink of death. Kakashi understood that those who had not experienced the battlefield would never grasp the profound bonds formed through life and death. That night, Li Ming summoned Kakashi to a mountaintop. Surely you know my name, Kakashi? Li Ming asked, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze upon him. Of course, how could I not know your name? Kakashi found it peculiar that Li Ming would pose such a question. What is your full name? It is Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi replied with calm composure. Li Ming let out a cold laugh, questioning, is this the kind of disciple that Minato would raise? You, how do you know? Kakashi exclaimed, astonished. The true identity of Li Ming had been deliberately concealed by the third Hokage, as well as by his mother, Kushina. All those within Konoha who were privy to the information had been silenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could Li Ming have discovered it? Kushina and Minato are quite disappointed in you, Li Ming said nonchalantly. No. Lord Third did this to protect your identity, to ensure your safe growth. Kakashi continued to defend himself, insisting it was all for the will of fire. Kakashi, do you truly believe that Sarutobi acted out of such noble intentions? Even if it were to conceal my identity, was it necessary to portray me as a fox demon, a monster, eliciting disdain from all? Did you know that in all these years, I have not even had a proper meal? Li Ming's barrage of questions stirred a sense of guilt within Kakashi. The will of fire, he mused, a testament to the powerful illusion cast by Sarutobi. Observing Kakashi's reaction, Li Ming had to concede that the brainwashing techniques of Sarutobi were indeed formidable. Who could rival the likes of Kotoeme Tsukumi? Do you really think Sarutobi's actions were meant to safeguard me? Li Ming pressed on. Perhaps when Sarutobi first assumed the role of Hokage, he genuinely endeavored to develop Konoha. And indeed, he held the record for the longest tenure in history. However, it was this prolonged power that had eroded his integrity. Sarutobi had transformed into a consummate politician. Are you aware of how Hatake Tsukumo met his demise? Li Ming sought to gauge Kakashi's understanding of the circumstances surrounding his father's death, orchestrated behind the scenes by Sarutobi. He took his own life out of guilt for violating orders. Kakashi shouted in anger, feeling that his father had become a disgrace to the Hatake clan, which led him to abandon the sword techniques taught by Tsukumo. At that time, Hatake Tsukumo was the prime candidate to become the fourth Hokage. Yet he was a difficult individual to control. In the world of ninjas, one cannot guarantee success in every mission. Why did Tsukumo's failure provoke such an uproar? Do you truly believe that Sarutobi was not orchestrating matters behind the scenes? You are aware, my father, after Minato became Hokage, that the power remained firmly in Sarutobi's grasp. Li Ming articulated the crux of the matter. At this juncture, Kakashi began to entertain the possibility of Li Ming's assertions. No wonder Sarutobi had not sought a fifth Hokage after the death of the fourth. He chose to retain control over the position himself. He could have easily allowed Tsunade to ascend, but he feared the exposure of his clandestine dealings with the Senju clan. Given the Senju's esteemed reputation in Konoha, any revelation would spell disaster for both him and the Sarutobi clan. Could it be that all of this is true? Kakashi's worldview began to crumble. Realizing that the third Hokage, whom he had always revered, was nothing more than a cunning manipulator. He began to suspect that Tsunade's departure was part of a larger scheme. Oh, and by the way, Danzo was also involved in this. He has long yearned for the position of Hokage. The matter concerning Rin was orchestrated by Danzo through Root. Ha! Suddenly, Kakashi burst into laughter, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks. Rin. After a heart-wrenching scream, Kakashi fainted. Goodness, has he been overwhelmed? Li Ming was at a loss for words. If he were to reveal that T-Ka was still alive, would Kakashi suddenly spring up? Water release, water wave. Li Ming harnessed his chakra to perform a minor water release, splashing Kakashi awake. Is this too much for him to endure? Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, Danzo angrily pushed open the door with his cane. Sarutobi Hiruzen, was it you who had the Umbu handle the root ninjas from the Land of Waves? Chapter 30, Orochimaru. Why does Kakashi appear so listless? Haruno Sakura asked curiously, bewildered by his demeanor. On their journey back to Konoha, Kakashi seemed to have lost his spirit. His remaining eye was filled with confusion, helplessness, and disappointment. This is an affair for adults. Children should not meddle, Li Ming remarked with irritation, glaring at Sakura. You are no older than I am. Sakura muttered quietly, feeling like a clown in Team 7. The once cool and aloof Sasuke had vanished, and Naruto was indifferent to her, leaving her feeling as though she had lost something vital. Oh, youth! Sasuke exclaimed, declaring his training goal. From this day forth, he would walk back to Konoha on his hands. He leaped into the air and began to walk upside down on his hands. Li Ming couldn't help but facepalm. This boy had gone mad. In his desperate quest to surpass his limits and confront Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke had completely lost his mind. One could only wonder if, upon encountering Itachi, he would recklessly unleash the eighth gate and strike him down. Tuka, have you no sense of restraint? Sarutobi Hiruzen was enraged. Moments ago, he had received news that the Umbu ninjas dispatched to the Land of Waves had been annihilated by a mysterious force. Was it not folly for Tuka to appear at such a critical moment? Sarutobi hurled the intelligence report regarding the Land of Waves at Tuka's face. Take a look for yourself. Tuka unfurled the scroll, his heart tightening. Surely Sarutobi did not suspect him of orchestrating this disaster? While he had indeed harbored ambitions, he was not so greedy as to desire complete dominion. Sarutobi, I swear this was not my doing. Humph. Who can truly know? Sarutobi had little faith in Tuka. This man would stop at nothing in pursuit of the Hokage title. He had even attempted to have Sarutobi assassinated. Were it not for the fact that he still had some utility, Sarutobi would have acted against him already. Tuka, relinquish command of the root. You shall take a respite for the time being, Sarutobi asserted, seizing control to prevent Tuka from further undermining his plans. What? Tuka was incredulous, contemplating revealing his Manjiki Sharingan to Sarutobi and using Kodo Amatsukami against him. Humph. You will come to regret this, Sarutobi. Yet, he restrained the urge to unleash his powers. Mindful of the numerous Umbu around them, as well as the ailing Kurenai Yuhi, who had been assigned to the Hokage's office, yet was seldom seen. All of this was for that coveted position. Comforting himself, Tuka stormed out, convinced that Sarutobi would eventually return control of the route to him. Only he, the shadow of Konoha, could manage the unsavory tasks required. Sarutobi approached the window and took a deep drag from his old pipe. Tuka, I hope this will bring you some semblance of calm. He felt an overwhelming weight upon him. His health was declining, and his son was behaving like an ne'er-do-well. His reputation within the village overshadowed by Tsunade's, who had long since departed. Come forth. Sarutobi suddenly had a thought. With a rustle, two Umbu clad in animal masks appeared in the Hokage's office, kneeling before Sarutobi. Keep a close watch on Jiraiya's movements and send word for him to return to Konoha with haste. Sara Hiruzen intends to summon Jiraiya, who has traveled the ninja world and should possess valuable information regarding the recent events in the Land of Waves. He is finally back, Haruno Sakura exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Feeling liberated at last, she had grown weary of the soulless Kakashi, the youthful chatter of Uchiha Sasuke, and the indifference of Li Ming, who had never regarded her with any attention. She felt as though despair was closing in on her. Now, all she desired was a restful slumber. Hoping to awaken and realize that all of this had merely been a dream. As they entered the gates of Konoha, Kakashi weakly announced the disbandment of the team. He still needed to report to the Hokage's office regarding the mission, and he was uncertain how to confront the third Hokage. Kakashi, I hope you can still maintain your facade as before. Li Ming whispered a warning to Kakashi. In truth, he considered using the Kodo Amatsukami technique directly. But the lengthy cooldown dissuaded him from doing so until he discovered a method to significantly enhance his ocular prowess. Should Kakashi expose his secret, he would not hesitate to become a rogue ninja, with the abilities of the Void Master, who could possibly hinder his escape. Kakashi ambled along the path to the Hokage building, suddenly lifting his gaze to the 4 faces carved into Hokage rock, as if he had resolved to embrace a certain determination. Lord Third, the mission has failed, Kakashi reported to Saru Hiruzen. While the escort mission was ostensibly completed, Saru Hiruzen had instructed him to covertly assist with a mission from the Umbu, as he had been incapacitated by a masked man claiming to be Uchiha Obito, leaving him unconscious after activating the Kamui. Lord Third, during this mission, a man wearing a mask, claiming to be Uchiha Obito, appeared. Kakashi truthfully recounted his encounter with Tobi. Elaborate further. Saru Hiruzen sensed the gravity of the situation. The adversary possessed a Mangeki Sharingan akin to the legendary Itachi Uchiha, evading all attacks and seemingly wielding space-time ninjutsu. Saru Hiruzen's thoughts drifted back to the night of the Ninetales incident when a similarly masked figure with a Mangeki Sharingan had controlled the Ninetales, employing space-time ninjutsu as well. My Sharingan was also taken by that individual. Even with the 8 gates, I was still no match for him, Kakashi revealed, lifting his forehead protector to expose his hollow eye socket. Seeing Kakashi in such a state, Saru Hiruzen harbored no further doubts and promptly vowed to exert all efforts in locating Tsunade, ensuring that Kakashi would receive a new left eye in the future. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Kakashi responded gratefully. By the way, in a month's time, Konoha and Tsunade will host a joint CH-NIN exam. During this period, you should intensively train your students. Saru Hiruzen informed Kakashi about the upcoming exam. Yes, Lord Hokage. Afterward, Saru Hiruzen advised Kakashi to return and rest properly. After Kakashi departed, Saru Hiruzen exhaled slowly, hoping that this CH-NIN exam would showcase the military prowess of Konoha to the various ninja villages, urging the restless sand ninja to remain composed. Raza, your ambitions are too grand. Lord Raza, Konoha has invited us to a joint CH-NIN exam within the windswept sands of Tsunade. The Sand Umbu reported to the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Sarutobi Hiruzen, does he intend to intimidate me? At a glance, Raza discerned the true purpose behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions. The Wind Village remains woefully impoverished. Raza gazed out at the desolate expanse of the desert. Tsunade could solely rely on undertaking missions to procure resources. Each year, the financial allocations from the feudal lord of the Land of Wind dwindled further, and now they barely managed to sustain Tsunade by extracting gold from the sands. The Hokage of Konohagakure has grown senile, relishing the legacy of their forebears while occupying fertile lands. Now the Uchiha clan, once a formidable force, has squandered their own power, leading to a significant decline in overall strength. The legendary Sannin have become nothing more than a jest. Kabuto, Kimimaro, go and eliminate someone. Chapter 31, Jiraiya. How has this monster returned? Indeed, such a creature ought to perish beyond the village. Li Ming strolled along the street, as the surrounding villagers began to curse. The last time it went berserk, it obliterated my family's shop. Had it not been for Lord Hokage compensating us from his own pocket, I would have been at a loss for survival. Sarutobi Hiruzen digging into his own finances? Absurd. That wealth is merely the inheritance left by my parents. Li Ming felt a sense of helplessness towards these ignorant villagers, akin to the myriad rumors circulating on the internet in his previous life, blindly believing hearsay without verification. However, soon enough, Li Ming intended to first visit the weapon shop at Tintin's place to replenish his supply of shuriken, even though he seldom employed them. He also sought to acquire a suitable weapon. I wonder if soaking in a hot spring is as delightful as it sounds. Passing by a private hot spring, Li Ming reflected, lamenting that during his past life, he lacked the funds to enjoy such luxuries, and now, with some money, he found himself devoid of the life to spend it. Perhaps I should invite Hinata along next time? He mused. Suddenly, he spotted an unkempt middle-aged man with white hair peering through the slats of the hot spring's exterior, stealing glances at the women's bathing area. Jiraiya? It seems the Chunin selection exam is about to commence. Li Ming thought, a smile creeping onto his lips as he anticipated the unfolding plan. Channeling chakra to his feet and invoking the cells of Hashirama within him, his presence melded seamlessly with nature, coupled with the abilities of the Void Sovereign. He stealthily approached Jiraiya's side, retrieving a pre-activated camera and crouching down slowly. Is it captivating? Li Ming raised the camera with one hand, squinting as he inquired. Delightful. Suddenly caught in the act, Jiraiya, startled by the voice, turned to find a camera lens the size of half his face aimed directly at him. He leapt back 2 or 3 meters in fright. "Who goes there?" Jiraiya asked, his voice tinged with terror. What if word got out that one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, was caught spying on a women's bathhouse? Li Ming pointed at the camera in his hand. "Ahem, I was merely gathering intelligence. I have heard that Konoha has been infiltrated by spies from other countries, and I am here to monitor the situation." Jiraiya cleared his throat, concocting a grandiloquent excuse. "Oh, is that so?" "Naturally. I am the great sage of Mount Myaboku, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. How could I deceive a child?" Jiraiya proclaimed with utmost seriousness. "A sage, you say? Is there such a lecherous sage?" Li Ming recognized Jiraiya's deceit. "You wouldn't want Tsunade to discover your little escapade, would you?" Li Ming slowly tucked away the camera. How could he possibly know this? Jiraiya pondered, perplexed, for no one was aware of his secret infatuation with Tsunade. Didn't Sarutobi's intel indicate that Naruto was merely a slacker, and that the relevant intelligence scrolls of Konoha were beyond his reach? Jiraiya was baffled, but suspicion began to creep into his mind. "Hand me the camera." "So, you are aware of my identity. I thought you would pretend not to know." Li Ming laid the relationship bare. "If you wish to know, follow me." With that, he leapt onto a tree by the riverbank, continuing into the woods beyond, leaving Jiraiya no choice but to follow closely behind. It appears that matters concerning weaponry must be postponed. Upon encountering Jiraiya, it is only natural to seize the opportunity. Arriving at the edge of a small stream, Li Ming came to a halt, with Jiraiya trailing closely behind. "Who exactly are you?" Jiraiya questioned, suspecting that the Naruto before him was an imposter, most likely a disguise by Orochimaru. What could Orochimaru's intentions possibly be? "Orochimaru, cease your charade and reveal your true self. It is the perfect occasion for a nostalgic chat," Jiraiya declared with unwavering certainty. Li Ming was momentarily taken aback, thinking he was being mistaken for that serpent-like figure who constantly changes appearances. Since he was already misidentified, Li Ming promptly hurled several shurikens at Jiraiya and charged forward, intending to exploit the situation. Lion's Wild Dance. Jiraiya's hair elongated, deflecting the incoming shurikens while simultaneously ensnaring Li Ming and tossing him to the ground. Boom. Shadow clone. When did this happen? Jiraiya scanned his surroundings cautiously. The system activated mysterious hands as Li Ming planned to pilfer some items for his use. His current skills were rather limited, primarily due to his reluctance to learn, so appropriating what he could was quite advantageous. Beep. Copy target ninjutsu. Spiral sphere. Would you like to fuse? Beep. Absorb 0.2 chakra from the target. Would you like to fuse? Beep. Copy target ninjutsu. Earth release. Hell swamp. Would you like to fuse? All fusions were successful. He had intended to study the spiral sphere upon his return, and now it had conveniently presented itself. Li Ming felt a surge of joy within. Host. Li Ming chakra. 4. 2 units strength. Shadow level bloodline limit. Sharingan. Uchiha Shursui's Manjiki. Hashiramas would release cells ninjutsu. Telescope technique. Clone technique. Transformation technique. Multi-shadow clone technique. 8 gates. Spiral sphere. Earth release. Hell swamp eye techniques. Kodo Amatsukami. Master of the Void character fragments. Sarutobi Hiruzen X15. Uchiha Itachi X2. Hataki Kakashi X10. Momochi Zabuza X7 Wealth. 330,000 Rio. Mysterious Hands uses. 1120. It seems that to further enhance his prowess, merely augmenting chakra would not suffice. Li Ming pondered while gazing at the system panel. Earth release. Hell swamp. He executed the ninjutsu he had just copied, ensnaring Jiraiya. Although the control would not last long, it was sufficient for him to seize some items. In his confusion over the sudden depletion of chakra, Jiraiya found himself trapped within the hell swamp, immobilized. As he sought to escape, Li Ming suddenly appeared before him. Space-time ninjutsu. Jiraiya was astonished. Li Ming, indifferent to Jiraiya's shock, unleashed a flurry of punches, striking Jiraiya's face with 7 or 8 blows in a single second. Such a thick skin. After so many punches, he only sustained a slight swelling. Beep. Skill Thief's code activated successfully, earning money. 80 Rio. Beep. Skill Fragment Collector activated successfully, acquiring Jiraiya Character Fragment X1. The sound of these rewards was delightful. Hearing the continuous notifications from the system, Li Ming felt immense satisfaction. Not bad. He accumulated 10,000 Rio and acquired 25 fragments of Jiraiya. You little brat. Know when to stop. When has Jiraiya ever endured such humiliation? It was merely a moment of carelessness. How could such a technique possibly ensnare him? Ninja art, summoning technique. A large toad, adorned with a pearl necklace, propelled Jiraiya out of the clutches of the Yellow Spring Swamp, landing gracefully in an open space. You have provoked my wrath, little one. The prior indignation made him realize that the individual before him was not Orochimaru. Given Orochimaru's nature, he would never stoop to such antics. Jiraiya raised his right hand, gathering a swirling sphere of chakra. Spicy kidney. Spicy kidney. Noticing Jiraiya's chakra gathering, Li Ming understood that he was about to create a Rasengan. He too began to gather chakra. Unlike in the original tale, he no longer needed to create clones to assist him. Boom. The two spheres collided with tremendous force. Chapter 32. The Truth. What is truly real? Returning home, Kakashi lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a web of deceit, having sacrificed so much for the so-called will of fire, leading to the collapse of his very ninja way. All he desired now was to witness Sarutobi Hiruzen confess with his own lips. Can you truly achieve this? Kakashi pondered, feeling uncertain about the plan that Li Ming had shared with him. Taking on an entire powerful ninja village single-handedly seemed utterly implausible. Boom. Two Rasengans collided, unleashing a tempest of wind chakra that cleaved the surrounding trees in half, creating a swirling cloud of dust centered around the two combatants. Once the clash subsided, a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust to reveal that they were now standing in a deep crater. This jutsu is indeed effective, Li Ming mused. But it requires close proximity. It seems I must delve deeper into wind release. Rasengan. Observing the destructive capability of the Rasengan, he couldn't help but lament that it could only count as a single attack. Otherwise, he envisioned a scenario where a continuous barrage of Rasengans could decimate his funds, leaving a scatter of character shards behind. No way. Jiraiya, witnessing Li Ming wield the Rasengan, was taken aback. The Rasengan was a technique created by his pupil, Minato. After Minato's passing, he believed no one else could master it. Had Minato returned from the dead? Kid, who taught you the Rasengan? Who taught me? Hiki, it was you. Of course, Li Ming replied with a smirk. Could it be that he learned it just by watching me? Jiraiya was astounded. Truly, this was the child of Minato, blessed with incredible talent. At that moment, Jiraiya realized he had previously misjudged the situation. If Li Ming could master space-time ninjutsu and learn the Rasengan in an instant, he could only be Minato's offspring. Had he not just summoned the essence of the void, Jiraiya might have suspected an evil Uchiha had possessed Li Ming. Kid, stop fighting. Jiraiya had confirmed Li Ming's identity and felt a swell of pride seeing the strength of the current Naruto. It seemed the old man had taken excellent care of him. What is the matter? Aren't you going to seize the tape? Li Ming felt he hadn't yet fully enjoyed the battle when it abruptly came to a halt. Listen, I am your father Minato's teacher, Jiraiya exclaimed, eager to embrace Li Ming. Bang! Li Ming swiftly kicked Jiraiya away. What are you doing? Do you not know how to respect your elders? What about your parents? Jiraiya paused, refraining from further comment. What about my parents? Li Ming glared at Jiraiya, a surge of orange chakra emanating from him. He could speak of Minato, but he would not tolerate any mention of Kushina. You claim to be my father's teacher. Have you ever cared for me, his disciple? When I was on the brink of starvation, why did you not check on me? When the villagers were pummeling me with stones, where were you then? Were it not for the formidable recovery abilities of the Nine-Tails chakra, I would have perished. Oh, how misguided I am. I have already tasted death once. Li Ming feels an overwhelming resentment swirling within his mind. Is this the obsession of Naruto? He cannot fathom how Naruto managed to remain untainted by darkness with such bitterness festering. Without the intervention of others, he finds it hard to believe. The most suspicious figure at present is undoubtedly the prophetic toad from Mayaboka Mountain. Li Ming speculates that during the era of Kagaya Tsutsuki, it was this fairy toad that instigated turmoil. If not for the machinations of that old toad, the ninja world would not be in its current state. Perhaps only a select few would exist within the ninja realm, nourishing the god tree, while Kagaya cultivates her army of white Zetsus to confront the Tsutsuki clan. It is as if those toads are orchestrating the trajectory of the world, embodying the will of the world itself. One wonders if the inhabitants of Mayaboka Mountain are indeed toads or delectable creatures. If they are indeed edible, perhaps a fine restaurant serving exquisite frog delicacies in Konoha would thrive. Li Ming's mouth waters at the thought. Under Li Ming's relentless inquiries, Jiraiya is taken aback. Ever since the sage of Mayaboka Mountain revealed the prophecy to him, he has been searching for the prophesied child beyond the village. eventually locating the one with the same legendary eyes as the Sage of Six Paths, the prophesied child. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reports regarding Li Ming were rather cursory. It appears the old man is concealing something. Though Jiraiya exudes a carefree exterior, his mind remains sharp when it matters. Do you wish to know? Li Ming inquires directly. If you seek knowledge, then let us engage in a fist bump. Li Ming extends his right hand, awaiting Jiraiya's response. Wakanda. Jiraiya rises from the ground and slowly approaches Li Ming, extending his right hand to meet Li Ming's fist. Monster. Fox demon. Why do you not perish? I shall not sell my wares to a monster. A surge of negative emotions crashes into Jiraiya's mind, enveloping him in the same feelings of exclusion, loneliness, and despair that Naruto had previously experienced. So, you have endured such hardship these years. Jiraiya lowers his head. For he had once doubted Orochimaru's words about Sarutobi Hiruzen's transformation. Now he finally comprehends why Orochimaru has grown increasingly cold-hearted. Simultaneously, he begins to question the will of fire that Hiruzen espouses. Jiraiya, I understand you find this hard to believe, but you will inevitably confront the truth. And it shall not be long before it arrives. Li Ming reflects on Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan. He will not allow Orochimaru to succeed. Nor will he permit Hiruzen to die a glorious death in battle. Some debts must be settled. What do you mean by not long? Jiraiya senses that Li Ming is plotting something significant. Jiraiya, I hope you remain prudent until the truth is revealed. With that, Li Ming activates his Manjiki Sharingan. The crimson hues brimming with warning. How is this possible? Jiraiya's mind stalls upon witnessing Li Ming's Manjiki Sharingan in action. This is my secret. I trust you will keep it between us. By the way, one of the abilities of my Sharingan is called Kodo Amatsukami. I assume Sarutobi Hiruzen has mentioned the effects of Kodo Amatsukami in his reports, yet I am reluctant to employ it against you. Jiraiya was certainly aware of the extraordinary effects of the heavenly deity, a power that could utterly transform him into a person completely unlike his former self. His very will would be directly altered by Li Ming. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Li Ming's statement. For he too was eager to ascertain the veracity of it all. But he needed to attend to the traces of battle shortly. Upon witnessing Jiraiya's agreement, Li Ming intended to return and further explore alternative applications of the Rasengan. By the way, you have mistakenly sought out the prophesied child. Li Ming candidly revealed that Nagato and his companions were not the individuals he sought. Furthermore, do not place your faith in the words of that old toad. With that, Li Ming seamlessly tore through the fabric of space and departed. Jiraiya remained rooted in place, pondering how he could have possibly erred in his search. Those eyes, reminiscent of the Sage of Six Paths, could not possibly be counterfeit. Suddenly, hearing Li Ming's warning against putting too much trust in the predictions of the Toad Sage, he began to question the worth of his efforts over the years. What did it mean to disregard the words of the Toad Sage? Yet, when he looked up, he realized that Li Ming had already vanished. Chapter 33. Two Souls Destined to Be Alike. What exactly is the art of sage techniques? Upon returning to his chamber, Li Ming began to ponder that merely increasing his chakra volume would not suffice to enhance his strength. What was truly required was quality. The pinnacle of chakra cultivation reached only the level of the Kage. Sage chakra is a product of the fusion of natural energy, mental power, and physical strength. In simpler terms, it is a superior form of energy created by the amalgamation of chakra and natural energy. Why does it evoke such a sense of cultivation akin to immortality? After some reflection, Li Ming felt as though he were a martial artist, with chakra resembling vital energy or inner force, while natural energy bore a closer resemblance to spiritual energy. Yet, why does training in sage techniques at Mayaboka Mountain result in transformations into frogs and petrification? No matter, let us first have a shadow clone experiment. Li Ming promptly conjured a shadow clone, instructing it to sense the natural energy. Bam! After meditating for over an hour, the shadow clone dissipated, and Li Ming received its transmitted insights. Indeed, the clone could perceive the existence of natural energy, yet absorbing it proved to be quite a challenge. The natural energy was exceedingly sparse. The ambient natural energy felt as insipid as a bucket of water with a mere grain of sugar, utterly flavorless. Mayaboku Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest were likely abundant in natural energy, akin to the paradisiacal realms of the cultivation world. Li Ming contemplated that training in sage techniques within the ninja realm would be too slow. Mayaboka Mountain, it appears a visit there is in order. Jiraiya, you have returned. After a bout with Li Ming, Jiraiya arrived at the Hokage's office. Master, Why do you conceal Naruto's identity? And why is Naruto's allowance so meager? Are you aware he can hardly afford anything? Why do you choose to act thus? Do you honor the sacrifice of Minato for the sake of Konoha? Upon entering the Hokage's office, Jiraiya confronted Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old man, pipe in hand, regarded Jiraiya with a grave expression. Is this how you speak to your teacher? I am the Hokage. My decisions are not subject to your scrutiny. There is reasoning behind my actions. But what is the reason? Jiraiya pressed, yearning for clarity. That is not your concern. For the sake of Konoha, for the will of fire, every sacrifice is necessary. Sarutobi exhaled a slow plume of smoke. Could it truly be as Naruto stated? Disappointment flooded Jiraiya's heart. His master had grown old. Indeed, every individual, under the erosion of power, tends to become senile in their twilight years. Ancient emperors often spiraled into chaos, enacting misguided edicts as they aged. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was acutely aware that had he survived, his reign would have lasted longer. Furthermore, given his disdain for the Uchiha clan, he would have grown to be even more terrifying than Sarutobi in his later years. Thus, he chose to perish in battle rather than face the scorn of posterity. For the sake of Konoha, for the will of fire. Master, you should have ignited your own flame long ago. Upon uttering this, Jiraiya intended to push the door and depart. Such insubordination. I should never have allowed you to return. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not impede Jiraiya. In truth, he could not. Why has everyone begun to disobey? Sarutobi inhaled deeply, recalling how Orochimaru had acted this way, and even Tsunade was no different. Now, even the most obedient of them all. Jiraiya wished to avoid him. No, I'm not at fault. Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. As Jiraiya wandered through the village, a sense of confusion enveloped him. All his actions were aimed at fostering peace in the shinobi world, striving to prevent its destruction while searching for the child foretold by the prophecy of the great sage. Yet now, he found himself unable to protect even his own apprentice's child. He could not even save his own village. In a daze, Jiraiya stumbled into a tavern, seeking solace in drink, losing interest in the women beside him. After a hearty burp, he recalled Lee's words about the truth soon to be revealed. After all, he was aging. This was the world of the young, so what did it matter? All he desired now was rest. He was weary. Boss, time to settle the bill. Jiraiya, his face flushed, sought a place to rest after drinking his fill. He reached into his wallet to pay, rummaging through it, turning it upside down, and patting it vigorously, yet not a single coin emerged. Where is my money? Who stole it? Jiraiya bellowed. Surely, this man did not expect to dine and dash? The two women supporting him disdainfully pushed him away. Impossible. I distinctly had 10,000 Ryo. Jiraiya insisted, hastily explaining that despite not undertaking many missions in recent years, he occasionally took on bounty tasks at the underground exchange to make ends meet. How could he possibly be broke? This was dire. There was indeed a thief, Jiraiya thought. If he fled, the next day, Konoha would be plastered with his wanted posters. Humph. Even if you are one of the legendary Sannin, you cannot dine for free. Lady Tsunade has never defaulted on a bill, the tavern owner declared, showing Jiraiya no mercy whatsoever. By the way, do you know where Hitaki Kakashi lives? Jiraiya intended to ask Kakashi to cover his bill. After all, he was his student's descendant. Take him to Kakashi's residence to settle the debt. Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi, lying in bed lost in thought, was disturbed by a loud knocking at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a drunken Jiraiya and the imposing tavern owner. Kakashi-sama, this man spent 5,000 Ryo at my establishment. He claims he can settle the bill through you, the tavern owner said politely, fearing Kakashi's ire would leave him at a loss. Damn it. Kakashi had previously borrowed money from Guy, using some of it. And with his current mission's remuneration and Konoha's support, he barely had enough to repay Guy. Contemplating this, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Noticing Kakashi's furrowed brow and troubled expression, Jiraiya was puzzled. This shouldn't be. Kakashi could not possibly be unable to produce such a small sum. Had he merely indulged in drink due to his sour mood? Kakashi? I have the latest edition of Ica Paradise. Please pay my bill for now. I will repay you later. All right. Hearing this, Kakashi readily produced the money, sending the tavern owner on his way. Jiraiya, witnessing the resolution of the matter, pushed open the door and entered. I shall make do here for the night, he declared, as he had no dwelling in Konoha and lacking funds. No one would graciously offer him shelter. Surely he could not resort to lying on the ground in a small grove. Oh, Jiraiya-sama, how have you fallen to such depths? Kakashi pondered, perplexed at how someone of Jiraiya's caliber could be devoid of money. Do not even mention it. I know not how it came to pass, but my wallet has inexplicably emptied. The mere thought of it filled Jiraiya with further ire. Kakashi, recalling that his own funds had similarly vanished without explanation, contemplated the possibility of a thief. Yet, to pilfer from a figure as formidable as Jiraiya would require a prowess exceeding that of a Kage. Jiraiya-sama. I too have fallen victim to theft. The two men exchanged incredulous glances. Chapter 34. The Stricken Pillars. Konoha, truly a bustling place. Gaara, Kankuro. And Temari meandered through the village, with Temari expressing her astonishment at how, in stark contrast to Sunagakure, where one is perpetually engulfed in sandstorms, few would linger outdoors here. Gaara walked ahead with an air of indifference when suddenly, a figure clad in a tight green suit leapt forward with exuberance, fervently chanting about youth and passion. Humph! How could Konoha harbor such an absurd individual? Gaara and his companions looked upon the bouncing Sasuke with evident disdain. Are you looking down on me? Sasuke, sensing their scrutinizing gazes, stood tall, glaring coldly at them. He was no longer the frail Sasuke of yore. After extensive training in taijutsu, he had mastered the 8 gates under Guy's guidance. With his current physical prowess, he could barely open the 6th gate. His newfound strength had inflated his ego immensely. Just yesterday, a dog had barked at him from the roadside, and Sasuke had unleashed the 1st gate, launching the creature out of Konoha. Ha ha ha, this kid is quite arrogant. Kankuro scoffed, positioning a bandage-wrapped jar in front of him, emanating a subtle yet palpable aura of menace. Are you looking for a fight? Sasuke tilted his head arrogantly, casting a disdainful glance at the trio. This brat is excessively presumptuous. Moreover, his attire is utterly ridiculous. Temari's lips twitched slightly, judging by his age and outfit. He could only be a genin, while the 3 of them, despite also being genin, were among the most formidable within their rank. They were simply too young to be aware of certain information. Otherwise, they would not dare provoke a genin from Konoha. Had a genin from their village encountered the green-clad genin, they would certainly refrain from instigating trouble. For that perennial genin had once encircled the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, defeating 4 of them and rendering the group into a mere auspicious trio. With this in mind, Kankuro decided to teach Sasuke a lesson. Kid, let me show you my might. He readied his jar once more, retrieving a sealing scroll to summon an ordinary puppet. Humph. The current me is no longer the one who would cower before an adversary. Sasuke's confidence surged uncontrollably. 8 gates, 1st gate, open. 8 gates, 5th gate, due gate, open. Sasuke's complexion flushed crimson as an astonishing aura surged forth, generating a powerful gust that swept away the surrounding dust. This kid, quite impressive. The previously brash Kankuro suddenly felt an immense pressure. Such remarkable chakra was beyond his capacity to counter. If his own strength ranked among the upper tier of genin, then Sasuke before him had at least 1 foot firmly planted in the realm of elite genin. Konoha truly produces exceptional talents. Kankuro couldn't help but reflect. The first Hokage had compelled all major hidden villages to bow in submission, while the 2nd and 3rd were equally formidable, though the 4th had perished early. His prowess also overshadowed his contemporaries. In contrast, many hidden villages experienced a significant generational gap in strength. Kankuro, stand down. Gaara's murderous gaze fixated on Kankuro. However, just as Kankuro attempted to speak, he was met with a piercing glare from Gaara. Unwilling to concede easily, Gaara began to emanate a sinister aura, a palpable malice enveloping him. Sasuke, who contemplated rushing in, froze in place, feeling utterly powerless, akin to facing Itachi. Suddenly, several figures from the Umbu appeared, urging caution. Enough, everyone. As the Umbu intervened, Gaara retracted his aura, crossing his arms defiantly. We are leaving. For the sake of the Kazekage's plans, he reluctantly suppressed his murderous instincts. How can this be? I am undeniably strong, so why? Why does he, seemingly my age, possess greater power than I? Sasuke was engulfed in self-doubt, having collapsed against a wall after releasing the 8 gates. With a funnel, are you truly deceiving me? Huh, who called for me? Kankuro, on his way to find Tenten, heard someone summon him. Upon crossing a street, he found Sasuke slumped on the ground. Seeing Kankuro, Sasuke murmured weakly, with a funnel? Am I really so weak? Tears streamed down his face as he gazed up at Kankuro. My goodness, what has triggered this in you, Sasuke? Kankuro pondered, unable to fathom the cause. Speak up. What transpired? It was merely someone hauling a large gourd, Sasuke replied, feeling somewhat reassured. Do not be disheartened. That person is no ordinary foe. Kankuro encouraged. Your training is still insufficient. You have yet to fully master the secrets of the 8 gates. He recounted Might Guy's confrontation with the 7 ninja swordsmen to Sasuke. Is that true? Sasuke's tears ceased, replaced by glimmers of hope. Why would I deceive you? All you need to do now is to continue strengthening your body. Only with a solid foundation will your power soar when utilizing the 8 gates. I understand. With that, Sasuke sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Youth, let it ignite. Now. I shall run 10 laps around Konoha. Then, 1,000 push-ups. After shouting, he dashed away in a blur, sighing as he watched Sasuke sprint off. Kankuro mused about whether Itachi would come seeking him, disturbed by his brother's newfound fervor. Let him come. I have been eager to confront that Tsukuyami. Meanwhile, in a small-town casino in the land of fire, Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune, engaged in an intense gambling battle. Shizune, quickly, fetch the money. I have a feeling we will win this round. Tsunade declared confidently, extending her hand for funds. Tsunade-sama, if we lose any more, we won't even have money for lodging. Shizune, clutching her plush toy, pleaded anxiously. Enough of your chatter. Hand it over. Tsunade demanded, rummaging through Shizune's pockets amidst the rising tension. I am betting large on this one. With a forceful slam, Tsunade placed her money on the table. Hurry, I am betting small. The onlookers at the table quickly placed their bets on the smaller outcome. Why is everyone betting on small? A newcomer, unfamiliar with the great gambler of Konoha, inquired with curiosity, do you not know? The great gambler of Konoha. Go against her, and you are bound to win. It's a sure bet. The dice roller began to shake the dice with fervor. Roll. 5, 5, 6, exclaimed the dealer, gazing in disbelief at the bowl containing the dice. How is this possible? It must be known that Tsunade has suffered consecutive losses here for several days. Her reputation as the great gambler is renowned throughout the land of fire. This must be an illusion. Lady Tsunade, you have won. Ino exclaimed, leaping with joy. For it was a rare occasion that Tsunade had triumphed after such a long string of defeats. However, Tsunade's expression remained grave, her brows furrowed in concern. Lady Tsunade, what troubles you? Ino asked hastily upon noticing Tsunade's demeanor. Ino, gather your things. We are returning to Konoha. Chapter 35, the Ch-Nin selection begins. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura arrived at the site of the Ch-Nin selection exam, where Shikamaru cast a perplexed glance at Sasuke. Previously, she had been skeptical about Sasuke training alongside Guy and Lee, but now, seeing him clad in a tight green jumpsuit, she felt a chill of disappointment. Nonetheless, his handsome features remained unchanged. Contemplating her thoughts, she impulsively wrapped her arms around Sasuke and made a face at Sakura. What to do? Sakura was now in a quandary. Sasuke was undeniably charming, yet the memories of his embarrassing antics prompted her to shake her head vigorously. Naruto? Hinata timidly spoke. It's been a while. As she playfully tapped her fingers together. At that moment, Kabuto approached, urging everyone to maintain a semblance of quiet. He began to ingratiate himself, producing a stack of small cards. Subsequently, the theoretical exam commenced, testing the ninja's information-gathering abilities. Right from the start, Ibiki applied pressure on the participants, even incorporating a few undercover agents into the mix. What is the point of this? Lee thought, finding the situation rather tedious. After all, submitting a blank paper was an option. If this were a past life scenario, during crucial exams like the Gaokao or Zhonkao, having a few stooges to create a distraction would surely send many into a frenzy. Upon receiving the test papers, Lee promptly dozed off, while Hinata anxiously whispered for him to pay attention. He wondered if this seating arrangement was orchestrated by the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen. It felt rather contrived. Nevertheless, Hinata's adorableness was undeniable. Ibiki, observing the scene, was astounded that someone would willingly allow another to copy their answers. Little did he know, Lee was too apathetic to even consider cheating. After a brief period of testing, those unable to withstand the pressure were escorted away, and Ibiki soon declared the remaining candidates as qualified. Wow, this kid submitted a blank paper, Ibiki remarked, utterly bewildered. It was indeed amusing. He had turned down the answers offered to him. In today's context, one might say, I wouldn't dare accept answers from others. But if I were to ask for them myself, that would be perfectly fine. As events unfolded, everything proceeded as expected, and soon the second round, the Forest of Death selection exam, commenced. By now, Orochimaru had likely infiltrated among the examinees. Unlike in the original narrative, Lee refrained from causing any disruptions, thus omitting the scene of Orochimaru slithering up behind Anko. The introduction followed the usual formula of instilling fear before elucidating the exam rules. Let us begin, Anko Mitarashi declared. as the teams entered the Forest of Death with their scrolls in hand. With Sasuke and Naruto so formidable, all I need to do is follow them and effortlessly secure victory. Since returning from the Land of Waves, Sakura had gained confidence in their abilities, especially after defeating an elite Jonin from the Mist Village. After several days of battles, Lee's team had successfully gathered 2 scrolls, during which Lee refrained from engaging in combat, while Sasuke consistently opened the gates of chakra and Lee provided him with support. Any insects encountered along the way were incinerated by a blazing fireball. But where was Orochimaru? As the conclusion approached, Orochimaru still had not arrived to plant strawberries for Sasuke. Li Ming felt a sense of perplexity. Had Orochimaru abandoned his plans to seize Sasuke's body? Lord Orochimaru, were you not intent on orchestrating the acquisition of the Uchiha clan's vessel? Why the sudden change of heart? Yukushi Kabuto inquired. Having previously been instructed by Orochimaru to approach the last remaining Uchiha in Konoha, I have found a more enticing option, Orochimaru declared, extending his elongated tongue in a serpentine gesture. Orochimaru, I sincerely hope you refrain from seeking my brother. Otherwise, this was what Uchiha Itachi had conveyed to him, while also revealing the presence of another formidable individual with the Sharingan, whose abilities were not documented within the Uchiha clan's annals. This revelation piqued Orochimaru's interest. For a researcher such as he was irresistibly drawn to the unknown. If Li Ming were to discover that Orochimaru had set his sights on him, he would likely find it amusing. He had long desired to send the Snake Sage a heavenly decree to make him his subordinate. Shall we not proceed? Sakura inquired, her curiosity evident as they reached the finish line. Li Ming, disinclined to complicate matters, instructed Sasuke to block the endpoint, regulating the number of participants to avoid further confrontations. Sasuke has had his fill of fighting, Li Ming remarked. Isn't that right, Sasuke? Youth, fervor. With a funnel, the thrill of battle is exhilarating. Having just dispatched a team, Sasuke approached the 2. It's that little brat. At that moment, Gaara and his companions arrived at the finish line, prompting Sasuke to assume a defensive stance. With a funnel, that person bearing the gourd is formidable. Sasuke recalled the oppressive aura he had previously sensed, his expression grave. Now, having had his chakra restored by Li Ming, he felt emboldened to confront them. Allow them to pass, Li Ming commanded, indicating that Sasuke need not engage. The decisive battle could wait for another time. Subsequently, through both logic and emotion, Li Ming permitted only Hinata, Niji, Rock Lee, and Shikamaru to proceed, while the others were dissuaded by Sasuke's presence. What a mess! In the monitoring room, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitarashi Anko, and Ibiki observed the unfolding scenes with a resigned expression. This works out well. The numbers are just right. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke. Ship, you will be responsible for announcing the rules of the formal selection match shortly. With that, he led everyone to the assembly area outside. With his intervention, Li Ming mused that Rock Lee would likely not remain offline for such an extended period. He pondered whether, should Lee remain online and train diligently until the confrontation with Six Paths Madara, he and Guy could indeed send Madara offline with a well-placed kick. Congratulations on advancing past the preliminary round, Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed, raising his pipe. Now, Lee, please announce the rules for the formal selection match. Coughing, as if afflicted with a chronic ailment, Moonlight Breeze stepped forward to facilitate the drawing of lots, determining opponents. I wonder if what the netizens say holds any truth? As Li Ming reminisced about his previous life while watching Naruto, he recalled the moment when Moonlight Gale made his entrance, captivating netizens who unanimously deemed him the protagonist. The system announced 10 uses of the skill Empty Hand. Target, Moonlight Gale. Without hesitation, Li Ming decided to give it a try, having accumulated 30 skill uses this month. Employing 10 would be of little consequence. Ding. The skill Empty Hand activated. Target, 0. 1 chakra copied. Ding. Target, 0. 2 chakra plundered. Ding. Target, Phantom Technique copied. Is this it? I expected him to be of Otsutsuki descent. Li Ming felt a tinge of disappointment. However, Phantom Technique was still commendable. He couldn't help but think of certain films. Host, Li Ming Chakra. 4. 9 card strength, shadow level bloodline limit, Sharingan, Uchiha Shursue's Manjiki, Hashiramas would release cells ninjutsu, telescope technique, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, multiple shadow clone technique, 8 gates, spiral sphere, earth release, yellow spring swamp, phantom technique dojitsu, Kodo Emitsukami, Lord of the Void character fragments, Sarutobi Hiruzen 15, Uchiha Itachi 2. Hataki Kakashi 10, Momochi Zabuza 7, Jiraiya 25 Wealth, 340, 000 Rio uses of empty hand, 1140 after everyone drew their lots. Moonlight Gale began to announce the match rules. Contestants 1 and 2 would face off, followed by 3 and 4, with the victors clashing thereafter. Contestants 5 and 6 would follow suit. Contestants 8 and 9 would engage in their bout first, with the winner then taking on contestant 7. Ultimately, 2 would contend for supremacy. Upon glancing at the assigned numbers, Li Ming sensed an exhilarating spectacle approaching. Little Li was set to face Niji, Sasuke was matched against Gaara. Li Ming would battle Hinata, and Kankuro was up against Nara Shikamaru, with the victors then facing Temari. Niji, I have prepared my ultimate move to defeat you. Chapter 36. Rock Lee vs. Niji Hyuga. 3 days later, at the grand stage of Konoha. The first match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Hinata Hyuga. The contest commences. As the announcer, Moonlight Breeze, declares the beginning, the audience erupts in fervent cheers. A clash between two underdogs, indeed not a thrilling spectacle. Niji, seated among the competitors, wore a look of disdain. It is said in the ninja world that anyone who dares strike Hinata is doomed, and similarly, any member of the Akatsuki who sheds their clothing faces certain demise. One wonders if Niji, having refrained from attacking Hinata, will escape such a fate this time. Lee, recalling the forced disqualification of Niji, mused that without Sasuke's betrayal, he should be safe now. Naruto, perhaps I should just concede? Hinata suggested, her fingers nervously fidgeting. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Fear not. Simply unleash your full potential. Lee replied calmly. Then, Naruto-kun, I humbly ask for your guidance. Hinata declared, activating her Byakugan. The veins around her eyes bulged, channeling an impressive amount of chakra. How intriguing. Gentle step, twin lion fists. Twin lion heads formed from chakra emerged from Hinata's hands. Impossible. Niji was taken aback. Was this truly the once feeble heir of the main house? Indeed, the Hyuga clan possesses many prodigies, Sarutobi Hisashi remarked to his brother, Niji. Haha. Quite average, Hisashi thought, secretly elated, grateful for Naruto's prior insight that he had inadvertently stifled Hinata's growth. Observing the playful exchange between Hinata and Naruto, a smile of maternal pride spread across his face. He then glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen seated before him, admiring the elegance of the Hokage's robe. Given Hinata's current abilities, she still lagged far behind Naruto. In an effort to alter her future husband's perception of her, Lee executed the multiple shadow clone technique, engaging in a lively contest with Hinata, ensuring her strikes appeared magnificent and graceful. Indeed, Naruto has matured significantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, reflecting on his wise decision to send Kakashi to mentor Naruto on missions outside the village. Danzo, you underestimate me greatly. Your shadow clones are remarkable. They are indistinguishable from the real thing. I can hardly keep up, Hinata exclaimed, her face aflame with embarrassment. What flattery! Stretching his shoulders, Lee dispelled all shadow clones. Hinata, that will suffice. You've performed admirably. He comforted her, recognizing that Hinata's chakra was nearly depleted. Yet, her strength had risen considerably, and with more combat experience. Surpassing Niji would merely be a matter of time. Humph. The main house heiress possesses some skill after all, Niji thought, though his expression remained impassive. Internally, he acknowledged Hinata's growth. He had previously felt disheartened by her perceived lack of talent and strength. Nevertheless, should Hinata ever face peril, he would unhesitatingly protect her, even without the constraints of the caged bird seal. I concede, Hinata declared, and Lee swiftly swept her into a princess carry, returning her to the stands. Oh, youth is truly a marvel, Hisashi chuckled. The result of the first match, the victor, Naruto Uzumaki. Moonlight Breeze announced the outcome, his demeanor markedly deflated. In the second match, Hinata Niji faces off against Rock Lee. With a whoosh, Lee leaps from the preparation area into the arena, cradling his knees. Niji, I have trained tirelessly for years to defeat you. Lee stands resolutely before Niji, extending his right hand, a defiant expression adorning his face. Humph. Without ninjutsu, no matter how hard you strive, you can never surpass a genius. While Niji acknowledges Lee's dedication, he remains steadfast in his belief that talent is not something one can attain through sheer effort. Byakugan activate. Niji activates his Byakugan and assumes the 8 trigram stance. With a swift motion, Lee launches a kick, only for Niji to effortlessly block it with an elevated hand. The clash between the two becomes a visceral contest. each strike echoing with the force of their physicality. Thud, thud, thud. Neji remains firmly on the defensive, effortlessly perceiving Lee's every move with his Byakugan. In mere moments, the two have exchanged dozens of blows. The audience, reveling in the raw intensity of their confrontation, erupts in cheers, especially those who favor underground fighting. Finding it impossible to break through Neji's defenses, Lee retreats a few steps, glancing up at Guy in the stands. Lee, chase your dreams with abandon. Guy beams, flashing a thumbs up. Though he previously stated that one should only relinquish their burdens when protecting what is dear, defeating Neji has always been Lee's aspiration. With Guy's encouragement, Lee removes the weights from his legs and lifts them in his hands. It's merely a weight, after all. Why make such a fuss? In the stands, Tintin and Kankuro look on with disdain. With a thunderous crash, the weights hit the ground, creating two significant craters and shrouding Lee's figure in dust. Goodness! The onlookers gasp in astonishment, their jaws agape. Witnessing Lee's resolute spirit and newfound speed after shedding such burdens, Neji can no longer maintain his initial contempt. In a flurry, Lee launches an assault from all directions, his speed so great that he appears as mere afterimages. Returning heaven, Neji swiftly spins, channeling chakra to create a protective shell around himself, effortlessly blocking Lee's onslaught from every angle. Even with his remarkable speed, Lee's capabilities are met with Neji's formidable martial prowess, further enhanced by the insight provided by his Byakugan, rendering the situation manageable for him. Both Neji and Lee are incredibly strong. Hinata, recently roused from her faint, watches their duel with admiration. No matter how hard you try, you cannot breach my defenses. Neji states calmly, yet the previous disdain in his gaze has vanished. Now, for this next move, I have prepared something special just for you. With that, Lee crosses his hands in front of him. The 8 gates, first gate, open. Second gate, rest gate, open. Guy, this is reckless. Kakashi, with a singular eye, chastises Guy beside him. Lee has his own dreams and things he wishes to protect. Guy's focus remains unwaveringly on Lee below. Fourth gate, injury gate, open. Little Lee's complexion began to flush a deep crimson as a wave of verdant energy enveloped him. The spectators, Kinjuru and Temari, were left utterly astonished. At that moment, Little Lee's hair stood on end, reminiscent of a scion transforming into a superior form, though his hair remained unchanged in color and length. Ningxi, this is a surprise I have meticulously prepared for you, Little Lee exclaimed with fervor. In Ningxi's Byakugan vision, the sheer intensity of Little Lee's aura and the erupting chakra felt as if it were blinding him. I am coming, with a flurry of movement. The crowd lost sight of Little Lee entirely. Where there had once been afterimages, now only the sound of air exploding remained. How is this possible? In Ningxi's Byakugan, he could only perceive the rapid movement of the chakra sphere. He had no choice but to utilize his ultimate defense, Kaiten, in such a dire situation. With no room for offense, only defense. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Little Lee delivered a powerful kick that sent Ningxi soaring into the air. Before losing consciousness, Ningxi felt as though a colossal vehicle had collided with his chin. The defense of Kaiten shattered like an eggshell upon impact. The victor is Rock Lee. Moonlight Gale and a team of medical personnel rushed forward to carry Ningxi on a stretcher. Fortunately, as a ninja specializing in physical combat, Ningxi possessed commendable physical resilience. He had only sustained a fracture in his jaw along with several lacerations. Thank you ever so much for preparing such a grand gift for me. This was the last sentiment Ningxi wished to express before succumbing to unconsciousness. Next up, Nara Shikamaru vs. Temari. Chapter 37. The Flames of Battle Ignite. Indeed, had it not been for his own journey through time, Lee Locke would have effortlessly dominated his peers. In the original narrative, he merely encountered the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. Witnessing Little Lee unleash the 8 gates and swiftly defeat Neji, Li Ming couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of such a technique, especially in the later stages of the story. However, its limitations are evident. Without a powerful bloodline or innate talent, no amount of effort can surpass the advantages conferred by genetic heritage. The 8 gates is akin to a fleeting flower. It blossoms only to wither away. The combat between Temari and Nara Shikamaru epitomizes a true duel among ordinary ninjas, devoid of extravagant jutsu clashes, and instead characterized by meticulous calculations. One cannot deny Shikamaru's remarkable intellect. One might surmise that he would be far happier if he could disregard his mind altogether. Ultimately, it was Shikamaru's chakra that waned, leading to his concession, though one wonders if he had developed an admiration for his opponent. The victor, Temari. Next up, Uchiha Sasuke faces Gaara. The announcer, Moonlight Breeze, declared the results. Ah, the Nara heir is quite impressive. Saratobi Asuma holds a particular esteem for Nara's brilliant mind. Recognizing the immense assistance it provides, dressed in a fitted green bodysuit, Sasuke leapt onto the arena, observing Gaara, who now bore no trace of his previous trepidation. With a colossal gourd on his back, I have learned formidable jutsu from Kakashi-sensei. Combined with the 8 gates, I shall bring you down. Sasuke promptly removed the weighted blocks, adopting a combat stance. Humph. Nearly a fool, Gaara maintained his disdainful demeanor, arms crossed, as sand began to flow from his gourd, accumulating around him. He believed his defenses would withstand any attack from his opponent. With a cough and a bellow, Sasuke darted forward, leaving only an afterimage on the battlefield. Boom, boom. Each of his strikes met with the protective sand surrounding Gaara, yet the sheer force of his blows began to scatter the grains. As Sasuke's speed increased, Gaara's anxiety mounted. Without resorting to Shikaku's power, his defenses would inevitably be breached. Gaara's eyes began to dart nervously. Gaara's hands began to move. Realizing that no matter how agile a grasshopper is, it cannot compete with an elephant, Sasuke's strikes began to lose their impact. How frustrating. Is this truly akin to battling a tortoise? 8 gates, opening the injury gate. Sasuke activated the 8 gates, his skin turning crimson, a verdant aura enveloping him, and his hair standing on end. With his already handsome visage, he resembled a Super Saiyan. You are vastly inferior to that man. Upon witnessing Sasuke employ the same technique as Little Lee, Temari and Kankuro grew anxious, concerned that Shikaku within Gaara might rebel prematurely, thwarting their plans. Boom. With the activation of the 8 gates, Sasuke experienced a monumental surge in speed, strength, and stamina. A powerful kick landed squarely on Gaara's face, shattering his automatic defense of sand with ease. You are finished. The hardened layer of sand on Gaara's face began to crumble, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Those who have caused me pain are all gone. Sasuke kicked back a few steps, bewildered by the layers of defenses. It's over. Gaara is about to lose control. Temari expressed her concern. You little brat, perish. Gaara commanded the sand to lunge at Sasuke, but Sasuke deftly evaded each attack. This won't he do? The duration of the 8 gates is insufficient. Sasuke's training has been too brief. Although he possesses remarkable talent, his physical prowess cannot rival that of Lee. And his time in the 8 gates does not compare to Lee's. With a series of agile leaps, Sasuke distanced himself from Gaara. Lightning release, Chidori. Sasuke began to gather lightning chakra in his hand, the blue currents converging with an ear-piercing crackle that resonated throughout the arena. Kakashi, you taught him this technique, Guy exclaimed. Astonished, casting a glance at Kakashi. The boy has considerable talent. Kakashi's lips curled slightly beneath his mask. His disciple's talent is impressive, and his strength commendable. The only one who could rival Sasuke at this stage would be Lee. With Sasuke able to utilize the 8 gates, Lee would no longer stand a chance. Sensing the threat of the upcoming attack, the sand surrounding Gaara began to shift toward him, gradually forming a sturdy sphere. Lightning release, Chidori. Once the lightning was fully gathered in his hand, Sasuke propelled himself forward, leaving behind a fleeting blue afterimage. Boom. Sasuke's right hand pierced through Gaara's defenses, causing the sand of the sphere to cascade down and reveal Gaara's form. Sasuke's Chidori struck Gaara's shoulder, seeing his attack succeed. The duration of Sasuke's 8 gates came to an end, and his body gradually returned to its normal hue. Ha, ha. Sasuke withdrew his right hand, breathing heavily. Did you see that, you foolish Udo? I've become much stronger. Not killing me back then will be your greatest regret. At that moment, Gaara's shoulder bled profusely, and he slipped into unconsciousness, feeling exhausted and yearning for sleep. Gaara slowly closed his eyes. It's over. That monster is about to emerge. Temari and Kankuro rushed to Gaara's side, intent on waking him. Kurama, give this little raccoon a taste of its own medicine. Lee mentally communicated with the Ninetales, instructing it to suppress the presence of Shikaku, the one-tail within Gaara. What is this guy doing here? Shikaku, initially pleased that Gaara had fallen asleep, thus allowing it to stretch its limbs, sensed the Ninetales' presence, which seemed to serve as a warning. TCH, who cares? Just as half of Gaara's face began to transform into Shikaku's form, it vanished again. Gaara's body softened and was caught by Temari. Now is not the time for you to appear, little one. Lee felt that Shikaku's emergence would disrupt his plans, prompting him to have Kurama issue a warning to the One-Tail. Meanwhile, on the stage, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, raised a hand, prompting the hidden sand shinobi around the stands to spring into action, while the onlookers succumbed to illusions, collapsing one by one. A thunderous roar erupted from the outskirts of the Leaf Village, and the air thickened with the smoke of battle. The four subordinates behind Orochimaru also shed their disguises. "Lord Wind Shadow, are you intent on breaking the contract?" Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked coldly as the AMBU ninjas of Konoha began to adopt a defensive stance before the two. In a swift motion, Orochimaru materialized behind Sarutobi, a kunai poised threateningly against his throat. "And what of it?" Orochimaru hissed, his tongue flicking across his lips. "Lord Hokage." An AMBU, witnessing Sarutobi's predicament, prepared to intervene, but was met with the swift thud of 3 shurikens embedding into his body. With a heavy thump, the AMBU crashed to the ground, lifeless. Trash should not expose themselves. Orochimaru taunted, licking the kunai in his grasp. "Retrieve the funnel. What comes next?" Informed of the plan in advance, Hyuga Hisashi had already positioned himself beside Li Ming, flanked by the elite members of the Hyuga clan. "Wait for my signal. For now, we must quell the disturbances outside. I have no desire for an audience that is not engaged in the spectacle. Kakashi-sensei, please take care of the one casting the genjutsu." After issuing these commands, Li Ming deployed shadow clones, infusing them with a measure of the Nine Tails chakra. I shall take my leave first." As Tsunade hastened towards Konoha, noticing the thick smoke rising suddenly in that direction, her brow furrowed. Without waiting for Yin's response, she accelerated, leaving him behind. Chapter 38. The Emergence of Orochimaru. "Sensei Sarutobi," Orochimaru declared, using his original voice while holding Sarutobi Hiruzen hostage. Was it possible? Hiruzen had already received intelligence that Orochimaru had infiltrated Konoha. He had thought Orochimaru was after Uchiha Sasuke, but never imagined he was lurking so close to him. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Hiruzen's expression. Haha. Orochimaru tore away his disguise, revealing his pallid visage. "Danzo, aren't we going to assist?" In the root base, Danzo had assembled all the root ninja, secretly recalling those on missions. Why the rush? Danzo thought to himself. These root ninjas had been implanted with the curse of absolute obedience. He regarded them merely as tools, suppressing their individual emotions entirely. Yet, fundamentally, these ninjas believed their actions were in service of Konoha, and they yearned to aid their village in its time of crisis. However, under Danzo's control, they could only remain inactive. Fight. The more ferociously you clash, the better. Danzo was already aware of Orochimaru's scheme. He had gathered these ninjas to reap the rewards once they had weakened each other, ultimately aiming to usurp the position of Hokage after the third's downfall. Haha. Danzo reveled in the thought of ascending to the Hokage's seat, chuckling maniacally. All he had sacrificed for Konoha would finally bear fruit. Suddenly, the root base was violently breached. A thick cloud of dust enveloping the entrance. A figure, enveloped in the orange chakra of the Nine Tails, emerged from the haze. "Who goes there?" Danzo shouted, as all the ninjas readied themselves for confrontation. "Uncle Hisashi, seal their chakra. These ninjas shall become your weapons." As the dust began to clear, Li Ming arrived with Hyuga Hisashi and the elite of the Hyuga clan at the root base. "You fox demon!" Danzo exclaimed in astonishment. Had T. Sarutobi informed him that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was under the influence of Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami? How could he appear here? "Sarutobi, I warned you that you would regret this. You should have handed over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to me from the start. Tools should not possess emotions." Danzo cursed Sarutobi 100 times in his heart. "Humph. Hisashi, do you intend to betray Konoha?" Seeing the elite of the Hyuga clan, Danzo felt a twinge of uncertainty and quickly attempted to frame Hisashi. "Do you wish to meet the same fate as your brother, Nichi?" Hisashi, upon hearing the mention of his brother Nichi, who had fallen victim to these Konoha parasites, felt an overwhelming urge to crush them. "My poor brother. Danzo, cease your idle chatter. Today, you shall leave horizontally," Li Ming declared assertively, fully aware of Danzo's hidden cards and dismissing him with disdain. "Foolish child, do not forget that I am a peer of Sarutobi. What do you think you can accomplish?" With the power of Shursue's Manjikyu Sharingan and the ability of Izanagi at his disposal, Danzo felt invincible. With a funnel in hand, he witnessed the unusual chakra of TZ's bandaged subordinates through his white eyes. "Uncle Hisashi, I understand." Li Ming is aware of the Sharingan hidden beneath TZ's bandages, as well as the arm clone from Hashirama's cells. "Let us capture these ninjas first. Leave TZ to me." With that, Li Ming soared towards TZ, quickly. "Seal all the chakra points of these ninjas. They will soon become my weapons," Hisashi pondered, envisioning how he would command these root ninjas upon ascending to Hokage. With a funnel in hand, this little yellow-haired boy has the advantage. Hisashi had already acknowledged Li Ming as his son-in-law. Wind release. Vacuum wave. TZ grasped his right hand hanging from his neck, forming hand seals. He inhaled sharply and then expelled an attack infused with wind release chakra, unleashing a barrage of wind blades toward Li Ming. This kind of attack, it could even breach the defenses of the Nine Tails. Li Ming felt no need to evade. Braving the wind assault, he advanced directly to TZ, swiftly gathering wind release into a Rasengan and thrusting it towards TZ's abdomen. Bang! TZ was struck directly by the Rasengan, crashing into the wall and leaving a large dent. Even the weight of 100 tons pales in comparison, Li Ming thought, feeling that the force exceeded that of a national overlord. Severely cut by the powerful wind, TZ coughed up blood. Useless. Then, TZ's figure began to dissipate, only to reappear in the same spot. Izanagi? Li Ming remarked with intrigue. You cannot kill me, old man, TZ boasted, not expecting this fox spirit to be aware of such secrets. I told you Sarutobi was too naive. So, what do you plan to do next, little brat? I am invincible. Just 5 minutes. Li Ming began to mentally calculate the time as he engaged TZ in combat. He had no intention of slowly depleting TZ's Sharingan, as he had other matters to attend to. Time was running short. After nearly 5 minutes of battle, Li Ming stepped back, his eyes transforming into the Crimson Sharingan, the three tomos spinning into a kaleidoscope pattern. Impossible. TZ's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Li Ming's eyes morph into a shape identical to that of Uchiha Shirsui's Manjiki Sharingan. Could it be that the Sharingan I acquired from Shirsui is fake? TZ pondered, touching his right eye beneath the bandages, filled with confusion. Master of the Void. Suddenly, Li Ming vanished before TZ, entering the void. Time-space ninjutsu? Sarutobi, you've betrayed me. TZ warily surveyed his surroundings. Too late. Li Ming materialized behind TZ, delivering a precise strike that severed TZ's hand adorned with Sharingan. In a state of terror, TZ turned, hastily unwrapping the bandages from his head to reveal Shirsui's Sharingan, intending to use Kodo Amatsukami to control Li Ming. 8 gates, open. Injury gate. Li Ming activated the 8 gates, his speed surging instantaneously, and with a swift motion, he plucked out TZ's final Sharingan. TZ fell to his knees, clutching his bleeding eye socket. How is this possible? After years of meticulous planning, how could I possibly face failure? Danzo was taken aback as Li Ming decisively claimed his Sharingan, unleashing a desperate roar of fury. At that moment, the root ninjas were also subdued by Hisashi. With a funnel in hand, what were the next steps? Hisashi, feeling an exhilarating sense of anticipation, could hardly quell the excitement of potentially becoming Hokage. What comes next? Uncle Hisashi, have you prepared those videotapes and shadow cloths? Li Ming was now eager to witness the reactions of the opportunists in Konoha upon discovering the truth. Everything is in place. Quickly escort the daimyos to safety. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded the Umbu ninjas to lead the daimyos from various nations to refuge, and Orochimaru did not instruct his subordinates to intervene. Teacher Sarutobi, you have grown old. With that, he controlled Sarutobi to leap onto the rooftop, where the 4 of them took their positions to cast the ceiling barrier. Ninjutsu. For purple flames formation, a soft lavender barrier enveloped the entire rooftop. Teacher Sarutobi, it is time to set forth. Chapter 39, The Rebirth of the Impure World. Lord Hokage, a loyal Chunin, dedicated to Sarutobi, charged forth, intent on shattering the barrier. Alas, the moment this ninja made contact, he was reduced to ashes. What audacity to challenge such a formidable force. The others scoffed. How naive to think they could breach the 4 purple flames formation from the outside. Enough with the chatter. We must swiftly establish our own barrier. This old man is not to be trifled with. Kiyamura hastily warned the trio, for Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed the strength to free himself from Orochimaru's grasp in an instant, posing a grave threat to them. If we linger, there will be no meal left to enjoy. The 4 hastened to erect their own barriers. For Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed a renowned figure in the ninja world. Ha. Orochimaru, holding Sarutobi Hiruzen captive, suddenly erupted into manic laughter. Are you mourning, Orochimaru? Observing the tears welling in Orochimaru's eyes, he spoke calmly. I am filled with joy. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed. Sarutobi-sensei, you have grown old. It is time for you to step down. Why prolong the inevitable? He cast aside the shuriken in his hand and discarded his hat upon the ground, slowly brushing past Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru seemed resolute. His mentor should not languish in the Hokage position until his death. The current Konoha resembled a stagnant pond, serene on the surface yet rife with sordid dealings beneath. Sensei, allow me to grant you a dignified exit. After all, Konoha has only known Hokage who have perished in battle, not those who have succumbed to old age. Reflecting on the once vibrant Sarutobi Hiruzen and contrasting it with his current timidity and darkness, Orochimaru maintained an outward calm, though his heart fluttered with tension. Ninjutsu, hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru abruptly pivoted, his tongue elongating into a serpent that lunged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. Observing the snake's grasp around his mentor, Orochimaru proclaimed, "Sensei, let the game begin." It was uncertain how Orochimaru could speak with his tongue transformed into a snake. TCH. Orochimaru gazed at the figure that had turned to mud. Was it a mere earth clone? He understood it would not be so simple to subdue his mentor. One who earned the title of professor of the ninja world could not be taken lightly. Gradually retracting his tongue, he licked his lips. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. From above, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed the Earth Dragon Bullet toward Orochimaru, simultaneously combining it with fire release, launching it at him, causing the wooden structure of the roof to collapse. Below remained only a stone layer. As the smoke cleared, Orochimaru emerged from the rubble like a specter, exclaiming, "Sensei, you remain formidable." Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted. He was well aware of his student's abilities, recognizing this encounter as merely a test. "Uncle Hizashi, secure these root ninjas. You will have much to attend to next." After dispatching Danzo, Li Ming dragged the ashen-faced figure of Danzo toward the Chunin selection arena, leaping across rooftops, the unconscious Danzo in his grasp like a mere chick. Swish. Swish, swish. Li Ming arrived before the barrier, still holding the unconscious Danzo, followed closely by Hizashi and several elite members of the Hyuga clan. Upon witnessing the fierce confrontation between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, I realized I had arrived just in time, as the Edo Tensei had yet to be unleashed. Discarding Danzo onto the ground, I delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, unleashing chakra that obliterated his chakra pathways. From the ceiling scroll, I retrieved a specially crafted frame designed for Danzo and suspended him upon it. Lord Danzo, outside the barrier. There was growing concern that Hiruzen's Umbu would notice Danzo's predicament and attempt to rescue. Swiftly, I threw shuriken towards several Umbu operatives, precisely striking at their toes to impede their movements. Hyuga clan leader, are you contemplating treachery? I admonished, preemptively branding them with the accusation of betrayal. In Konoha, which ninja clan would dare accept such a label? It is well known that the Uchiha clan has already been eradicated by the Hokage. I strongly advise against any rash actions. Activating my Byakugan, I exuded an air of authority, declaring, "I shall increase your salaries henceforth." The lead Umbu appeared perplexed, questioning the implications of a salary raise. Enough chatter. Uncle Hizashi, we must secure them first to avoid jeopardizing our plans. Li Ming interjected, emphasizing that the Hokage had yet to be established and that these potential disruptors needed to be dealt with promptly. With a decisive technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. I demonstrated my formidable prowess, swiftly sealing the chakra pathways of several Umbu, who were then bound by the elite members of the Hyuga clan. Uncle Hizashi, we can commence setting the stage now. The ninja from the Hyuga clan began preparing the projection equipment, while Li Ming's previously created shadow clones began returning. You vile fox spirit, release this elder at once. Tsunade and Mito were also ensnared by a few clones. Although they were once powerful, their age rendered them vulnerable. Without even glancing at them, Li Ming gestured, and the clones understood, swiftly gagging both with tattered cloth. Uncle Hizashi, you are in charge here. Await my signal to begin. Li Ming directed his gaze towards the fierce battle between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen within the barrier. The Master of the Void, Orochimaru exclaimed, stepping back and licking his lips, as he clapped his hands to the ground, causing 3 wooden coffins to rise slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback, realized that Orochimaru was utilizing such a secret technique. He was alarmed to see the names of the first and second Hokage inscribed on the coffins. A cold sweat broke out. He could not allow the third coffin to emerge. Given Minato's mastery of space-time ninjutsu, he would become exceedingly passive. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. After launching a shuriken, Sarutobi performed hand seals, causing the single shuriken to multiply into dozens. I will not allow you to succeed. Inside the barrier, Li Ming suddenly materialized before the third coffin, having torn open a space. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Time was of the essence, and with no opportunity to employ other jutsu, he promptly summoned shadow clones to intercept the incoming shuriken. How is this possible? Naruto, what are you doing? Sarutobi clenched his fists, rage surging within him. With a resounding crash, the lids of the three coffins fell to the ground, revealing the past Hokages within. It was over. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, a glimmer of despair emerged. The impure resurrection technique, still in its infancy, summoned forth beings whose powers had not reached their zenith. While he could manage a few with relative ease, the unpredictable mobility afforded by the Yellow Flash's space-time ninjutsu left him devoid of any hope of victory. Orochimaru, the one who toys with the souls of the deceased, shall ultimately be toyed with in turn. Hiruzen's expression was solemn. Little monkey? It has been quite some time. How have you aged so? The first to speak was the resurrected Tobirama Senju. Teacher. Upon encountering his former mentor, Hiruzen felt a surge of excitement within. Is this the technique I once studied? Little monkey, it seems your disciple possesses considerable talent, Tobirama remarked with delight. Stepping forth from the coffin, Tobirama began to sense the information around him. Why was there only a single presence from the evil clan? Little monkey, you've done well. Chapter 40. Orochimaru? The reversal of the deity. Is that the first Hokage and the second Hokage? The audience, who had initially fallen into a deep slumber under an illusion, were awakened by the ninjas of the Hyuga clan and Kakashi. They gazed in excitement at the two figures within the barrier, whose visages bore a striking resemblance to those of the first and second Hokage, carved into the Hokage rock. Most had encountered Minato Namikaze, and due to his brief tenure, coupled with the fact that much of the power resided with Sarutobi, their impression of him was largely limited to his quelling of the Nine-Tails rampage. Naruto. What are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. It was inconceivable that someone whose thoughts had been altered by Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami could oppose him. Old Sarutobi, did you not expect this? The voice of Danzo echoed with a mocking tone. Indeed, it was unforeseen that the Jinchuriki, who had displayed a profound influence of the will of fire before him, would suddenly transform in such a manner, especially after having his will modified by Shirsue. Ha! Sarutobi, I told you that you would come to regret this. Danzo, still hanging from his makeshift restraint, bellowed loudly, despite blood trickling from his mouth. Are you the Hokage? How laughable. You've been deceived to the point of nearly selling your own trousers. Sarutobi's aged visage twitched in anger. I truly should have heeded Danzo's counsel. Although he has long coveted my position, one cannot deny the efficacy of his ruthless and dark schemes. How could this happen? Tell Minato how you've cared for me. Li Ming grinned broadly. This left Sarutobi momentarily hesitant, as both Hashirama and Tobirama turned their gazes toward Minato. Naruto. Sarutobi quickly interrupted Li Ming's words. Everything I have done was to protect you. When your strength is sufficient to safeguard yourself, I shall reveal all the truths to the world. He hastily defended himself. Outside the barrier, all the sand ninjas causing turmoil were swiftly dealt with by Li Ming's shadow clones, as dozens of shadow clones, each possessing strength akin to that of a Kage, emerged. The chaos in Konoha was promptly quelled, as more ninjas and civilians gathered around the barrier. They gazed in bewilderment at the appearances of the past Hokages and the restrained Danzo, most of whom had been informed by the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Some ninjas, upon witnessing the elders of Konoha, Mito Kamizuki, Tika Shinju, and Danzo, bound and helpless, attempted to render aid, only to be intercepted by the Hyuga clan. Jiraiya-sama, hurry and save them. A voice in the crowd recognized one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. With a swift motion, Jiraiya leapt to the top of a high wall, positioning himself before Hiruzen, while Kakashi stood alongside him. Jiraiya, do you intend to make a move? Li Ming's shadow clone stepped forward to obstruct Jiraiya. I wish to uncover the truth, Jiraiya declared, casting his gaze toward the figures within the barrier. How could one produce a pack of white-eyed wolves? Sarutobi internally cursed, his expression darkening. With Orochimaru seeking his demise, Jiraiya tirelessly in pursuit of some prophesied child, and Tsunade, the rebellious one, none seemed to grasp his noble intentions. Naruto? Orochimaru gazed at Li Ming, who shared his hair color, and inquired with a hint of perplexity, why does everyone seem to underestimate me? His tone was laced with impatience. This is not a reunion for you. As he spoke, he drew out a shuriken inscribed with seals to execute his plan, momentarily forgetting the presence of the snake. My apologies, Orochimaru. Li Ming turned to face him, activating his previously dormant Sharingan. Within the depths of his crimson eyes, the Tomo began to swirl, transforming into the mesmerizing kaleidoscope Sharingan. An abominable Uchiha. Tobirama's face contorted in disgust, still unyielded by control. What? Orochimaru exclaimed, astonished, before succumbing to exhilaration. One of his targets had appeared unexpectedly. I never anticipated it would be you. Haha. Uchiha Itachi had mentioned a young, formidable individual with kaleidoscope Sharingan when he defected from Konoha, and Orochimaru had presumed Itachi was fabricating tales to divert his attention from harming Sasuke. It was only after dispatching Kabuto to investigate the remnants of battle on the outskirts of Konoha that he confirmed the existence of such a powerful being. Although Itachi had not divulged the origin of this mysterious figure, the analysis of the entire incident implied an undeniable connection to Konoha. Slurping. Orochimaru extended his unnaturally long tongue to lick his lips, exclaiming, "What a perfect and powerful physique." Observing Orochimaru's expression, Li Ming realized the snake's intentions. Understanding why he had not sought out Sasuke. Heh, Orochimaru, I am not an object of your desire. Beware of your own downfall, Li Ming replied, his tone dripping with disdain. Will you willingly submit to me, or shall I take matters into my own hands? Li Ming, apprehensive that the Kodo Amatsukami might impair Orochimaru's mind, warned, your path has diverged. If you submit to me, I can reveal to you the secret of immortality. Furthermore, I shall not restrict your freedom. You, a mere child? Do not jest. I have already achieved immortality. Orochimaru retorted, tearing away his disguise to reveal a youthful visage. Orochimaru, have you truly employed that technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grave. Indeed. Sensei, look how youthful I am. And you, how many teeth do you have left? Heh, is this your notion of immortality? Li Ming scoffed, his face contorted in disdain. It is merely reanimation. How long can this body endure? How long until the next body falters? Have you not realized that with each resurrection, your soul accumulates more burdens while losing fragments of itself? What exactly are you implying? Orochimaru felt a chill race down his spine, grappling with doubt. Could he truly be mistaken? No, he refused to believe Li Ming's words. Resolute, he grasped the control talisman in his hand, preparing to subdue the third Hokage and seize Li Ming thereafter. Stubborn fool. Without a sound, Li Ming manifested before Orochimaru, embodying the master of the void, Kodo Amatsukami. Observing Orochimaru's lack of cooperation, Li Ming chose not to waste further words and directly employed the technique. After being ensnared, Orochimaru stood motionless, closing his eyes. A minute or two passed before he slowly opened his eyes, fixating on Li Ming. Sensei? The youthful voice of Orochimaru echoed, revealing his transformed body. Well, from this point onward, you may simply enjoy the spectacle. Li Ming invokes the art of Bietian, altering Orochimaru's memories and will on a soul level, leading him to believe that he is a mentor guiding him toward the path of rightful immortality. Naruto. How could this be? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes at Li Ming, astonished as he perceives the Sharingan in his eyes, his expression one of disbelief. Sarutobi Hiruzen, surprised, are we? Do not fret, for your turn is next. System, activate the art of Miao Shou Kong Kong. Target, Senju Tobarama. Having employed Bietianshin, Li Ming's ocular power has diminished significantly, compelling him to temporarily deactivate it. He has but one usage remaining, until he discovers an effective means of restoration. It will take at least 3 years for the expended uses to recover, and that is with the assistance of the Hashirama cells within him. Otherwise, it would take a minimum of 10 years. Ding skill activation successful, copying target's abilities, whatever is called forth shall manifest. Chapter 41, Shadows of Konoha? Death. Who is this young lad with the yellow hair? He met his demise at such a tender age while donning the Hokage robe. The expression on Hashirama's face was one of confusion, as he pondered how someone so young could have passed away before even outliving himself. Esteemed first Hokage. I am the fourth Hokage. Watergate awkwardly scratched the back of his head, pointing to the characters emblazoned on the Hokage robe behind him. How could you be so youthful? What led to your untimely death? Tobarama inquired, intrigued by the potential strength of someone who had ascended to the role of Hokage. Contemplating how it was possible for such a young individual to have perished in that capacity. Well, I was skewered by the Nine Tails. Watergate chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Is it truly capable of killing a Hokage? Hashirama recalled how he used to playfully carry the Nine Tails as if it were a pet. Marveling at how something so adorable could bring about death, Li Ming gazed out at the gathering crowd, noting that most had arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen, and you pesky insects. It is now your turn. Li Ming's cold stare was fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, you'd best keep your composure. Why don't you ask if I dare to act? Sarutobi Hiruzen, nearly trembling at the sight before him, questioned whether he truly had the audacity to confront such an overwhelming assembly. 3 Hokage, a formidable Orochimaru, and an enigmatic Naruto. He was aging, but not senile. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen spread his hands, feigning surrender while his eyes remained observant. Uncle Hisashi. Let us commence. Would release. With tower technique, Li Ming sliced through the air and arrived at the center of the arena. With a clap of his hands, a robust wooden pillar surged from the ground, halting when it reached the height of the viewing platform. How splendid! Li Ming was thoroughly pleased with this skill that summoned what he desired with a mere clap, finding the process of hand signs to be exceedingly cumbersome. Could this young rascal be a descendant of the Senju clan? His wood release is a third of my own prowess from my heyday. A faint smile graced the lips of Senju Hashirama, filled with pride. Indeed, he is my son. Even wood release is within his grasp. Watergate rejoiced for Li Ming. Originally intending to use ropes to hang the curtain, the advent of wood release made the task considerably more convenient. Several ninjas from the Hyuga clan began to drape the curtain along the wooden pillar, while Hisashi and his two subordinates commenced adjustments for the projected effect. Creak, creak, creak. The curtain began to display images featuring Lord Koshun and Lord Mito. The audience in the stands recognized the figures on the screen. Koshun. The financial subsidies from the daimyo of the Land of Fire have arrived. Mito and Koshun were seated in an office. How will the compensation for the fallen ninjas be distributed? Mito inquired. Humph. They brought this upon themselves. They failed their missions. Why should they receive anything? It would be generous not to demand restitution from their families. Koshun's countenance was grim. Shall we divide the funds then? Mito grinned broadly, his smile stretching to his ears. This is unacceptable. In the stands, some of the Chunin began to stir restlessly, grappling with the harsh reality that their arduous missions were meant to sustain their families, ensuring that even in death, their loved ones would receive a decent compensation to survive. As I gazed upon the bound figure of Tsuki Kaharu, ensnared by the Hyuga clan, I felt an overwhelming urge to hurl shurikens at them. It is all a fabrication. This is slander. Tsuki Kaharu desperately attempted to expel the cloth gagging her mouth, shouting in vain to defend herself. The scene shifted, revealing a mother accompanied by her 2- or 3-year-old child on the outskirts of Konoha. Mama, where has Daddy gone? The child's innocent voice echoed. Your father will never return. The woman's husband had perished during a mission, and she had gone to Tsuki Kaharu to collect the compensation, only to be turned away and accused of her husband's treachery, which led to the mission's failure. They demanded reparations, seizing all her family's funds. With no money left, she was compelled to take her child to the outskirts in search of wild vegetables. I recognized them. That is the wife of Ichikawa-Kamon, someone exclaimed, recalling the individuals on screen. Weren't they all deceased? The announcement stated they committed suicide out of guilt. Suddenly, a frenzied wild boar charged towards the pair. Run! The mother yelled, grasping her child as they fled. Yet, how could an ordinary woman outrun such a beast? In an instant, they were both flung aside, the mother shielding her child with her body. Swiftly, 2 root ninjas appeared, effortlessly kicking the boar away. This woman is no more. A cold voice declared, void of sympathy. The child, breaking free from their grasp, wailed heart-wrenchingly at the sight of their lifeless mother. What shall we do with this child? One asked. Take them to the base. After all, they are a ninja's offspring and still hold value. Without regard for the child's struggles, they seized the little one under their arm and carried them away. Meanwhile, another root ninja incinerated the woman's corpse with a fire technique, reducing her to ashes. Daddy, Mommy, I am so tired. The scene shifted to a group of children engaged in a brutal fight, the earlier child collapsing in a pool of blood, slowly fading away, eyes wide open. Mommy, Daddy, are you here to take me? In a daze, 2 faint silhouettes materialized before the child, extending their hands. Beasts, this is truly inhumane. They fabricated baseless charges, devoured the family's wealth, and now they even spare not the orphaned and bereaved. The ordinary spectators and unconnected ninjas in the audience clenched their fists in outrage. Uncle Hayashi, where did you find such an actor? Their performance is commendable, Li Ming remarked, directing his praise towards Hayashi. This is all grounded in reality. Hayashi gestured towards his Byakugan, stating solemnly, though portrayed by actors, the truth remains. A look of melancholy enveloped his countenance. During his quest for evidence, a branch ninja had first informed him of these events. It was only upon delving deeper into the investigation that he realized Konoha was shrouded in darker shadows than he had ever imagined. These failures are a waste of life, several root ninjas declared, surveying the mountain of corpses. Lord Danzo has commanded us to transport these bodies to the laboratory. Danzo, how dare you? Someone shouted in fury, recognizing their missing child among the heap of bodies. Huh, what do you understand? This is all for the sake of Konoha. Danzo, half alive on the operating table, uttered weakly. Ninjas are mere tools. Everything is for the benefit of Konoha. Monkey, care to explain? The expression on Tobarama's face turned a deep shade of indigo. These individuals had exerted tremendous effort to safeguard the village, all for the sake of nurturing the next generation. Yet, to their utter dismay, there were those who would inflict harm upon their own kin. Teacher, I am unaware. This is all the doing of Danzo and Konohamaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily attempted to deflect blame. You wretched child, bring Danzo and those two scoundrels in here. With Tobarama's intellect, how could he possibly believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen was oblivious to these matters? Even if he had not participated directly, he had certainly acquiesced. I will never allow you to succeed. Danzo suddenly bellowed, biting into the poison concealed within his mouth and meeting his demise on the spot. Quite ruthless towards himself. Li Ming had presumed that a coward like Danzo, who wielded the Sharingan to employ as an Aji, would never resort to suicide. Is death truly the end? Li Ming remarked with a chilling smile. He tore open the fabric of space, bringing both individuals and Danzo's lifeless body into the barrier, casually tossing Danzo's corpse to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I leave this to you. Chapter 42, Tsunade returns. How undeserving he is. Indeed, such a person deserves to be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Danzo, who has laid hands on children, has incited public outrage. Master, there is still a living person missing. Orochimaru respectfully addressed Li Ming. Wait, it will be here shortly. Li Ming instructed Orochimaru to hold on while he began to set up surveillance equipment around them. Li Ming intended to broadcast the event live. Only authenticity holds appeal. Koharu. Hamura, please share your thoughts. Tobarama's expression darkened. He had felt a sense of relief upon learning of the Uchiha clan's demise. But how had these individuals, once by his side, transformed into such beings? Lord Second, all of this is under Sarutobi Hiruzen's directives. The now elderly Koharu hastily knelt on the ground. Koharu, do not speak nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to intervene, but with a mere glance, Tobarama silenced him. Continue. Hiruzen had pocketed a portion of the funds to nurture his own clan. Over the years, a significant number of fallen ninjas' legacies have been absorbed by the Sarutobi clan. The Fourth Estate is entirely under Hiruzen's control. He provides your son with a mere 1,000 ryo each month, insufficient even for sustenance. Koharu spoke without pause, divulging the entire situation in one breath. Minato's fists cracked ominously. Hiruzen, is this how you uphold your promise to care for Naruto? Hiruzen had also instructed all those in the know to conceal the identity of the fourth son, deceiving the populace into believing that Naruto was a fox demon, a monster, inciting the entire village to despise and loathe him. I did not. Koharu exclaimed, do not slander me. As she spoke, she drew a few shurikens and hurled them at Koharu. Clang. A yellow light flickered back and forth, effortlessly deflecting the shurikens. Master, do not force my hand. The chakra consciousness left within Li Ming by Minato would not synchronize with the original soul. Otherwise, Hiruzen would be lying on the ground, defending himself. He had promised Kushina that Naruto would live a happy life in Konoha, though one wonders if Kushina is aware of the truth. Alas, he had not anticipated that beneath Hiruzen's benevolent facade lay a malevolent spirit. This was all to prevent Naruto from being assassinated by enemies. Hiruzen attempted to justify himself. Esteemed Hokages, he lies. You are unaware that his own son, Asuma, has access to limitless resources, flaunting it all while squandering Konoha's resources for his protection. Just look at his grandson. Your son lives a life worse than a dog of the Sarutobi clan. Crack. The kunai in Minato's grasp was crushed into 2 pieces by immense force. Naruto is actually the fourth son? The villagers of Konoha in the stands gasped in shock. What have we done? Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. Some began to curse him. His grandson, Konohamaru, had caused more chaos in the village than Naruto ever had. Were it not for the presence of a ninja beside him, he would have been killed long ago. Nagato, has the plan not yet commenced? In Amigakure, Nagato was discussing matters with Konan when the space in the room suddenly warped and a figure slowly materialized. Humph, the will of the divine is beyond your scrutiny, Nagato declared arrogantly. Uchiha Obito, let us not forget that our relationship is merely one of collaboration. Everything is in pursuit of peace within the ninja world. Nagato's face radiated with longing, envisioning the fulfillment of Yahiko's aspirations. The hidden leaf harbors unpredictable variables. I hope you will commence promptly. Obito grew somewhat anxious, fearing he might not realize the world with Rin. Humph. Deara and Sasori have already departed. Akatsuki's current strength is insufficient to confront the entirety of the ninja world. Thus we must dismantle them one by one. Although Nagato prides himself as a god, He cannot solely rely on his own efforts, can he? I shall personally pay a visit to the Nine Tails of the Hidden Leaf. I hope you will expedite your actions. After Obito spoke, he activated Kamui and returned to the secret base in the Land of Earth. There is nothing quite like using one's own eyes. Obito muttered to himself, Kakashi, do not perish. I am awaiting the moment you witness Rin in my embrace. This fellow may not be as reliable as I had hoped. Kagaya observed Obito's frenzied demeanor, sensing that the plan might falter. Mother, I shall certainly rescue you. Black Zetsu, attached to white Zetsu, employed the Kager technique, gradually merging into the ground, intending to gather intelligence in the hidden leaf. Swish. Li Ming's shadow clone appeared, dragging along a ninja clad in the attire of the Shimura clan, tossing him to Orochimaru. Bring Danzo forth. Old man, shouldn't we address the matter concerning Hinata Hayashi? Li Ming threatened Sarutobi Hiruzen, fulfilling a promise made to Uncle Hizashi. What matter concerning Hayashi? I am unaware. Sarutobi Hiruzen refused to acknowledge it. Shall I elucidate? Li Ming narrowed his eyes, fixating on Sarutobi Hiruzen, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat. Danzo, rise at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the implications of the Hokage's position. This was a moment when he desperately needed Danzo. I did it all for the sake of the Hidden Leaf, for the pursuit of peace. The ninja world has only just quelled its wars. The Hidden Leaf requires recuperation. Furthermore, the strength of the Cloud Village is not to be underestimated. Necessary sacrifices are indeed worthwhile. Perhaps it is you who are too feeble? Or are you fearful that the emergence of new geniuses in the Hidden Leaf might threaten your position as Hokage? Li Ming directly pierced through Sarutobi's thoughts. At that time, who would dare provoke the Hidden Leaf? Do they have a death wish? They are fully aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, even if he were to refuse. The Cloud Village would incur no losses. Should he agree, it would signify that Sarutobi is intimidated. It indicates that the leader of the Hidden Leaf has softened, easily manipulated. I have not. I am the Hokage. My decisions are infallible. Naruto, sometimes sacrifices must indeed be made. Hashirama placed a reassuring hand on Li Ming's shoulder, intending to convey something. Li Ming scoffed inwardly, the first Hokage? Perhaps you should ascertain whether there are still any members of the Senju clan in the Hidden Leaf. Li Ming wished to witness Hashirama's expression as he reflected on the founding of the Hidden Leaf alongside his dear friend, the Uchiha clan, ultimately leading to the demise of the original stakeholders. Lord Hashirama, please, do not. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to intervene, but was halted by Tobirama, who also activated his sensory ninjutsu. As time progressed, the expressions of Hashirama and Tobirama grew increasingly somber. How is this possible? Hashirama and Tobirama sensed the absence of the Senju clan's presence in what was once their territory. The bustling industry and shops were now solely inhabited by the Sarutobi clan. Monkeys, I implore you to elucidate the whereabouts of the Senju clan. The aura surrounding Hashirama began to grow increasingly frigid, as his immense chakra transcended the incomplete limitations of the impure world reincarnation, exerting a formidable pressure upon Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thud. Hiruzen was compelled to kneel under the weight of this overwhelming force. Suddenly, a trace of the Senju clan's essence manifested in his perception. Great uncle. Second uncle. Chapter 43. They disturbed your grave. Konoha Tsunade hastily returned and, from a distance, beheld the ethereal violet barrier of the four purple flames rising from the rooftops. She leaped onto the roof and approached the barrier, where she glimpsed Hashirama and Tobirama Senju inside, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. After all these years of grievance, she longed to throw herself into her grandfather's embrace. Li Ming guided Tsunade into the barrier, and she immediately collapsed into Hashirama's arms. Tsunade, where is SHT? Why has Teehee returned? Hashirama inquired, his thoughts drifting to his beloved great-grandson. SHT is dead, Tsunade sobbed, recalling the horrific death of SHT and the gruesome fate of Kato-dan. Tsunade, where have our clan members gone? Hashirama consoled her, while simultaneously seeking answers regarding the Senju clan's whereabouts, suspecting they had departed from Konoha after the sacrifice of their second grandfather. Hiruzen Sarutobi declared that Konoha had lost the strength to contend with other hidden villages. In pursuit of understanding would release. He manipulated the clan members into becoming subjects for human experimentation. The clan, in their fervor to recreate would release, recklessly participated, yet there were no results. Following Dan's tragedy, Tsunade had left the village, unaware of what transpired thereafter. Unaware, are we? Allow me to enlighten you. After your departure, the Senju clan lost all capacity for resistance. They were all taken for experiments, none survived. Li Ming mocked Tsunade. As for Kato Dan's fate, do you not find it suspicious? That was all part of Hiruzen's scheme. The moment you left Konoha, the Senju became mere prey, ready for slaughter. Impossible. Master Hiruzen promised me he would preserve the Senju bloodline. Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief. Preserve the bloodline? To produce another Hashirama Senju? Li Ming scoffed. Your mind is clouded by romantic notions. You are the very bloodline Hiruzen speaks of. All sacrifices are worthwhile. Hiruzen coldly interjected. It is all for Konoha. I believe it is for your own self-interest. Li Ming retorted. At that time, many ninjas who had followed the first Hokage remained, including the two Uchiha prodigies. The White Fang of the Hatake clan and Minato Namikaze, the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Aside from the threat posed by the Cloud Village, Konoha's overall strength could be deemed the strongest in the ninja world. And you? The Ninetales incident was a scheme against Minato, while the Cloud Village brazenly invaded our doorstep. You orchestrated the discord between the main and branch families of the High GA, and the matter with Orochimaru was also your deliberate arrangement, wasn't he it? Haha. Since you are aware, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. Yes, it was all my doing. Including you, Hashirama Senju. Your grave was disturbed by my orders. Hiruzen suddenly changed his demeanor, leaving Li Ming bewildered. My grave was disturbed? Hashirama gasped, staring incredulously at Hiruzen. Since you cherish peace so dearly, let your remains contribute as well. Is that too much to ask? Hiruzen laughed maniacally. Li Ming sensed that Hiruzen could no longer contain himself and was ready to reveal everything. Hiruzen, how dare you? Granduncle sacrificed himself for the village, yet even in death. He finds no peace. Tsunade stared incredulously at Sarutobi Hiruzen, forsaking even the title of teacher. Who could have imagined that Sarutobi Hiruzen was such a person? Indeed, his previous benevolent facade was nothing but a ruse. He is merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. First Hokage, eliminate him. Eliminate him. The citizens and ninjas of Konoha began to shout in unison, with the parents of the missing children crying out even more vehemently. Humph! How noisy! These wretched insects! Now that the truth has come to light, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer pretends. The calm demeanor he once wore has vanished, and he truly shows no regard for you. Were it not for the sake of sustainable development, I would have long since used you for my experiments. Sarutobi's menacing visage was broadcasted on the screens, striking fear into the hearts of ordinary people, rendering them silent. Enough. Today marks your end, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Li Ming remarked coolly, knowing full well that it would be exceedingly simple to eliminate Sarutobi. Swish, swish, swish. Each of Li Ming's shadow clones brought forth an individual to the arena below. All members of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, with Asuma Sarutobi's limbs brutally severed and carelessly discarded on the ground. Grandfather, please save me. Konohamaru cried helplessly from the ground, lamenting the absence of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Ianbu who usually intervened during crises. It is this little wretch. Beat him to death. As he spoke, someone began hurling rotten eggs and vegetables at the gathered individuals. Grandfather, Naruto, do not go too far. Observing his clan members ensnared by the refuse, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further. Do not involve family in this. Hearing such words from you feels like an affront to my intelligence. Li Ming casually cleaned his ears with his pinky. Konohamaru? The Leaf Prince? What a splendid name. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted, falling silent. Teacher, it is done, Orochimaru said, licking his lips as he approached Li Ming, ready to summon Danzo with the reanimation jutsu. Very well, first control his actions, Li Ming instructed, urging Orochimaru to expedite Danzo's emergence. Am I not dead? The freshly summoned Danzo appeared bewildered, surveying the crowd with confusion. Reanimation jutsu? Only then did Danzo grasp the situation. Haha. Sarutobi, I told you would come to regret this. Now unable to move, Danzo could only watch as Sarutobi Hiruzen was mercilessly ridiculed. Handing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki over to me was never meant to be so troublesome. Silence. I am the Hokage. Do not think I am unaware of your little schemes. Sarutobi Hiruzen regretted, wishing he had heeded Danzo's counsel. What? You wish to act, yet do not wish to be criticized? Heh. Danzo spat a mouthful of phlegm at Sarutobi. You want to have it both ways. I have done what I have done. I am unapologetic, and I dare anyone to challenge me. Danzo mocked fervently. Just look at you, wanting to control others while still pretending and performing. Truly repugnant. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at Danzo. The murderous intent within him intensified, and though his words may sound harsh, they were the undeniable truth. How splendid it would be if I could simply exercise control. Why must there be such complications? Saratobi's voice resonated with a brooding tone, questioning why everyone seemed to disregard his authority. Is this madness? He tilted his head back and laughed maniacally, as if teetering on the brink of insanity. Ninjutsu. Summoning technique. In a sudden flourish, Saratobi summoned a sealing scroll, unbinding its seal to extract an item within. If cooperation is out of the question, then let us cease this charade altogether. Chapter 44. The Hidden Card of Saratobi Hiruzen. Ah, Saratobi, it appears you have been clandestinely conducting experiments on human subjects. Saratobi Hiruzen produced several syringes and began injecting them into his neck and hands. Is this what power truly is? How delightful. The mysterious liquid within the syringes was injected into his body, causing the veins to bulge prominently. Thump, thump, thump. His heart began to beat with vigor, his graying hair transformed to a deep black, and his wrinkled skin gradually tightened, restoring him to a youthful visage. Danzo, Orochimaru. Why must you all be so rebellious? Is it not preferable to enjoy the good life with me? Saratobi Hiruzen gazed at the duo, exuding a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor towards a wayward pupil. The bulging veins on Saratobi Hiruzen's body began to subside, and a tangible chakra emerged from him. How unexpected. I did not foresee that this old man harbored such depth. Li Ming was equally astonished by Saratobi Hiruzen's hidden capabilities. It felt as if the plot had taken a surprising turn. How could Saratobi Hiruzen not have gained anything from his experiments with the cells of Senju Hashirama? In fact, his research may have delved deeper than Orochimaru's. After all, he is a disciple of Tobirama. His forbidden studies have long surpassed those of his own teacher. Would release secret technique. Birth of the Sea of Trees. After forming hand seals, Saratobi Hiruzen clapped his hands, and roots began to spread across the rooftop. Colossal trees growing wildly. This power appears to surpass even the current reanimated Hashirama. Quickly, we must retreat. Hisashi began directing those present to evacuate. In a battle of this magnitude, it was uncertain whether the barrier would withstand the onslaught. Father, what should we do? Nara Shikamaru looked to his father, Shikaku. Even with his intellect, he could devise no better plan in such a dire situation. We must retreat. Shikaku's brow furrowed. As a loyal member of the Saratobi clan, he feared the consequences should Saratobi Hiruzen fail, and he was equally anxious about the potential annihilation of the Nara clan should Saratobi succeed. Akin to the fate of the Senju and Uchiha clans at the hands of the third Hokage. But, Lord Third, Shikamaru attempted to speak further, only to be swiftly pulled away by Shikaku. Naruto, first, get Tsunade to safety, Hashirama urged, pushing Tsunade toward Li Ming. No, great uncle, I want to fight alongside you. Tsunade was resolute in her desire to remain and battle. However, in a confrontation of this scale, Hashirama could not divide his attention to care for Tsunade. After all, he was already deceased, and the reanimated body was not so easily vanquished. Do not be reckless. Get out now, please. Naruto. Hashirama's gaze was steadfast as he looked toward Li Ming. All right. Tsunade, you must go. Li Ming grasped Tsunade, his Sharingan appearing in an instant as he utilized space-time ninjutsu to transport her out of the barrier before re-entering it. At this moment, the square was devoid of people. They had all evacuated. From a distant rooftop, the clan leaders of several prominent families and some elite shinobi kept their eyes fixed on the barrier. Inside the barrier, Saratobi Hiruzen did not immediately launch an attack. With his arms crossed, he stood atop the trees, coldly observing the individuals below, as if they were mere insects. Old man, I did not expect you to possess such strength. Li Ming returned to the barrier, fixating on Saratobi Hiruzen. With his current strength, he felt that facing the seasoned veteran would only leave him with the option to flee. However, recalling his hidden trump cards, Li Ming was not daunted by Saratobi Hiruzen's presence. Host, Li Ming Chakra, 5 card strength, shadow level bloodline limit, Sharingan, Uchiha Shirsui's Manjiki. Hashirama's would release Cell's skills, a clap of hands, and whatever is called forth materializes ninjutsu. Telescope technique, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, multiple shadow clone technique, 8 gates release. Rasengan, earth release, yellow spring swamp, intangibility eye techniques, Kodo Amatsukami, Lord of the Void character fragments, Saratobi Hiruzen 15, Uchiha Itachi 2, Hitaki Kakashi 10, Momochi Zabuza 7. Jiraiya 25 money, 340, 000 Rio number of empty-handed techniques, 145 with over 1,000 instances of empty-handed techniques. Even the worst luck could not render him defeated. Gazing at the accumulated numbers on the panel, Li Ming felt a sense of security. He wondered whether Jiraiya had mastered the sage art of Mount Myaboku by now. Contemplating the 25 character fragments of Jiraiya, he mused that although Jiraiya's sage techniques were not flawless, they at least bore the essence of being sage-like. Naruto, having played this role for so long, must have found it quite taxing. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt deceived by a mere child for far too long, his heart brimming with discontent. Humph, I should have handed you over to Danzo from the start. Rather than aspiring to cultivate a perfect Jinchuriki akin to the one from the Cloud Village under my control. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura was no less formidable than that of the infamous Uchiha Madara. Come forth and challenge your deity. Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed a stance, awaiting the onslaught of his opponents. Tobirama, let us engage together. And that blonde-haired lad, we cannot allow our juniors to underestimate us. Hashirama exchanged glances with the two, and the three of them instinctively began their assault on Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Orochimaru and Li Ming were disregarded entirely. Underestimated indeed. Li Ming and Orochimaru exchanged glances, free from the influence of controlling charms, allowing their combined offensive to flow smoothly. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Tobirama formed hand seals, summoning a water dragon that expelled high-speed water bullets towards Sarutobi, while Minato hurled several kunai, inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, towards Sarutobi. Would release secret technique, birth of the Sea of Trees. Hashirama employed would release to conjure a forest, swiftly filling the already confined barrier space, forcing Li Ming and Orochimaru to leap to the treetops to avoid being ensnared by the roots. Would release, would clone technique. 5 wooden clones emerged, darting towards Sarutobi. Earth release, earth barrier. Sarutobi formed hand seals, erecting a solid earthen wall to block the water jutsu. Simultaneously, he unleashed earth release, earth dragon bullet in conjunction with fire release toward the trio. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks pierced through the trees. Yet the trio moved with astonishing speed, dodging the fireballs that came their way as the trees that had been struck rapidly regrew. This is the thrill of youth. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his body lighter than ever, with speed, endurance, and reflexes far surpassing his peak period. Truly deserving of the title Professor of Ninjutsu. His techniques were a testament to seamless integration. Shadow Clone Technique. Tobirama conjured 2 shadow clones, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly appear at the location of the kunai Minato had just thrown. That was my throw. Watergate gazed silently at Tobirama, feeling an overwhelming sense of futility within. Mutual explosion. The shadow clone produced an explosive tag and tossed it beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, resulting in a violent explosion that enveloped the area in thick smoke. Did it succeed? A mocking laugh echoed through the haze. Huh? Wind release, vacuum wave. The fierce gust of wind dispersed the smoke, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen, covered in soot yet unscathed. Is that all you've got? Tobirama smirked, observing his former pupil. Ha. Pathetic. Hiruzen reveled in the exquisite feeling of having withstood what once would have been a devastating attack from a teacher who had previously been several times more powerful than him. Rasengan. Watergate conjured a blue orb in his hand and propelled it towards Hiruzen with a swift kick. Humph. Hiruzen scoffed, fully aware of Watergate's techniques, knowing they merely involved using the Flying Thunder God to deliver the orb up close. Realizing the expression on Hiruzen's face, Watergate felt a pang of concern. His strategy was all too familiar to Hiruzen. The patterns were the same, as long as he remained cautious of those specially crafted kunai. His Rasengan would never reach its target. Tobirama signaled Watergate with a glance, prompting him to halt his assault and redirect the orb towards Hashirama. Flying Thunder God Slash. In an instant, Tobirama drew his sword and appeared behind Hiruzen, throwing his blade while embracing him. What are you doing, teacher? A loving embrace? Hiruzen retorted with a disdainful smile. Mutual instantaneous technique. Flying Thunder God. Chapter 45. The formidable Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reanimated Danzo was immobilized, reduced to a mere head as the roots of wood release constricted him. His decayed body was gradually recuperating. What hypocrisy! Danzo recalled how Hiruzen had expelled Orochimaru, who was secretly conducting human experiments, yet here he was, engaging in similar practices in the shadows. Could it be that Orochimaru had discovered something at that time, only to be thwarted by Hiruzen? In an instant, the Flying Thunder God technique activated. The space-time barriers swiftly exchanged Hiruzen's position with Tobirama, while Minato's Rasengan forcefully struck Hiruzen's abdomen. Tobirama, using Flying Thunder God, returned to Tobirama's side, unwilling to partake in the barrage, for although the reanimated body could heal, the sensation of being struck was far from pleasant. Boom! Upon being struck by the Rasengan, Hiruzen was propelled against the great wood-release tree. The attack beginning to take effect as his body and the tree behind him were relentlessly sliced by the fierce chakra. How delightful! Hiruzen gradually straightened his body amidst the swirling chakra, as the chakra threads relentlessly tore through him, yet the wounds emitted wisps of white smoke before swiftly healing, leaving no scars behind. Haven't you eaten? Apply more force. Hiruzen's gaze turned piercing as an aura of superiority radiated from him. Completely ineffective. The three looked grave. The reanimation was still imperfect, and their current abilities had yet to reach their peak. Hiruzen truly had something extraordinary. Li Ming, witnessing the lack of substantial damage from Minato's Rasengan, couldn't help but marvel at Hiruzen's scientific prowess. Truly, one reaps what one sows. Li Ming was not surprised. It was only natural for a disciple of Tobirama, who had developed numerous forbidden techniques, to possess a degree of research capability. Orochimaru was no different. Brother, his regenerative ability nearly rivals yours, Tobirama remarked to Hashirama, recalling his previous studies of his elder brother's cells. Even when separated from his body, their vitality never waned, suggesting that Hashirama's entire being possessed attributes of wood release. It was a mystery how Hashirama had returned severely injured after his clash with Uchiha Madara. Endowed with such regenerative capabilities, yet had no time to utter a word before perishing. Wood release, wood clone. Hashirama conjured a wood clone and engaged Hiruzen in close combat, while Minato and Tobirama employed the Flying Thunder God for surprise attacks, intending to gather intelligence amidst the skirmish. There were no openings at all. Minato felt frustrated. While his speed was sufficient, his attacks against Hiruzen felt akin to mere tickles. Must we continue this until his chakra is depleted? Tobirama felt helpless. Their abilities were incomplete. And Hashirama's wood release was matched by Hiruzen, whose strength was formidable. The three were currently relying on the immortality of reanimation and infinite chakra to contend with Hiruzen. This won't do. We must resort to sealing. If we cannot overpower him, then we shall seal him. Minato nodded towards Hashirama and Tobirama, signaling them to take the lead while he prepared a technique. Sealing technique, Reaper Death Seal. Minato formed hand seals, summoning the intangible Shinigami behind him. Illusion technique, Dark Travel. Tobirama enacted an illusion to sever the five senses of Sarutobi Hiruzen, granting Minato the opportunity to capture the latter and seal his soul. What a troublesome situation. Sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unperturbed. His teacher's abilities were his as well, and what his teacher lacked, he possessed. He was no longer the weakling trailing behind Tobirama. Would release, Birth of the Flowering World. Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to unleash an indiscriminate attack as more trees emerged upon the rooftop, filling the entire barrier, their twisted roots ensnaring the three individuals. In this confined space, Tobirama and Minato found little room to maneuver with their Flying Thunder God technique. Minato, you understand the risks of this jutsu. If you cannot seal me, then you shall seal yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of this technique. Sacrificing one's own soul to seal the opponent's, a method akin to mutual destruction. The Shinigami behind Minato, noticing the caster's hesitation, displayed a sinister smile as it glanced at Orochimaru, consuming Minato's soul, which gradually faded away. The earth slowly shed from Minato's reanimated body, revealing the sand shinobi within. Tobirama's dark travel technique began to lose its effect. Witnessing the two ensnared, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded the trees to bring Hashirama and Tobirama before him. The god of ninjas? A defeated foe. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a triumphant demeanor, relished in the capture of Hashirama, once hailed as the god of ninjas. Sensei, am I impressive, or what? He boasted to Tobirama. Sealing technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen produced two sealing scrolls, wrapping Hashirama and Tobirama like zongzi, sealing them away. Next, it is your turn, Ninetales brat. After dealing with the three, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze toward Orochimaru and Rin on the tree. Orochimaru, with a serious expression, observed Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tongue extending into a serpent's head from which a sword was ejected. Enough, stand down. Rin halted Orochimaru, advising him to return to his research. This battle was ill-suited for Snake Ant. While Sarutobi Hiruzen battled the three, Rin began to analyze his situation, evidently. Sarutobi Hiruzen's application of Hashirama's cells surpassed even Orochimaru's current prowess. He sensed the essence of the Uzumaki clan, Senju clan, Uchiha clan, and other prominent bloodlines within him. He was a fusion of the most renowned bloodlines in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen was now on the verge of the Six Paths level. He merely lacked the energy of the 10 tails. Little brat, did you think a mere scheme could best me? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Rin, his inner fury barely contained. This seasoned actor had been outplayed by a mere child. How laughable it would be if such a tale were to be told. Any scheme was but a jest in the face of absolute power. Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidence swelled immensely. The first, second, and fourth Hokage had all fallen easily to him. How could a mere child pose a challenge? Rin activated his Manjiki Sharingan, preparing to engage in battle. He aimed to accumulate practical experience, treating his system skills as a final safeguard. Sharingan? As if no one else possessed one? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Li Ming, his eyes transforming into a kaleidoscope, momentarily taken aback, yet not excessively so. He retrieved a scroll, unsealing it to unveil a glass vial, within which lay a pair of mesmerizing kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Whose Sharingan could this be? Li Ming pondered. For the kaleidoscopic eyes of the Uchiha clan were a rarity indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen extracted the Sharingan and, with deliberate intent, replaced his own eyes with them. These were the very Sharingan he had personally nurtured. As he spoke, he pressed the Sharingan into his eye sockets. Truly captivating. Chapter 46, Naruto vs. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such power. Uchiha Sasuke, from a distance, activated his Tsutomu Sharingan. Observing the battle within the barrier, his yearning for strength intensifying. If only he possessed their might, he would undoubtedly seek Itachi and eliminate him. Sasuke had now uncovered the truth behind the night of the massacre. It was all orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen to eradicate the forces that threatened his position. How absurd that Uchiha Itachi was deceived into turning against his own clan. What kind of genius possesses the will of the Hokage at such a tender age? Just a few flattering words and one loses all sense of reality? Sasuke was no longer interested in hearing what Uchiha Itachi had to say. Their encounter would be a battle to the death. What beautiful eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed his palm against his face, releasing water techniques in conjunction with the Hashirama cells within him, his eyes gradually connecting with his optic nerves. As he slowly opened his eyes, Hiruzen felt as though the entire world had come into focus. He had long needed an upgrade from his presbyopia. Had it not been for his Sharingan, which Uchiha Itachi had used to bind the Uchiha clan members and continuously cast illusions, he would have awakened a unique Jinjutsu, which he referred to as the Will of Fire. It was akin to the abilities of the gods, once the target fell prey to it. His Will of Fire would be indelibly inscribed upon their soul. They would obey his commands for a lifetime. Moreover, it could be deployed on a grand scale. Once he dealt with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he could unleash it upon everyone, and he would remain the beloved third Hokage. Hiruzen had never felt such strength. Even if the Nine Tails were to break free from its seal, he could easily subdue it with one hand. Naruto, release the Nine Tails. I know you can do it. When Li Ming appeared within the barrier, Hiruzen realized that the Nine Tails rampage on the night of the massacre was no mere coincidence. It had been intentionally released. The Hyuga clan must have reached an agreement with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. No wonder the Umbu had reported that Danzo had not acquired many Sharingan. Your trump card must be the Nine Tails, right? Hiruzen seemed to see through Li Ming's ploy. Li Ming, unsure of any ninjutsu capable of harming Hiruzen, contemplated whether to use the Rasengan or some other technique. Whatever the case, he resolved to engage first. Lacking in combat experience, Li Ming intended to spar with this ninjutsu professor to hone his skills. Previously, he had only engaged in minor skirmishes. Today's battle was truly that of a formidable opponent. Shadow Clone Technique. Li Ming created several clones to charge forward and gauge Sarutobi Hiruzen's capabilities. Rasengan. Each of the 4 clones unleashed a Rasengan towards Hiruzen. This technique cannot harm me. Seeing Li Ming still resorting to the Rasengan, Hiruzen assessed that Li Ming's combat experience was rather limited, having already been employed by Minato before. Such trivial skills. Shuriken, Shadow Clone Technique. Hiruzen hurled 4 shurikens and employed the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, the 4 shurikens multiplied into countless others, shooting in all directions from his center. Before Li Ming's clones could reach him, they erupted into smoke. 8 gates, opened the first gate. Li Ming had yet to experience the sensation of opening the 7th gate. Since ninjutsu proved ineffective, he decided to employ a kick instead. An astonishing warmth radiated from his body, enveloped by azure steam, as he felt as though he were igniting his own energy. In that moment, his strength doubled, akin to a scion's explosive power. With the regenerative capabilities granted by the cells of Hashirama and the chakra of the Nine Tails, opening the 7th gate was not overly taxing. The after effects were likely to be minimal, especially considering the physical prowess inherent to the Uzumaki clan. With a powerful thrust, his foot struck the ground, causing the wooden roots to disintegrate into fragments. His speed, though slightly inferior to the Flying Thunder God technique, was formidable. As he delivered a crushing kick aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's temple, Hiruzen crossed his arms to shield his face, only to feel as if he had been struck by a freight train. The force of the blow was such that his arms could not adequately protect him, and he felt as though his skin were being scorched by the friction of the air. Smoke began to rise from the point of impact, and as the wound started to heal, Hiruzen adjusted his jaw, realigning the dislocated bone. Not bad. The speed is sufficient, though the power still leaves something to be desired. Come on, let us continue. Having taken a solid kick, Hiruzen felt relatively unharmed. With his current physical resilience and recovery rate, he could withstand such an assault from Li Ming all day long. Truly, what a tenacious old turtle. Seeing that his initial attack had not yielded the desired effect, Li Ming dispelled the 8 gates technique, simultaneously releasing several shadow clones recuperating at the secret base, banishing his fatigue. He was reluctant to open the 8th gate directly, as while he would likely survive, the duration was too brief. If he couldn't defeat Hiruzen, he would be unable to mitigate the after-effects of the 8th gate. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. This was a technique Li Ming conceived himself, condensing the spiraling shuriken by compressing its volume between his fingers. In an instant, 5 spiraling shuriken materialized on his right fingertips, which he aimed at Hiruzen. If it were Minato, this technique would likely be dubbed Ultra Mini Gatling Finger Spiral Shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spiraling shuriken launched from his fingertips, propelled by a surge of compressed wind chakra, hurtling towards Hiruzen. As one was discharged, the vacant fingertip began to gather energy anew, launching more shuriken from various angles towards Hiruzen. Boom, boom, boom. The area surrounding Hiruzen became shrouded in smoke. The surrounding wooden trees shattered into splinters. Very good. As the smoke began to dissipate, Hiruzen's clothing was reduced to tattered strips, resembling a vagabond, with his pants torn as well. The minute wounds inflicted by the wind release began to close slowly. Initially, Hiruzen could track the spiraling shuriken with his Sharingan, evading the first few attacks. However, the sheer number proved overwhelming, and he ultimately had to endure several of the miniature projectiles. Is this all he can manage? Li Ming gained a newfound appreciation for Hiruzen's tenacity. Truly, he was a 1,000-year-old turtle. With this thought in mind, Li Ming resolved to draw inspiration from a certain Emperor of the Fire Lotus, infusing his spiraling shuriken with various elemental chakra to amplify their offensive power. Li Ming's fingers began to gather small orbs of energy once more. Ninetales, it's time to pay the rent. He connected with the Ninetales sealed within his space, requesting it to infuse some of its chakra into the wind release, spiraling shuriken. The pale blue orb in his fingers transformed into a vibrant yellow after the Ninetales Jinchuriki contributed its essence. Old dang, taste my orb. With a swift motion, the small orb shot forth, continuously forming anew. Chakra flowed abundantly, as if it were limitless. With Kakashi's chakra reserves, he could only manage 2 shots before exhausting himself. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a desperate cry. You little brat. What in the world is this? Chapter 47. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Defeated. Why is it so quiet? The entity of Kurizetsu, possessing the form of aloe, manifested on the outskirts of Konoha. In recent days, Kurizetsu harbored an unsettling premonition, prompting him to venture to Konoha in search of intelligence, as it was the most formidable obstacle in the tailed beast capture plan. Gathering more information could only prove beneficial. Boom, boom. The sounds of battle echoed from afar, compelling Kurizetsu to employ the Kajiro technique, blending seamlessly into the underground. He stealthily arrived beneath the arena of the Chunin selection exam in Konoha. As he peered over the high walls of the arena, Aloe's visage gradually emerged. Fortunately, the spectators had evacuated. Otherwise, Kurizetsu would not have dared to appear so brazenly. Is this the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales? Observing Li Ming engaged in combat with Sarutobi Hiruzen within the barrier, Kurizetsu finally comprehended the source of his foreboding. This cannot continue. He must urge Obito to eliminate the Ninetales swiftly. The longer this drags on, the more years they may have to wait. Kurizetsu had languished for over a millennium. During the era of Uchiha Madara, there had been an opportunity to execute the plan. Alas, Hashirama had intervened. Thankfully, he perished early. Had Hashirama lived a few more years, Kurizetsu's scheme to rescue his mother would have faced further delays. Remaining concealed, Kurizetsu continued to observe. If the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales were to be slain, it could take years for the Ninetales to re-emerge. Little beast, what are you? The terrified voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen echoed through the smoke. As the fog dissipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure became clear, adorned with an abundance of tiny leaves sprouting from the wounds inflicted by the recent wind technique. His head was also crowned with a verdant canopy. Haha. Li Ming laughed uncontrollably at Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance. What is not yours can never truly belong to you. He mocked Sarutobi Hiruzen, confident that such usurped power was beyond his mastery. You lack a system, Li Ming mused. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had infused himself with a refined extraction of Hashirama's cells, it ultimately paled in comparison to the original. The chakra of the young Ninetales possessed formidable regenerative capabilities, as the Ninetales chakra penetrated Sarutobi Hiruzen's body through the wounds. It enhanced the vitality of the Hashirama's would-release cells, causing them to proliferate into small branches and even sprout leaves. If Hashirama himself were present, the Ninetales chakra would merely serve as nourishment, failing to produce leaves. How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen was bewildered. In previous experiments, this flawless extraction of Hashirama's cells had exhibited no side effects. The experimental subjects had never encountered such a phenomenon. Was it the chakra of the Ninetales? But why had it been incapable of such feats before? Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the night of the Ninetales when he had instructed the experimental subjects to conduct tests near the Ninetales, yet no such occurrences had arisen. Could it be that Watergate had ultimately divided the Ninetales into two sealed halves, with him having stripped away the Yin attribute? The Yang Ninetales resides within Naruto. Has the extreme Yang attribute catalyzed the Hashirama cells? True to his title as the professor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly analyzed the information and pinpointed the crucial factor. Humph. Watergate. You truly continue to be a source of trouble, even in death. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood amidst the scattered wood shavings, brushing the leaves from his body. Had it not been for your seemingly unremarkable background, which made you easy to manipulate, do you truly believe you could ascend to the position of Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen's frustration grew with each passing moment. Now, he could only prevent the Ninetales chakra from infiltrating his body. With a clap of his hands, he invoked the summoning technique. Arise, King of Monkeys. Monkey King. In a puff of smoke, an elderly monkey clad in a tiger-striped skirt appeared. Hiruzen, are we to engage in battle once more? With Hiruzen's ascent to Hokage, his opportunities for participation dwindled. The last time he appeared, he merely blocked a massive rock and retreated before he could truly indulge himself. Monkey King, transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. Our opponent is formidable. Hiruzen dared not approach Li Ming directly for a confrontation. With a resounding thud, a massive figure emerged. And Hiruzen brandished his staff with enthusiasm. Huh, playing with a stick? Li Ming scoffed. If it comes to wielding a staff, any reader could do it better than you. Subsequently, Li Ming unleashed a barrage of Ninetales chakra-infused Rasengan shurikens, and Hiruzen no longer dared to confront them head-on. He either extended his staff to swiftly evade or resorted to Earth-style defenses, growing increasingly frustrated. Li Ming began to gather Ninetales chakra into his fingertips, unleashing a relentless flurry of 10-point shots akin to a Gatling gun. Boom, boom, boom. The wooden structures conjured by Hashirama and Hiruzen were utterly decimated. Hiruzen leapt about within the barrier, resembling a monkey in his frantic movements. With a puff, Li Ming raised his hand and blew on his fingertips. Reveling in the ease with which he manipulated chakra transformations for ninjutsu, he envisioned Orochimaru developing tools that could launch projectiles simply by channeling chakra. The thought of wielding a 6-barrel Gatling gun, continuously firing orbs of varying attributes, was sheer ecstasy. Having played enough, it was time to conclude. Li Ming intended to end the battle, having collected 40 character fragments that represented Hiruzen's current strength. It is time to conclude, Li Ming declared, directing his gaze at Hiruzen amidst the ruins. Indeed, it is time. Hiruzen, unperturbed, produced a pipe and took a draw. Will of fire. The kaleidoscopic patterns in Hiruzen's eyes began to whirl, an intangible mental energy enveloping Li Ming. Ding. Anomalous mental energy intrusion detected. The system has initiated a forced purge. Li Ming closed his eyes, attuning himself to this energy, which felt akin to the Kotoame Tsukumi. Even without the system's interference, he could manage it, exhaling a plume of smoke. Hiruzen observed as Li Ming shut his eyes, convinced of his success. He now suspected that Shui had never truly cast Kotoame Tsukumi on Li Ming. Hiruzen felt assured of his victory, relaxing into a seated position. Humph. In the end, you shall still be under my control. What is the purpose of these futile endeavors? Such a nuisance. Hiruzen sat cross-legged, puffing on his pipe, a smile gracing his face. At that moment, Li Ming slowly opened his eyes, and the void behind him split apart, causing his form to vanish in an instant. Uffed. How is this possible? Hiruzen gasped in terror, turning to see a hand piercing through his chest. Why you cannot escape my control? Hiruzen's mind stalled. You speak of illusions? They hold no sway over me. Li Ming gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile, recalling how Shui had once employed a similar tactic against him. Haha. Blood trickled from Sarutobi's mouth. A clear sign of his miscalculation, as a look of resignation spread across his face. Li Ming continuously channeled Ninetail's chakra into Sarutobi's body, causing it to contort and expand, while roots sprouted beneath his feet. At that moment, Orochimaru's 4 subordinates had also exhausted their chakra, and the 4 purple flames formation was instantly shattered. The roots beneath Sarutobi extended deep into the earth, and his upper body rapidly ascended as if fueled by a catalyst. With an increasing number of green leaves adorning his head, was Asuma truly the son of Sarutobi? As he withdrew his hand, Sarutobi had transformed into a towering tree, his visage still discernible upon the trunk. How could this be? Sarutobi's eyes widened in terror, pleading, kill me. He sensed that his mind remained intact, yet he was only capable of speech and thought, utterly immobilized otherwise. He had become a mere vegetative state. Chapter 48, 5th Hokage, Hyuga Hizashi. Has it come to an end? In the distance, the onlookers witnessed the barrier atop the roof shatter, giving rise to a colossal tree. Uncertain of the outcome, Hizashi maintained his Byakugan, keenly observing the battlefield. He could perceive the chakra of Li Ming still present, as well as that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, albeit with an unusual flow. Both Naruto and Hiruzen's chakra remained, yet the latter's energy seemed to pulsate oddly. Hizashi's expression was grave. Should this endeavor fail, the Hyuga clan's fate would rest squarely on his shoulders. How would he face his ancestors if he faltered? Taking a deep breath, Hizashi exhaled heavily and propelled himself toward the towering tree, prepared to confront whatever fate awaited him. Failure, at worst, would mean death. Swiftly, Tsunade, Hinata, Jiraiya, and other ninjas followed suit, their hearts laden with uncertainty. Orochimaru, I know you're alive, show yourself, Li Ming declared calmly, aware that given Orochimaru's cowardly nature, he likely hid away once the battle commenced. Master, Orochimaru's form gradually emerged from the rooftop. Burn this tree to ashes, Li Ming commanded, as Hiruzen's visage on the tree continued its incessant wailing. I am the Hokage. Ha ha ha, you almost obey me. Clearly, Hiruzen had succumbed to madness. In his current state, even self-destruction eluded him. Biting his tongue proved futile, as it regenerated instantaneously. Wait, don't set it ablaze just yet. This holds immense research potential. Orochimaru licked his lips, eyes gleaming with desire. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Li Ming concurred. It might be intriguing to study. Perhaps they could even conjure a druid. Incoming. Black Zetsu sensed a throng of ninjas rushing forth and quickly melded into the earth. He needed to relay the information post-haste. Spotting the Jinchuriki of the Ninetails still alive brought him some relief. Though empowered, the Jinchuriki remained insufficient to cause significant upheaval. They needed to expedite the plan to capture the tailed beasts. Should you disobey? Black Zetsu utilized the ephemeral technique to swiftly traverse underground toward the hidden base in the land of Earth. It was time to summon the Three Tails. Obito caressed the photograph of Rin and himself, having long since torn away Kakashi's portion. Rin, we shall meet again soon. You must wait for me. Naruto, are you alright? Hinata darted past Hizashi to reach Naruto, meticulously inspecting his body, searching for injuries. Whoa. Li Ming quickly squeezed his legs together, retreating a step. I'm fine. Li Ming squinted as he affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair. Naruto-kun. Hinata dove into Li Ming's embrace, refusing to let go, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Had the others not arrived? Hinata. Hizashi glared at Li Ming, exasperated by her display. Naruto, where is Sarutobi Hiruzen? Hizashi inquired. He's over there. Li Ming pointed at the face of Sarutobi Hizashi, perched upon a tree. Is he still alive? Riji and Tsunade scrutinized Sarutobi's appearance. There seems to be the aura of our great-grandfathers would release. Tsunade discerned it at once. By the way, where are great-grandfather and second-grandfather? It suddenly dawned on Tsunade that Senja Hashirama and Tobirama were nowhere to be found, prompting her anxious inquiry. They have been sealed. Why not search the ruins? Uncle Riji, we have succeeded. Li Ming beamed at Riji. Ha ha ha, son-in-law. Shall we share a drink tonight? Uncle Riji, brimming with excitement, altered his address for Li Ming. Father, what are you saying? Hinata escaped from Li Ming's embrace, covering her face in embarrassment, overwhelmed by the presence of so many people. Her ears turned crimson, warmth rising from her crown. Naruto, please. I implore you to guide me in my training. Sasuke approached Li Ming and bowed solemnly. You should train under Orochimaru for a while. Once you are qualified, I shall teach you. Li Ming, unaccustomed to teaching, could only entrust him to Orochimaru, waiting for the time when he could acquire Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyomi ability to assist Sasuke in awakening his Mangekyou Sharingan. Naruto, I apologize. Kakashi and Jiraiya arrived before Li Ming, offering their apologies for previously neglecting Naruto. Let bygones be bygones, Kakashi. How does it feel to be without the Sharingan? Without the burden of the Sharingan? Kakashi's prowess should enhance swiftly. I feel considerably lighter now, though Kakashi hesitated, sensing that the current atmosphere was not conducive for such discussions. Come see me tomorrow. Li Ming declared, I will divulge all the knowledge you seek. While searching through the ruins, Tsunade discovered 2 bandaged Zongzian upon unsealing them. Hashirama and Tobirama appeared before Li Ming and the others. Lord First, Lord Second. The crowd regarded the two with great respect. You little rascal. Quite impressive, huh? Ha ha. Hashirama chuckled, stroking the back of his head. Li Ming nodded at the two, assuming a serious tone as he proclaimed, a nation cannot be without a ruler for a single day, and a village cannot be without a shadow for even a moment. I propose that Uncle Riji be appointed as the 5th Hokage. After Li Ming finished speaking, he surveyed the crowd. Who was in favor? Who was against? A sudden silence enveloped the scene, eyes instinctively shifting towards Senju Hashirama and Tobirama. Ha ha ha, why are you looking at me? I am deceased, and shall not interfere. Hashirama spread his hands, speaking with a resigned tone. I am in favor. Kakashi was the first to voice his support, followed by a chorus of agreement from the others. Why not let Tsunade be the 5th Hokage? After all, both her grandfathers were Hokage. People in the square murmured quietly. Be silent. You wish to invite trouble. Those nearby quickly distanced themselves, clearly fearing for their own safety. Since there are no objections, then, Uncle Riji, you shall henceforth be the Hokage. Li Ming patted Riji's shoulder, expressing his own disinterest in the role, valuing freedom over the burdensome responsibilities of leadership. Go ahead, Uncle Riji. Approaching the front of the viewing platform, Riji cleared his throat. I am honored by your esteem, and I shall take on the mantle of Hokage. The inauguration ceremony will take place 3 days hence. The sun-drenched day announced its vibrant energy. How shall Naruto, the Sarutobi clan, and the Uchiha clan be managed? Hizashi turned to inquire of Li Ming. Preserve the useful, and the useless shall serve as fertilizer. Understood. If Hizashi could not grasp Li Ming's meaning, then the years spent in the position of the Hyuga clan leader would have been in vain. Tsunade, we are, after all, already among the departed. Henceforth, take good care of yourself. Hashirama began to ramble, while Tobirama stood by Tsunade, exchanging farewell words. Great-grandfather, uncle, please do not leave. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Tsunade. She had already lost her family, and now, witnessing her 2 grandfathers, she could not bear to part with them again. Naruto, I entrust you with this. First Hokage, I am still but a child. Li Ming regarded Hashirama with a peculiar expression. Though his soul was aged, this body was merely 13. They say age is but a number, yet this disparity felt insurmountable. It was over. Jiraiya's heart sank. Chapter 49. The reaction of Uchiha Itachi. Obito. A disturbance has arisen in Konoha. Black Zetsu arrived at the secret base left by Uchiha Madara to report the situation to Obito, who was still engrossed in examining a photograph. I shall take action. Obito tucked away the photo, clearly displeased by Black Zetsu's arrival. Just when he was lost in thought, he was interrupted, much like being jolted awake by an alarm clock during a dream. The Nine Tails, truly a nuisance. The more Obito pondered, the angrier he became. He had nearly captured the Nine Tails when its seal weakened, but if it weren't for Minato, that most formidable challenge would have already been overcome. He retrieved a transparent crystal ball to continue his research. You little brat, what are you thinking about? Tsunade hurled the ball at him, her right fist poised to strike Li Ming's head. Are you daydreaming? Do you think I need a little brat like you to take care of me? Ha ha ha. Hashirama awkwardly scratched his head, having merely observed Li Ming's formidable strength and intended to protect Tsunade, unaware that Li Ming's thoughts were so misaligned. Li Ming quickly dodged. That punch would certainly cause a concussion, and not a rush to embrace Li Ming, casting a wary glance at Tsunade, fearful that Li Ming might succumb to the temptation of the formidable woman. What if she is larger? I am not lacking in that department. In 2 years, I will surpass you. Hinata puffed out her chest. Laughing playfully at the girl clinging to his arm, Li Ming felt the softness of her embrace and smiled awkwardly. Just joking, at 30, one is as fierce as a wolf. At 40, as fierce as a tiger, for the sake of his future. It was best not to provoke this tiger. Little brat, I merely meant for you to provide some protection when Tsunade is in danger. Hashirama quickly clarified. Understood, understood. Li Ming acquiesced. Jiraiya finally felt a sense of relief. Orochimaru regarded Jiraiya with disdain. Humph, heart without courage. Well then, the matter is settled. Let the Umbu handle the cleanup. Hizashi invited everyone to the Hyuga clan for a drink that evening, a chance to unwind. By the way, Uncle Hizashi, let us have the bounty on Orochimaru lifted. We can state that he is out on a mission to gather intelligence. Currently, Orochimaru is a rogue ninja and still under pursuit. Of course, I trust the people of Konoha will understand. The return of the legendary 3 ninjas to Konoha is a positive development, especially since he now holds great trust in Li Ming. You all may leave. I wish to conduct some research. Orochimaru glanced at the tree that Sarutobi Hiruzen had transformed into. The last remnant of Sarutobi Hiruzen's face remained, babbling nonsensically. The shattered body of Danzo, revived by Edo Tensei, was gradually restoring, but unable to move, could only curse at Sarutobi Hiruzen's wooden visage. Orochimaru intended to establish a laboratory right there and continue his research with the data from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was now filled with vigor, as Li Ming's use of the Kodoame Tsukumi had provided him with a direction for his quest for immortality. Naruto, are those events truly factual? Sasuke grasped Li Ming's hand, inquiring. He had long wished to confront that man and demand an explanation for the actions taken against his clan, before ultimately eliminating him. Having uncovered the truth, all feelings he held for his brother, Uchiha Itachi, dissipated in that moment, leaving only hatred. Li Ming gently nodded, while Sasuke slumped onto the ground. His eyes adorned with the spinning tomo of the Sharingan, gradually revealing a third tomo. Focus on your training under Orochimaru, Li Ming encouraged, patting Sasuke's shoulder. As evening descended, the heads of the remaining prominent clans in Konoha received an invitation from Hizashi and gathered at the Hyuga residence. Come, come, let us drink, Hizashi exclaimed, raising his cup and downing its contents in one swift motion. Ancestors, bear witness. Today, the Hyuga clan shall soar to new heights. Hinata, your vengeance has been avenged. Hizashi gazed proudly at Li Ming, who was being clung to by his daughter. Humph, it is all thanks to his daughter. Tobirama scoffed, his expression revealing dissatisfaction. My granddaughter is no less remarkable. Alas, he entrusted the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading to all this chaos, and now no one pays attention to me. I was once a Hokage myself. He reached for his cup, intending to indulge, but reluctantly set it down. Heh, can the dead truly get drunk? Frustrated, Tobirama left the gathering, resolved to seek Orochimaru to explore how to allow those resurrected through Edo Tensei to partake in food and drink. Once the banquet concluded, Li Ming returned to his home. Hizashi had invited him to stay the night at the Hyuga household, but Li Ming felt he was still young and would consider it in a few years. System, open the panel. Host, Li Ming Chakra, 6. 5-card strength, Kage level bloodline limit. Sharingan, Uchiha Shirsue's Manjiki, Hashirama's would release Cell's skills. With a clap of his hands, whatever he calls forth appears ninjutsu, telescope technique, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, multi-shadow clone technique, 8 gates, Rasengan, earth release, yellow spring swamp, intangibility dojutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, Lord of the Void character fragments, Sarutobi Hiruzen 15. Uchiha Itachi 2, Hatake Kakashi 10, Momochi Zabuza 7, Jiraiya 25, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ultimate version, 40 wealth, 540. 000 Rio empty hands count. 1145 Li Ming reflected on the day's gains, having extracted 200,000 Rio from Sarutobi Hiruzen and acquired 40 fragments, an overall satisfactory harvest. Had it not been for Hiruzen's inability to perfectly merge with Hashirama's cells, the chakra of the Nine Tails might not have proven effective. Analyzing the combat from earlier, Li Ming realized that if it weren't for the attribute advantage, he could have only relied on the hard-earned empty hands technique, which he intended to reserve for confronting those of 6 paths level. That old Sarutobi nearly brought him to the realm of 6 paths. Judging by the battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen could be considered a pillar in the current ninja world. Yet, it remains a mystery why he still appears so soft externally. In the land of water. In the village of Amigakure, the rain had not ceased. Uchiha Itachi stood on the rooftop, drenched, as the Akatsuki member, Kisame Hashigaki, approached, carrying his sword, the Samahata. Mr. Itachi, are you thinking of Sasuke? Kisame Hashigaki discerned the thoughts of Itachi Uchiha and approached him directly. Mr. Itachi, you truly cherish your younger brother. A grave matter had unfolded in Konoha. Kisame was aware that Itachi had been keeping a watchful eye on his brother residing in the Leaf Village, and he would undoubtedly be keen on any news from there. What has transpired? Itachi inquired, his brow furrowing momentarily before adopting an indifferent demeanor. Ever since the Chunin selection exams commenced in Konoha, he had received no further updates regarding Hiruzen Sarutobi or Danzo. Now, with Kisame mentioning intelligence from Konoha, his eagerness to learn more surged. The report revealed that the third Hokage had passed away, and the head of the Hyuga clan, Hizashi, had ascended as the fifth Hokage. What? Hiruzen Sarutobi is dead? A wave of concern washed over Itachi. He feared that Danzo might take action against his foolish younger brother, Sasuke. Please, Mr. Itachi. Do not fret, Kisame continued. Danzo is also dead. A sigh of relief escaped Itachi's lips, if Danzo were indeed gone. It seemed unlikely anyone would pose a threat to Sasuke. However, the report further indicated that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had been resurrected. With a swift kick, Itachi sent Kisame sprawling. Could you not deliver all the news at once? He felt as though he were on a tumultuous roller coaster. Initially relieved by the news of Danzo's demise, he now found himself contemplating the implications of Tobirama's revival. This was dire. Itachi cursed silently. Given Tobirama's past attitudes towards the Uchiha clan, his foolish younger brother was in grave danger. With urgency coursing through him, Itachi dashed across the rooftops, determined to return to Konoha without delay. Chapter 50, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. After the conclusion of the Chunin selection, Konoha returned to its former tranquility. Sakura Haruno found Kakashi, who was practicing the Konoha sword technique in the training grounds. I must grow stronger. With Naruto and Sasuke becoming increasingly powerful, she felt left behind and resolved to catch up, for she would not yield, no matter how Sasuke changed. He would always be the most handsome in her eyes. Kakashi-sensei, my training methods are not suited for you, Kakashi mused, stroking his chin. What should I do? Sakura slumped to the ground, despairing at the thought that no solution existed. Come on, get yourself together. The two personas in her mind began to bicker. However, Kakashi suggested, I will recommend you to Lady Tsunade for medical ninjutsu training. Having mentored her for a considerable time, he recognized Sakura's lack of innate talent, but acknowledged her excellent control of chakra. Yet, that would not suffice to make her as formidable as them. Hearing Kakashi's suggestion of medical ninjutsu, Sakura's spirit sank as she lowered her head. Noticing her disheartened demeanor, Kakashi quickly encouraged her. Sakura, you must understand, Sasuke is of the Uchiha clan, and Naruto belongs to the Uzumaki clan. Their bloodlines and innate gifts far surpass those of us common ninjas. However, every ninja sustains injuries, and that is when your healing abilities will be essential. You will be their support. If you cannot match their strength, you must excel in a supporting role. After a lengthy discourse, Sakura finally resolved. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, I can do this. Renewed with vigor, she prepared to embark on her journey. Orochimaru, have there been any developments? Li Ming, having rested for a few days, arrived at Orochimaru's newly established laboratory. He observed Orochimaru meticulously slicing the bark of the sacred tree. His curiosity piqued. Master, it seems you are hybridizing and purifying the bloodlines and would release cells that can be gathered from the ninja world. Orochimaru affirmed the improved stability compared to his previous methodologies, yet acknowledged the persistent risks of using foreign cells. When Li Ming performed the Kodo Amatsukami technique, he also shared insights on cloning and genetic technology with Orochimaru. I am eager to see how far Orochimaru will advance in his research. We still lack materials. Perhaps capturing a member of the Otsutsuki clan for further study could yield significant insights. Li Ming mused, fantasizing about a future where everyone possessed the Sharingan, Rinnegan, or even the powers of the Otsutsuki. Orochimaru, how well do you understand sage techniques? This inquiry lay at the heart of Li Ming's visit. Sage techniques, you say? Orochimaru pondered before elaborating. Sage techniques involve utilizing sage chakra to perform ninjutsu. Sage chakra is a harmonious fusion of natural energy, spiritual energy, and physical strength. My research has revealed that natural energy is quite sparse in densely populated areas, while it flourishes in remote locations. According to historical records, the natural energy in the three great holy lands is the richest. Moreover, it appears that the natural energy in the ninja world is converging towards certain voids, only to vanish thereafter. Orochimaru divulged all that he knew. No wonder the natural energy he absorbed previously felt as thin as the egg drop soup from a university cafeteria. Very well, continue your research. Li Ming sought a secluded deep mountain to further experiment with the absorption of natural energy. Before departing, he entrusted Orochimaru with the Sharingan collected from the Uchiha clan massacre, urging him to attempt cloning. As for the godly eye of Tsuchiko, he still had use for it. Upon exiting Orochimaru's laboratory, Li Ming activated his kaleidoscope to traverse space, emerging beyond the borders of Konoha, where he navigated through the woods, attuning himself to the natural energy. Upon discovering a location rich in natural energy, he commenced his attempts at absorption and transformation. Mr. Itachi, wait for me. Though Kisame Hashigaki had been kicked by Uchiha Itachi, he hastened to follow upon seeing Itachi's urgency to reach Konoha. This was not merely for the surveillance task assigned by Uchiha Madara. Through their prolonged association, he sensed that Uchiha Itachi bore a similar burden of pain as himself. After several days of traversing mountains and rivers, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki arrived at the outer walls of Konoha. With swift precision, Itachi formed a one-handed seal, silently creating an opening in the barrier surrounding Konoha. Thankfully, it remained unaltered. Itachi had been concerned that the new Hokage might change the method of accessing the barrier. They maintained their appearances and strode confidently through the streets of Konoha. As long as they refrained from running atop the rooftops, the Umbu should not easily detect them. For no one could infiltrate Konoha so silently, except, of course, for Itachi, the Konoha spy, and the enigmatic Kaguya. Ah, this is quite effortless, Kisame mused, finding Konoha rather unremarkable, simply appearing and disappearing at will. Do not be careless, Itachi cautioned Kisame, reminding him that some individuals in Konoha possessed extraordinary abilities. He wished to avoid unnecessary complications and simply locate Sasuke to whisk him away from this den of wolves. Mr. Itachi, with our strength, what is there to fear? Kisame retorted, dismissive. Two powerhouse shinobi should have no worries about escaping, right? Sighing, Itachi contemplated prying open Kisame's head to inspect what lay within. He himself had mentioned that the first and second Hokages had been resurrected, and as a former member of Konoha's Umbu, he was well aware of the significance of these two figures. Suddenly, several silhouettes blocked their path. Uchiha Itachi? This is not a place for you to be. Kakashi drew his short blade defensively against Itachi. Copy Ninja Kakashi? Itachi remarked coldly, you are not my match. I am here solely to find my brother. With that, his black pupils transformed instantaneously into the Crimson Sharingan. Show me your Sharingan as well. A formidable aura surged towards Kakashi and the two other Umbu ninjas. Kakashi felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was acutely aware of Itachi's prowess, and even without the burden of the Sharingan, he had no chance against him. Quickly, signal for backup. Kakashi urgently instructed the two Umbu members. Thud thud. I do not wish for this to escalate. At the very moment he activated the Sharingan, Itachi cast an illusion on the two Umbu. Do you hold me in contempt? Itachi pondered, noticing Kakashi's reluctance to reveal his Sharingan, interpreting it as disdain. Then do not unveil it. Without further ado, Itachi initiated Tsukuyami, subjecting Kakashi to a fate akin to that depicted in the original narrative. Let us proceed. In an instant, Itachi dispatched the three adversaries and, accompanied by Kisame Hashigaki, set out in search of Sasuke. Youth. Passion. Although Sasuke Uchiha was training under Orochimaru, he remained steadfast in his physical conditioning. While engaged in weighted training on the outskirts of Konoha, Sasuke noticed two figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds approaching him. Upon recognizing their faces, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging, his teeth grinding audibly. 1 against 7. Chapter 51. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Uchiha Itachi. With a slow exhale, Li Ming released a breath, and a distinctive symbol manifested upon his visage, revealing an alternative Sage Mode mask. It was not overly challenging. After several days of endeavor, Li Ming finally assimilated natural energy and mental strength, merging it with his physical prowess, successfully transmuting it into Sage Chakra. Humph. The frogs of MT Mayaboku are indeed peculiar. Upon successful absorption, Li Ming comprehended the secrets of Sage arts. It appears that MT Mayaboku possesses some arcane techniques. While Li Ming is capable of absorbing and transforming natural energy, the efficiency remains dismally low, one reason being the inadequacy of his methods, and another being the scarcity of locations rich in natural energy within the ninja world. Furthermore, the cultivation of Sage Chakra demands a high physical constitution, with one's bloodline talent serving as a vessel, fixed in capacity, much like the Uzumaki clan's innate strength, allowing them to store more chakra than others. Some common ninjas, regardless of how diligently they train, will inevitably face a limit on their chakra capacity. It is akin to the disparity between superior spiritual roots and inferior ones in the realm of cultivation. Decades of arduous training with a low-level root may yield lesser results than mere days of practice by another with a higher root. To become stronger, one must rely on altering their talent and bloodline. System, open the panel. Host, Li Ming Chakra, 7. 5-card Sage Chakra, 0. 5-card Strength, Mid-Shadow Level Bloodline Limit. Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui's Manjiki, Hashiramas would release Cell's skills. Clap of hands, summon whatever is called ninjutsu. Telescope Technique, Shadow Clone Technique. Transformation Technique, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, 8 Gates of Bypass, Rasengan, Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp, Phase Shift Eye Techniques, Kodo Amatsukami, Lord of the Void Character Fragments, Saratobi Hiruzen 15. Uchiha Itachi 2, Hataki Kakashi 10, Momochi Zabuza 7, Jiraiya 25, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ultimate Version, 40 money, 540, 000 Rio. Masterful Hands Count, 1151. The constitution of the Uzumaki clan is indeed remarkable. Li Ming felt that the chakra amount equivalent to 7.5 Kakashis still did not represent his limit. Individuals like Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Ino, who lack special bloodlines, will find their chakra capacity unlikely to increase significantly, no matter how hard they train. This meager amount of Sage chakra barely suffices to activate Sage mode for a mere second. Li Ming deemed it insufficient. It seems he must consult Hashirama. Swish. Li Ming leapt onto a tree, darting through the forest. He had yet to acquire the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, so it was prudent to avoid excessive use. Mr. Itachi, is this your brother? Kisame Hashigaki inquired, gazing at the green-clad Uchiha Sasuke with a perplexed expression. Shouldn't Mr. Itachi's brother possess a demeanor as extraordinary, calm, and composed as his own? Why does he appear so foolish? Sasuke, come with me. Konoha is no longer safe. Uchiha Itachi urged, anxiety etched upon his face. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk of exposure. Attracting too many powerful individuals would complicate their escape. You cowardly beast! Sasuke roared. I am safer here in Konoha than by your side. 8th gate, open. The 8 gates has become the ultimate limit that Sasuke can unlock. Given that his training time cannot compare to that of Lee and Might Guy, Sasuke's skin flushed crimson, his veins bulged, and a blue steam emanated from his body. The sheer ferocity of his presence startled Itachi. Sasuke, stop at once. Itachi was acutely aware of the severe repercussions that the 8 gates would have on the body. The consequences could range from grave injuries to immediate demise. Who the hell taught him this? Itachi's mind instantly recalled the 2 individuals from Konoha who had trained in the 8 gates. At this moment, he wished nothing more than to eliminate those 2 green-skinned watermelon fools. How could his beloved and gentle little brother have transformed into this? With a thunderous crash, Sasuke propelled himself forward, vanishing from his previous position, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Thud, with his eyes closed. He delivered a powerful kick towards the executioner who had annihilated his clan. From the moment he resolved to take revenge on Itachi, he had meticulously analyzed every scrap of intelligence about him, ensuring he would never meet Itachi's Sharingan gaze, thus avoiding Jinjutsu. As he cursed Might Guy in his heart, Itachi swiftly crossed his arms to shield his head from Sasuke's onslaught. Yet, the overwhelming force sent Itachi flying, crashing into a distant grove. Itachi-sensei, Kisame, witnessing his mentor being struck down by his own brother, rushed to his side. Boom, boom, boom. After crashing through several trees, Itachi finally came to a halt. Coughing up blood, he was fortunate to have activated his Manjiki Sharingan just in time to condense an arm of Susanoo. Otherwise, he would have risked losing both arms. Itachi-sensei, are you all right? Kisame appeared before Itachi, filled with concern. I'm fine. Itachi slowly rose, the faintly crimson skeletal arm of Susanoo gradually dissipating, just as he regained his footing. Sasuke charged at him once more, this time infusing his fists and feet with lightning chakra. He radiated an aura akin to the thunderclap of a storm, ready to shatter the darkness. Die. 1 punch to 7. Kisame swiftly withdrew his sword, Samahata, pointing it at Sasuke. Itachi stepped forward, placing a hand on Kisame's shoulder. Let me handle this. Stay out of it. The scarlet gleam of his Manjiki Sharingan flickered at Kisame, silently warning him that should he interfere, he would be caught in the crossfire as well. Realizing Itachi's intent, Kisame sheathed Samahata on his back and leaped to a distance to observe. I have told you. Only if you possess eyes like mine can you be my worthy opponent. Itachi dramatically opened his cloak, his aura surging forth as a colossal skeletal figure of Susanoo emerged. Susanoo. Sasuke felt an unfamiliar chakra and squinted, unwilling to meet Itachi's gaze. Initially taken aback by the sight of the red Susanoo, his expression hardened with determination. Channeling all his lightning, he surged toward Itachi. Do you underestimate me? Sasuke understood that this was merely the rudimentary application of Susanoo, and having unlocked the seventh gate, he was not about to hold back. With a resounding roar, enveloped by thunder, Sasuke, empowered by the unlocking of the 7 gates, experienced a remarkable surge in both speed and ferocity. In an instant, dozens of strikes landed upon Susanoo, the immense force shattering its defenses. I am aware that this is not your full potential. Sasuke recognized that Itachi was holding back. How much stronger he has become. Sasuke thought. Itachi, concerned about attracting the attention of formidable foes from Konoha, now merely wished to swiftly incapacitate his foolish adversary and carry him away. With a thundering crash, Itachi unleashed Susanoo in its full glory. A colossal skeletal structure erupted from the ground, flesh rapidly enveloping the bones, followed by the donning of armor. However, its unique weapon did not materialize. A semi-complete form of Susanoo emerged. What is that? The towering figure of Susanoo was instantly spotted by distant ninjas from Konoha, who quickly signaled an enemy attack. Chaos began to ensue within the village. What? A colossal figure? Just returning to Konoha. Li Ming witnessed the appearance of a crimson Susanoo in the outskirts. Is it a 1-against-7 scenario to teach his younger brother a lesson? Swiftly, Li Ming dashed towards the direction of Susanoo, declaring, Tsukuyami, I am on my way. As he licked his lips in anticipation. Chapter 52. The duo's retreat from Konoha. How could this be possible? Sasuke gazed upon the towering Susanoo, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. Was the gap truly this immense? No. If only he could unlock the 8 gates. He could shatter any demon or monster. Sasuke's eyes widened, his fist clenched tightly, his fingers digging into his palm without sensation. Now is the moment. Upon meeting Sasuke's gaze, Itachi swiftly invoked Tsukuyami. Despicable. Sasuke shot Itachi an angry glare before succumbing to unconsciousness. The colossal Susanoo gradually dissipated, while Uchiha Itachi, clutching his eyes, knelt upon the ground, blood seeping through his fingers. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, even less than Kakashi's. The recent display had cost him a portion of his vitality to initiate. If it weren't for, Itachi pondered his physical condition and gently shook his head. Itachi-san, are you all right? Kisame Hashigaki hurried to assist Itachi. Approaching Sasuke, Itachi crouched down, tenderly caressing his brother's face, a look of deep affection adorning his features. Itachi-san truly dotes on his brother. Kisame observed the pair with intrigue. Let us go. Itachi lifted Sasuke, tucking him under his arm, eager to depart. The earlier commotion from the Susanoo had surely drawn numerous ninjas to their location. Just as they intended to leave, the space ahead suddenly fractured, and Lee emerged slowly from the rift. You come and go as you please. Swarms of Konoha ninjas began to encircle them. Where is Madara? Hashirama pushed through the crowd of ninjas, having witnessed the enormous Susanoo. He had presumed Uchiha Obito had been resurrected. Is that not the case? Hashirama's face fell in disappointment. He had hoped to reunite with an old friend. Itachi-san, what shall we do? Kisame drew his blade. Standing back to back with Uchiha Itachi, prepared to defend against the encroaching ninjas. Is this the monster who slaughtered his entire clan? Truly a beast. Worse than a mere animal. Now he even seeks to kill his own brother. The ninjas who learned the truth began to curse Itachi. Humph. My ninja way is beyond the comprehension of you foolish beings. Itachi felt no remorse. For the sake of Konoha, he would commit any act. He was a genius capable of contemplating matters with the perspective of a Hokage even at a tender age. How could such fools possibly understand? For Konoha, my suffering surpasses yours. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding ninjas erupted in mockery. This boy seemed to revel in pride. If he were to discover the true nature of Hiruzen Sarutobi, would he not go mad? Kisame, hold them off for a moment. You take Sasuke to the barrier. I will join you shortly. Water release, violent water wave. Kisame seized Sasuke and leapt into the air, chakra gathering in his throat, before unleashing a deluge of water from his mouth. The immense torrent engulfed those below, sweeping away the slower ninjas. Earth release, earth barrier. Wood release, birth of the tree world. In a fierce clash, Hashirama and Tobirama unleashed their ninja techniques. successfully thwarting Kisame's water release to prevent the torrent from surging towards the heart of Konoha. Simultaneously, the enormous trees birthed from Hashiramas would release ensnared Kisame. With a swift motion, Kisame wielded his sword, Samahata, shattering the branches that fell upon the water's surface. He formed a hand seal with one hand, executing water release, great shark bomb technique. A shark, crafted from chakra, enveloped both Kisame and Sasuke, propelling them through the water towards the Konoha barrier. Whoosh! Tobirama quickly hurled specially designed kunai left by the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing before Kisame in an instant. Mutual explosion, he declared. Boom! The violent explosion forced Kisame back to the water's surface, while in midair, Tobirama's reanimated body began to coalesce. The reanimation technique proved remarkably useful. Since his resurrection, Tobirama had executed these self-destructive maneuvers without a shred of hesitation. Speaking of which, this shark-like figure possessed an extraordinary amount of chakra. Although his reanimated form granted him infinite chakra, the instantaneous consumption still had its limits. Tobirama licked his lips, considering him a perfect experimental subject. Realizing he had been intercepted, Kisame picked up Samahata once more, on guard, while Itachi arrived at his side, tucking Sasuke securely under his arm. Kisame, wait, Itachi whispered, formulating a battle plan with him. Li Ming activated his system skill, targeting Itachi with a direct approach. I have been single for 10 years. May fortune smile upon me. Ding. Copy target. 0, 1 chakra. Ding. Copy target. Manjiki Sharingan. 2 shots to the soul. Thank you, my esteemed benefactor. Ding. Plunder target. Original bitter tea. Ding. Plunder target. Uchiha bloodline. Li Ming's expression darkened. What on earth is original bitter tea? Meanwhile, Itachi, on high alert, suddenly felt a chill. His lower garments were gone. His face stiffened in shock. Who did this? They even stripped me of my underwear. He then sensed that the Sharingan felt foreign, devoid of the previous seamless connection he had once enjoyed. Though the system had stripped him of the Uchiha bloodline, the Sharingan did not vanish. It merely transformed into a state akin to Kakashi's Sharingan. Feeling the strain of his Manjiki Sharingan escalate, Itachi had no choice but to deactivate it, his eyes reverting to the standard 3-tomo Sharingan. This is troublesome. I might meet my end here today. Oh, my foolish little brother, forgive me for failing to protect you. Itachi gazed at Tobirama, standing resolutely before the earthen barrier. If he could eliminate him, perhaps Sasuke could continue living in Konoha. Summoning technique. As Itachi formed his seals, a flock of crows appeared, one of which bore a Manjiki Sharingan. Release Sasuke. You may leave. Li Ming spoke calmly, wishing to prolong the encounter a bit longer. With Itachi currently wounded, Sasuke should soon surpass him, and he was eager to witness the duel between the two brothers. Rest assured, Sasuke will be safer in Konoha than with you. Perceiving Itachi's unease, Li Ming reassured him, Is it you? A mere child daring to speak so boldly. Itachi found it hard to believe that Li Ming could make such a decision. What he says reflects my sentiments. Hyuga Hisashi, who had long ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage, stepped forward in his Hokage robes to affirm this. How could the Hokage support this child? Surely, he must have lost his senses. Itachi continued to survey his surroundings with skepticism, only to see Hashirama and Tobirama nodding slightly in agreement. Reluctantly, he entrusted Sasuke to Li Ming, saying, Let us depart. Casting a glance at Kisame, the two swiftly exited the scene. Naruto, why did you release those two? Hisashi inquired, aware that Li Ming had his own rationale, yet still intrigued. I simply found it amusing. Li Ming replied with a slight smirk. Everyone disperse. After handing Sasuke over to Hisashi, Li Ming returned home to reflect on the insights he had just gained. Post. Li Ming Chakra. 7. 8 cards Sage Chakra. 0. 0 5 card Strength. Mid-Shadow Level Bloodline Limit. Sharingan. Uchiha Shirsue's Manjiki. Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi's Manjiki. Hashirama's would release Cell's Bloodline. Uzumaki Bloodline. Uchiha Bloodline Skills. Clapping Hands. Summoning whatever is desired Ninjutsu. Telescope Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. Transformation Technique. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. 8 Gates. Rasengan. Earth Release. Yellow Spring Swamp. Intangibility. Mastery of Wind Release Eye Techniques. Kodo Amatsukami. Void Master. Tsukuyami Character Fragments. Uchiha Itachi 5. Jiraiya 25. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ultimate Version. 40. Fragments of no significance will no longer be displayed. Funds. 540,000 Rio. Count of empty-handed techniques. 1131 Excellent. Li Ming has acquired the desired Tsukuyami technique, allowing him to explore certain ideas he harbored within.